He rose from the slums to stand among the empire's elite, as calm as a storm and twice as deadly. No fear, no loyalty, no limits. Every threat he faced was another rung on his ladder, and he climbed without looking down. He's immune to doubt. All he feels is momentum. But does he suspect that what awaits him ahead is not at all what he dreamed of? Let us find out. The story began with the fact that it was all for the sake of the empire, for the sake of the emperor and his people. Any threat must be destroyed. This is the only purpose of the existence of the Imperial Guard. This is the land of the future, where technology has developed significantly. However, there is no hope for them. Due to the endless war caused by the lack of resources, the Earth continued to be torn apart. As a result, humanity was forced to move to other planets. Life on Earth came to an end as a result of the invasion of alien creatures. However, the surviving part of humanity continued to plow the vastness of space, and finally, after many years of wandering, they found a planet similar to Earth. Humanity decided to call it Novis, which means new home. Through space, they sent a message to other survivors reporting the coordinates of the new home. Thus, people scattered throughout the galaxy began to gather on Novis. The Belato Federation is a free territory for humans and other species. The Empire of Akka has a powerful army of robotic soldiers. The Holy Alliance Kora is a religious nation with powerful energy and mental fortitude. The resources of Nova Squatchers were also not unlimited, because of which humanity again began to prepare for a war, for the monopolization of resources. After some time, on the territory of the Empire of Akritia in the machine laboratory Hemlastoria, the commander of the Imperial Guard of Akritia said that he was unlucky because he would be Suberumihe. Compared with everyone, he just needs to show His Majesty everything he can do. So let him not forget this. This is an extremely important stage of training. Luca, the main character and an intern in the Imperial Guard of Akreia, replied that they would still see who was unlucky here. Hameless noted that he had better live up to his expectations. MC put on his equipment and thought that he should at least block or dodge all the bullets. This is a necessary skill for someone who wants to officially join the Imperial Guard. He has completed all the emergency simulation training. He is an Imperial Guard trainee with the deepest understanding of space thanks to his senses and the perception enhancement procedure he has undergone. His opponents are 5 fools in cheap cybernetic gear. This should take no more than 10 seconds. The protagonist rushed to the attack and in an instant cut off the head of one opponent and then went to the rest. He thought that this was a good opportunity to impress the emperor. He had to distinguish himself. How could he do this? He had never tried this before, but he simply had to cope. He needed to crank up his senses to the max. MC armed himself with a pistol and shot all the opponents with lightning speed. After that, he happily thought that he did it. He outdid himself. This will definitely increase his value. After some time, he returned to the commander. Hemas was surprised and said that he did not think he was using projectile trajectory control. It was not in the curriculum. The protagonist explained that he simply copied the one in front of him. The commander said with a smile that this guy was from a famous family. He must have trained for it beforehand. He was different from orphans like him. He liked him, so he wanted to give him a gift. The protagonist turned around with a calm face and asked what kind of gift. Himlas almost gouged out his eye with a malicious smile and was surprised that he did not even flinch. He must have been practicing pain resistance training too, right? He really liked it. He would have removed that eye anyway because he wanted eyes with a trajectory prediction function. After a while, MC went to his room. Suddenly, L appeared at the threshold. He introduced himself and said that he wanted to talk to him. Let him forgive him. This was probably too sudden, right? The protagonist calmly led him into the room. He sat down next to him and smiled and remarked that he had done an amazing job. He was impressed. The protagonist replied that if he had come to exchange praise, he was in the wrong place. He thought that, just by the guy's aura, it was clear that he was a representative of the noble aristocrats of the Carta family. Logically, it was not to his advantage to be rude to a representative of noble blood. Maybe he was addicted, but he would just say that he was tired. Ella smiled and handed him a blue capsule and said that he had come to give him this siref. It dulled his sensitivity a little, but this way he would be able to rest better. MC replied that he did not need it. The guy continued saying that he would not be able to train properly tomorrow if he did not rest properly. He himself should know that one cannot go far on mental fortitude alone. The protagonist took the pill with a calm face and thought that this was different from the sleeping pills that were made on the streets. He noted that he had also shown himself to be excellent, and he in turn had simply copied him. Ella pointed to his eye and explained that he had mechanical combat eyes, so it was not difficult to calculate trajectories. His work was much more impressive considering that he did it on bare instincts. Perhaps that was why the commander noticed him, an ordinary guy. He even gave him a mechanical eye at his own expense. The protagonist replied that he simply worked hard during training. How could he, a feeble commoner, compare to the magnificent aristocrats? He had to cling to any opportunity being at the bottom of the hierarchy. Ella was a little embarrassed by his words, and after a minute of silence, asked if he had honestly passed the selection. But there were many nobles who failed it. Did you know? He bets that they will pay for themselves the results. There is no proof, but it seems to him that this is how things are. Guys like him, without any support, would never fail the advanced soldier cultivation procedure, because the only way for them to get here is to break through with their own strength. MC thought that he did not expect an aristocrat to tell him about the imperfections of the nobility. He did not even think about it. What exactly did this guy want to tell him? Ella extended his hand with a smile, and said that he really believed that only people like him were worthy of reaching the top. He was rooting for him. The protagonist with a powerful aura shook his hand and said that he wanted it that way. After all, this is all for the Empire. This story will tell the events of the life of a guy who was raised as a military tool in the despotic empire Akka. After a while, the two of them went to the shooting range. The MC, using his vision, made several accurate shots right at the head of a dummy. Ele was surprised to notice that he was able to hit all the dummies accurately in the head. Excellent students are really made of different stuff. Has he gotten used to the right eye that was transplanted into him? Is it fair to be good at shooting when he specializes in close combat? The protagonist replied that a member of the guard should be good with any kind of weapon, and he also does not want to hear it from someone who hits the same spot shot after shot. Ella mockingly explained that he specializes in shooting. The protagonist added that if he continues to be so carefree, he will definitely surpass him. He replied with a smile that he will only be glad. He already said that he is rooting for him. The Empire needs people like him. The value of skills and talent is gradually eroding in their empire. As long as a person has money and status, any weakness becomes gifted. But if naturally gifted commoners like him suddenly start making themselves known, people will finally begin to distinguish between the truly gifted and the untalented. Doesn't he think so? MC asked with a serious face if he was aware that this sounded like criticism of the foundations of the empire. If he reported what he had just said to the management, they would not let it go so easily, even if he was from the Carta family. Ella turned around and replied with a smile that if he was capable of such a thing, he would not have told him so easily. He knew that he was a good person, but he was grateful for this concern. The protagonist said with displeasure how he was annoying him. 2 years later, in the third training building, Himmler called out to the two of them and said that they would be leading the squads in today's training. If any of them had a problem with this, he asked them to leave the premises. Well, then they would continue according to his plan. The karate had illegally settled in this ravine. This training would test their skills in the field. No prisoners were to be taken. Let them kill them all. After that, all the fighters went outside. Ella pointed out that this was his first real mission. MC wondered if he was nervous. He had killed people during training, but this time it was an outside military force. Ella said that the Balato Federation, the Korra Holy Alliance, and even the Akrea Empire were all descended from Earthlings. The protagonist replied with a serious face that he should not get emotional. He did not think that the senior guards of the All-Mechanical Legion were here to protect them, did he? They were overseers. They would easily kill them if they tried to save someone's life, and he agreed that the Imperial Guard had no place for those who did not know their place. All the other inhabitants of Novus were just annoying bugs for the Empire. They were taught this. Each of them wanted to use and deceive the Empire for their own gain. Ella replied that he knew it. This was what they were taught. After a while they tore the place to shreds. MC, holding his sword in his hand, thought that it seemed like the Korrites were not even armed. This mission should end without incident. He approached the child who was cowering against the wall, in fear and calling for his mother. The protagonist thought excitedly that he was so scared that he could not even move. This was not a combat unit that would not resist even if he had a gun. He remembered the words of the commander, saying that prisoners should not be taken. The protagonist swung his sword with a serious face and thought that there was no need to hesitate. These are pests that are eating up the Empire's reserves. He pierced the wall with his sword but did not touch the child, and whispered that he should pretend to be dead and then he would survive. After that, MC thought that he should not have done this. If the general staff found out about his actions, anything could happen to him. Maybe he should go back and finish him off. Suddenly, Ella sitting on the tower fired a shot and destroyed the child. The protagonist was frightened, wondering since when was he there. Did he really see all this? Calm down. He will not report, but if someone else saw this, he needs to keep an eye on him. Suddenly, the one with the power appeared, and using the skill blew up the tower. He furiously shouted that they should go away. The protagonist turned around and seeing the enemy thought, was it he who caused the explosion? If he is able to cause an explosion without any weapons, then things are bad. At this time, Ella jumped off the tower to attack from behind, but the mage suddenly created an explosion behind him and neutralized him. MC worriedly thought that it was a power user. He furiously shouted that this was not a military base but just a settlement. They killed people who were just trying to survive. The protagonist wondered if the captain knew about this, if only he had told him right away. Ella, lying on the ground without an arm and a leg, remarked that he was careless. He had no excuse for this. The protagonist replied that he would take care of him. He thought that this was all because he hesitated. He had learned how to deal with power users many times. He must atone for his mistake at any cost. MC said with a serious face that he would personally deal with him. Let everyone disperse and return to the base. All the warriors behind him quickly retreated. The power user furiously shouted, "Where are these bastards going?" The protagonist thought that he seemed to have taken on the role of bait so that his allies could escape. In order to use power, a person must perform a certain sequence of actions. In his case, these are hand signs. As long as he sees these cracks in space, he can withstand explosions. The protagonist began to deftly dodge all of the enemy's attacks and thought that he would prefer a battle of attrition, but there was no choice. Even if his body suffered from such high-speed maneuvers, he was obliged to attack him while he could. Finding himself right in front of the magic sphere, MC accelerated to an incredible speed and stabbed the enemy with his sword. The sorcerer, charging his hand with magical energy, broke his helmet with one blow, and seeing his face, tearfully noted that he was just a child. The protagonist continued the attack and killed him. He looked at the broken helmet and thought that if he had continued the attack he would have died. The Korivits are fanatics whose beliefs are beyond human understanding. So why could not he kill him? During the battle he can't let his emotions consume him. It is time to go, because this is all for the Empire. For the sake of the Emperor and his people, it is necessary to destroy any threat. This is the only purpose of the Imperial Guard's existence, nothing more. After some time in the recovery capsule ward of the Acrisius Hospital, Ella asked how he liked this task. Did he feel the line between life and death? MC, lying in the capsule, answered, "Let him speak for himself. He was the one who almost died there." He chuckled with a smile and noted that he would have new arms and legs. And what changes did he have? The protagonist answered that his back was damaged, so he ordered a set of titanium bones and artificial skin. He was going to completely renew his body within a couple of years anyway, and if he started doing it a little earlier, it would be even better. Ella wondered the commander knew that there would be a power wielder there, right? He did not tell them anything, because he wanted to test them. The protagonist replied that if their guards did not even try to help, then they could have handled it themselves. There were no casualties in the end. Ella asked if that was not strange. Both he and the other cadet whose heads were blown off by force somehow survived. Too strange to be a simple coincidence. Maybe that guy did not want to kill them at all. MC remembered the words of that mage and thought that he was already a warrior, a soldier. Sparing his life was a mistake on his part. This worthless mercy was the reason why the Korrites continued to die out. Well, he could regret the deaths of his comrades from hell. Ella wondered why he had turned a blind eye to that poor child. The protagonist turned away from him and replied that he was fed up with his chatter. Let him just say why. Did he really update his tongue too? This was an unfortunate misunderstanding. It would not happen again. After some time, the emperor announced that they had completed 2 of the 4 years of training in the Imperial Guard. A new batch of young cadets had arrived. He hoped that they would serve as role models for them, especially these 2, Luca and Ella, their top 1 and top 2. They could even become centurions. Let them continue to work for the good of the empire and its citizens. MC thought that the Imperial Guard was organized quite simply. It was 1,000 guardsmen consisting of 10 each of which was led by a centurion. The commander of the guard, the chief centurion, was also a centurion of the first 100. The emperor began to leave and added that that was all. Let them continue training. The protagonist thought that cadets like him, after a complete body replacement with a mechanical one, were appointed centurions of the DSTH-00, which had the lowest rank. If he could become a centurion of the DSTH-00, he could achieve a lot. Sometime later, the protagonist and Ilay were practicing V one-hand to H-hand combat. MC parried all the attacks and thought that he had become stronger with his new arm. He did a leg sweep and was about to strike, but stopped at the last moment and announced with a smile that they had fought 124 rounds and he had taken 124 victories. After that, they went outside at night and sat on one of the halls. Ella said that he had so hoped to win, at least this time. The protagonist asked if the new components could so easily ensure victory, then what was the point of training? Ella noted that he seemed to have become even tougher after that speech. Those centurions seemed to have firmly settled in his head. MC agreed and added that if he succeeded in the Imperial Guard, he would be in demand everywhere. The guy said that he had already reached the heights where his origin did not matter. Why does not he just relax? The protagonist replied that, unlike him, he had nowhere to return to, so he continued to climb with all his might. He was talented too, but he lacked motivation. Why did he even join the service? Ella asked with a smile. So that is what he thought of him. He wanted to be a scientist and archaeologist, to study ancient forgotten civilizations. MC asked why he did not go there if he wanted to. He explained with a smile that archaeology was prohibited in their empire, especially ancient civilizations. In addition, people from his family were often generals. They would not have allowed him any other path. The protagonist asked if he wanted to say that he was sad that he could not do what he liked, and he was spoiled enough. In their slums, people dream of living at least one more day. Many are happy that they have something to eat today. Ella replied that he knew he would say that, but he was just sharing his secret with a friend. MC said that this could be interpreted as criticism of the foundations of the empire. He would be finished if someone reported him. He replied that he would not do that, just like he was keeping his secret. The protagonist, with an incredibly serious face, explained that he hesitated because the enemy was unarmed. Even if he had not intervened, he would have seen it through to the end. He was loyal to the emperor and the empire for spotting his talent. The empire's enemies were his enemies, and he was no exception. Ella jumped down with a smile and said that he was a liar. If his loyalty to the empire was truly beyond ordinary loyalty, he would have already tried to kill him. No need to strain himself so much. MC responded unexpectedly that he was an idiot. He would die if he continued in the same spirit. 3 years later, on a reconnaissance mission in an uninhabited neutral land, Ella, touching a huge column with his hand, said with admiration that this was a mysterious place. It responds with a surge of energy even after millions of years. Isn't that amazing? There were civilizations that explored the stars before the dawn of humanity. MC thought with a calm face that he had already set boundaries, but he was still trampling on them. He replied that he should not relax. They were on a reconnaissance mission. This was training. If they ran into someone, there would be a fight. Ella replied with a smile that if anything happened, the guards would help them anyway. Claude Ramonos, a cadet of the Imperial Guard, approached them and said with a smile that the present exists because of the past. These traces will allow you to look into the future. If you think about it like that, you can understand why so many people are interested in history. MC thought that his family may not be as prominent as Carta, but they are still respected. Claude asked if he could ask him something. He thinks he likes him. Is he dating anyone? The protagonist immediately got into a fighting stance and excitedly exclaimed that if he took another step, he would regard it as a threat. The guy said with a smile that there was no need to be so afraid. If he did not have a partner, he would like to introduce him to his younger sister. The protagonist replied that he was an orphan with no family. Claude replied that it did not matter whether he was an orphan or an aristocrat. He held an honorable position. Let him just think about it, okay? His sister was quite pretty. Suddenly, Ella approached him and smiled and remarked that he was popular. The MC sheepishly told him to shut up. Suddenly, they felt something. A group of soldiers immediately put on helmets and hid behind the trees. The protagonist noted that this was a biological response. Ele's group would provide cover from the rear. He and Cloud remained at the forefront. He looked a little further and thought that something was approaching. Damn it, it was a core paladin. Suddenly, the paladin himself spotted them and charged at them with incredible speeds. The MC shouted in fear. Let them run. The enemy struck Cloud with his weapon at lightning speed. The protagonist thought in fear that he seemed to have managed to see a glimpse of a sphere, but the upper part of his comrade's body had already disappeared. Suddenly, system windows appeared, notifying him of an error. He thought excitedly, let that damn mechanical eye work and calculate the trajectory of the spear for him. A second group of soldiers arrived behind him. Ella started shooting at the enemy and shouted, let him pull himself together and not stand there like a pillar. Let him fight and buy time. The protagonist thought that he was right. Even if he tried to run away, he would not get out of here. There was only one way to resolve the situation: fight until the Imperial Guard reinforcements arrive. They only needed about 20 seconds. He was sure that the guard overseer would arrive soon. At this time, the paladin swung his spear and threw it with incredible speed. MC managed to dodge a little, but lost his helmet. He thought excitedly that these 20 seconds were very long. The paladin used his skill and began to return the spear back, causing the weapon to fly at Luca again. The protagonist thought, is he really going to die? There is no way he can survive a fight with this monster for 20 seconds. Suddenly, the Legion commander appeared in front of him in his thoughts. He furiously shouted that he looked like a pig who realized that he was brought to slaughter. If he turns his back to the enemy, all that awaits him is a bullet in the head. While the enemy is waving his sword, let him do the same. There is no place for weaklings in the Imperial Guard. MC immediately became inspired and thought that, until he lunges, he attacks first. He dashed forward and blocked the spear, but his arm was broken. The protagonist thought that he could no longer use his arm, but he could block the spear with it. He needed to prepare for the next attack. Suddenly, the paladin made a lightning-fast attack with his weapon and cut off his arm. The shock waves emanating from the spear hit the rest of the party members standing behind him. The protagonist called out to Ella and wondered if he was really his target. The enemy began to move forward quickly, but MC did not retreat and moved towards him. At this time, the overseer, using the turbo engines on his legs, quickly moved to the scene. At the moment when the protagonist was about to collide with the paladin, the overseer grabbed the enemy by the head and, dragging him some distance, threw him into the column. The protagonist, seeing this, happily thought that he was saved. Suddenly, behind the warden, the paladin woke up again and was ready to continue the battle. MC, watching what was happening, thought that there was an Imperial Guard wearing the weapon of the Empire Legion against the Holy Knight Corps, using force. They clashed in a fierce fight and began a real mess. Who of them would be stronger? The protagonist thought that they were very fast. Even with his eyes, he could not keep track of their weapons. This was a fight at the level of the Imperial Guard. He asked for the guard to win. They clashed again in a fight. Suddenly, the warden grabbed him by the head and tried to press him into the ground, but the paladin held on with all his might, not giving in to each other. He ordered his spear, which was behind the protagonist, to fly back. For a second, a thought flashed through Luca's head. The Imperial Guard has no idea about the speed and power of the spear, which he felt on his skin. This means that he will hardly be able to react correctly. MC thought with a serious face that if the guard dies, then they will die along with him. Something must be done now. At the moment when the paladin's weapon flew towards him, the protagonist quickly extended his leg and, having lost it, thought, let it miss, Kazentomotatissus. The guard, noticing the spear, tried to react as quickly as possible and delivered the final blow. The paladin, holding on with his last strength, took his weapon, but the overseer delivered a powerful blow and pinned him to the ground. MC, seeing a large explosion, wondered what happened. Who of them survived? Of course, the Knight of the Bark survived. Now everything is lost for them. Suddenly, A guard approached him and noted that he did a good job. He was able to defeat that knight thanks to him. He got shot in the stomach. The protagonist answered with his eyes closed that he was shot while trying to avoid his force cut. The guard extended his hand and said that he would help. They were going back to base now. MC opened his eyes and was horrified. Legion is a fully mechanical armor that the Empire provides to the Imperial Guard. It replaces all vulnerable parts of the body that are useless in combat, allowing a person to become a full-fledged weapon. Every cadet dreams of getting the Legion because it is evidence that he is a full-fledged guard of the Empire. The protagonist looked at him and noticing that he had no head, asked in horror, was he alive even without a brain? Was he even a person or a machine? The guard asked in shock. Was his brain gone? He screamed in incredible horror and then fell to the ground. The protagonist, looking lost, asked if he really wanted to become such a monster all this time. He thought that he had become cold. His body did not stop shaking. Will he be able to wait for help? This is the last view in his life. Suddenly, Eli came up to him and asked if he was alive. MC exclaimed with hope that he survived. The guy answered with a smile that he was not in the best shape, but still. MC asked how the others were. He explained that everyone except them died. How serious are his wounds? The protagonist answered that he was dying. Let him see what he desired. What does he plan to do next? All his life is right under his nose. Ella sighed heavily and asked if the alliance of Korra and Bellato was in that direction. The protagonist agreed and added that what he wanted could not be obtained in the Empire. He was fine, so let him go if he wanted. Reinforcements will arrive soon. If they crossed paths, then all that was left was to return to the Empire, so let him go. Eli stood up with difficulty and began to leave. MC, watching this, thought that he has a family noble and rich enough to support him at all times. Any citizen of the Empire would be jealous, so he can't understand him, but he shines brighter when he talks about his dreams. Therefore, he wishes him to live the way he wants with all his heart. The protagonist closed his eyes when suddenly Ella returned and noted with a smile that judging by his behavior he was really going to the next world. He would not be able to live peacefully if he left him to die like this. The protagonist sighed with relief and asked, what kind of ides is he? After a while, MC, sitting in the hospital, was reading a catalog of cybernetic products. Suddenly, Eli came up to him from behind and asked with a smile, was he looking for spare parts for himself? He can recommend the F-24 race model. With its short adaptation period, he will return to duty faster, and it is much better than the leg he uses now. The protagonist asked when he would stop appearing out of nowhere. He asked with a smile, did he really scare him? If so, let him forgive him. After a while, MC thought that, after returning to the Empire and undergoing rehabilitation, he was called to another department for questioning. They wanted to know what happened there, that 3 cadets and an Imperial Guard overseer died. The incident was called Encounter with Paladin Korra. At first, he thought that they called him because they were going to investigate the matter in depth, but there was another reason. While waiting, L.A. asked if he heard that they found some artifact where they were sent. Now, everyone was arguing over who should get it. MC thought excitedly that he thought so. That floating cube was the cause of it all. He asked, and who ended up taking it? The guy answered that they were reassigning a team specially equipped for research purposes. If the Holy Alliance refused to give up this place and the artifact, then a big war would come. If the Empire declared war on the Alliance, Belelo would benefit just by watching them squabble, so they usually try to limit themselves to small skirmishes so that the losses would not hurt anyone. The protagonist replied that he was not interested in politics, only in direct orders and battles. That is what a member of the Imperial Guard should be like. He thought that when he reported that the beheaded guard member continued to move, the captain concluded the following: this is a phantom phenomenon caused by residual signals, but is it really just a residual signal as he says? No. The guard consciously responded to his words after death. This is definitely not a phantom phenomenon. He has so many questions that have no answers, but he is not so stupid as to try to figure it out. In the vastness of the training grounds, there is one place that does not quite fit the atmosphere of the guard, the guest room. This place is created for family and friendly meetings with cadets. As an orphan, he has never been here before, so he did not even expect that someone would want to meet him. But Lilian Ramones came. Why did Cloud's sister come to him? Would she really start asking about his death? Because he was the leader of the squad. The girl immediately said that if he thought she came to express her hatred towards him, then he should not worry. Ever since the day her brother decided to join the Imperial Guards, their family was prepared for such news. She came to him. Her brother talked about him a lot, saying that he was his most talented friend among the other cadets. He asked if she wanted to date him. MC replied that he thought she knew about his origins herself. Lillian explained that it was her initiative. They would just have to settle a few formalities. The protagonist noted that she looked like she was interested in a relationship with him. The girl asked if he was against it. The protagonist said that he did not know her at all. She asked if they could fix it, right? MC asked, but why him? Lillian asked if the fact that this was her brother's dying request was not a good enough reason for him. She was sure that he would only benefit from it. Many guys would envy him. The protagonist thought that he agreed. There was absolutely no reason to refuse her. For someone like him to get such a golden bride of noble blood was a 1 in a million chance. And he had always strived for success in this life. Marrying an aristocrat would only bring him closer to his goal. What more could one wish for? However, it was somehow too simple. That was why he was tormented by doubts. MC thought for a while and said that he had to refuse. He stood up from his chair with a serious face and thought that he still thought that Ella, who had everything, was an idiot for dreaming of getting out of the empire. Who would have known that he himself would be so stupid as to make a decision based on his doubts? He is sure that this girl will take this as an insult to an aristocrat. He hopes that it will not result in something serious. Suddenly, Lillian caught up with him, grabbed his hand, and noted that she must be rushing things too much. She blushed deeply and asked if maybe they should start with friendship. The protagonist excitedly tried to explain that this was not the case. The girl, without listening to him, began to leave and shouted that she would come again. The protagonist, watching her run away, said that it would probably not be easy to get rid of her. Sometime later, at the sparring training ground, Kinwan, a wrestling instructor in the Imperial Guard, noted with a smile that he did not think that he would come to him. MC answered with a serious face that he would like to learn from him. The instructor said that he would easily help with everything related to wrestling. However, he already knows a lot. No matter how many cadets you go through, you will hardly find a couple who are stronger than him. The protagonist thought about what it meant that there are those who are stronger than him. He said that it was not enough for him to be considered the best cadet in the course. Kinwan wondered why he was straining himself so much. MC thought that although the instructor was strong, he was not as desperate as the other instructors. Unlike the other instructors and guards, he uses a rather mediocre enhancement in battle. It is 10 times weaker than what he currently wears. The only thing he loses in is that not his entire body is stitched, so he is simply weaker. But if he can't win even against him, then he does not stand a chance against someone like the Paladin Corps. The protagonist began to stretch his arm with a serious face and thanked him for the opportunity. Kinwan sighed and noted that he did not really have a choice, so let him attack. MC made a lightning dash and tried to strike, but the instructor easily parried the attack and asked, does he want to try out the new equipment? The protagonist began to prepare the next blow, and thought that he may be a retired guard, but he is sure that he will not even flinch from such an attack. The protagonist made another dash, tried to strike a series of blows and thought that he will just jump on him, close the distance and finish him with one quick blow. Suddenly, Kinwan grabbed him and effortlessly threw him into the air. Victory will definitely be his. MC was perplexed, wondering why he was flying. It won't stop him anyway. He pushed off the floor with his hand and tried to strike with his foot, but the instructor grabbed him in an instant and threw him forward. The protagonist, in shock, wondered, what the hell is going on here? The instructor approached him and pointed out that not only had he misjudged his opponent, but he was also allowing himself to be distracted by something during the fight. Why was he so impatient? He looked at him with wide eyes in surprise and wondered what had happened. He thought that the parasite had attacked Kinwan's chin with the first attack. However, as soon as it touched his hand, his body jerked away as if he had lost control. No, to be precise, the kinetic energy he had given to Kinwan was redirected back, shaking him. He crouched down on the floor and asked, what just happened? Kinwan replied that it was his personal method of self-defense. The protagonist turned to him and asked if he could teach him. He looked at his shaking hand and asked if he still wanted to learn. The next second, a trickle of blood flowed from his hand, and he added that there was always a price to pay for a shortcut. They sat opposite each other in a large arena, and he said, so, Luca, what did you get out of that fight? He replied, it felt like he was under a spell. His body started moving on its own, not obeying him. Kinwan said, Archie's victim or Archie's fighting style. The protagonist asked, isn't that what bandits usually use? What he saw was so impressive that he had even implemented it into his military training program. He raised his hand to his side and replied that they had looked into it. But Ares' victim had 3 significant drawbacks. He asked, is it hard to learn? Kinua noticed it. He really is smart, Luca. What else? He guessed. Maybe side effects like a concussion. One more thing that he probably would not understand now? He replied that was true. MC said if it made him stronger, such risks were justified. He, getting up from his seat, said that it was not up to him to decide. He was already an asset of the Empire. He wanted to imagine how much money was being invested in them. He was about to shout back, but Kenuan told him to answer him. Training in the Archie's fighting style would inevitably leave consequences in his brain, and he swore that he will stop using it when that happens. The protagonist thought that he would understand, even if he lied. After that, he said that he could not swear, but he would try not to use it. Kinoan turned to him, and putting his hand on his shoulder smiled and said that he liked his honesty. The next second, he put his foot under his leg, knocking him down, then threw him back. The protagonist flew to the other end of the mat, and Kinoan, putting his hand on his chin, said that from now on, he should always wait for an attack from him so he will always be ready for any situation. MC, clutching his head, said so. He turned around and told him to get up. He likes those who learn quickly. After a while, Ella walked down the hallway and asked the protagonist if he was sleeping at all. He walked forward and replied that he was just very busy. He had been practicing with Kenuan every day for a month now. He remembered his words and thought, in fact, he was not teaching him anything. He wanted him to observe and figure it out himself. Ares' fighting style was very different from everything he had learned before. Most fighting techniques are based on memorizing a movement and honing it, while Ares squeezes out of a person what is already in him. It is some kind of higher fighting algorithm that uses all the techniques in his arsenal to give the most effective method of confrontation in a given situation in a matter of seconds. In other words, brain training. Then he looked at Yel and asked how his mission went. He put his hand forward and replied, boring. He was told to get rid of a faulty android and all the current missions are like that, child's play. Protagonist said, apparently, the core alliance is cautious because of the last incident. That is probably why the chief centurion is always at the facility. He replied that it is not so. He heard something from his relatives. The protagonist said that if the chief centurion himself joins the case, a rebellion is planned, nothing less. He confirmed this. He does not know the details, but there is definitely a group of conspirators. Then the protagonist clenched his teeth, and looking down said, so a war with the alliance is coming, and some idiots are planning a civil war. What idiots? Ella added that, if he writes off all the internal problems as idiocy, he is also part of the problem. The next second, MC elbowed him against the wall, and swinging his fist said that he warned him. He can close his eyes to the fact that he wants to leave the Empire, but if he plans to become an enemy, he will not leave it like that. He replied, actually he also passed the Imperial Guard aptitude test. Such remarks are no less important for the Empire. He should calm down. The protagonist walked away from him and added, stop jumping to conclusions that can be misunderstood. He does not want to see his name on the list of traitors. He put his hand to his head and replied that he knows, he can only tell him that. Then he extended his hand to him and told him to relax. He will treat him to something tasty on the weekend, okay? He replied that he already has plans. Enough chatter. He has already had enough of him. After that he walked forward and his comrade followed him and was surprised. Plans. Did he get a girl or something? He asked. Isn't it time for him to be there? After some time in the lower sector of Arcadia, Kinun asked how much time had passed. For people like them who come from the slums, the picture is quite familiar. MC replied. When he became a cadet, he thought that he would not go down to the lower sector anymore. He does not want to breathe the same air as this scum. Kenwan extended his hand forward and said, well, he really is one of those who strives for the top. The protagonist, walking forward, thought about it. He did not think that he would drag him here. When he announced his plans, he saw 2 men grappling, one shouting at the other that he should get out of the way, and he replied that he himself was blocking the passage. Idiot. The air of the lower sector is polluted. The city is fed by thermal energy of the magma located just below this one. All the waste of excess heat goes to the near sector. In the past, the protagonist breathed this air for quite a long time. He felt that he needed to get out, or he would remain a loser for the rest of his life. Damn. Then the mentor walked around the corner and called him to follow him. They passed by people and the MC, turning around, looked at the counter and asked, "Is this a black market?" He asked in return, "Is this his first time here?" He replied that curious children rarely made it out alive. He thought the instructor was pretty knowledgeable when it came to the lower sector. Someone who had been an Imperial guard for decades knew this place better than he did. Funny. The instructor had told him to use simpler prosthetic arms and legs for this trip. What was he planning? And then the instructor had told him to get ready. He looked ahead in surprise. There were 2 guards standing next to the door. When they approached, one of them pulled back his jacket, showed a gun, and held his hand out in front of him, telling them to stop. The spectator entrance was that way. Kinwan scratched his head and said he would like to speak to the owner of this establishment. The guard asked if he knew the boss of ILF. He replied, "Not really. He just wanted to see him." The guard pointed his gun at him and shouted, "Are you crazy, you idiot?" The next second, the protagonist quickly dashed next to the guard, grabbed him with his legs, and flipped in the air, throwing him to the ground. Then he pointed the gun at his partner and told him not to move. He raised his hands, and the instructor, smiling, asked, "It seems we figured it out now, right? Can they quickly call ILF?" After that, the guns fell to the ground, and MC asked the instructor what he would do if he did not have time. He answered that he would look for another way. Obviously, he asked, "So what is this place?" Kinwan answered, "The hottest spot in the entire empire." What? The instructor smiled and added, he was surprised. The Coliseum. After a while, the guards were standing at the closed door, behind which the protagonist and the instructor were talking with the boss of the Coliseum. He was smoking a cigarette and looking at them seriously. Kinwan pointed his finger at the protagonist and told him to put this guy in the arena. He would not demand compensation, even if he died there. The protagonist turned his gaze to him and, frowning, thought, so that is why he told him to equip himself more simply. After that, ILF took another drag, and then threw a cigarette at Kinwan, but MC managed to catch it with his hand. The boss's guards pointed their weapons at them, and Alf said that he was confused. They let them in, not because they were going to fulfill their wishes. It would just be easier to get rid of the corpses from here. The protagonist understood that he was bluffing. If he was not going to talk to them, he would have already given the order to open fire. 3 thugs were already holding his head at gunpoint. 2 more armed guards were outside. For starters, he should. The next second, a simulation appeared in front of his eyes. He kicks the table, throwing it forwards. After that, he kicks, breaking it into many small pieces, and attacks the Coliseum boss in the face. The guards jump up from their place, but the protagonist grabs ALF by the neck, and pointing a pistol at them fires 2 shots, hitting the guards. At that moment, the rest of the people outside enter the room. The MC jumps up and shoots them. He thought the simulation was over. Kinwan asked, "What happened to the previous owner?" Alf asked, "Does he know Thor?" "He died, got caught fixing matches." He asked, "Wasn't he the one who killed Thor and took over the Coliseum?" "It was a pretty lucrative business, I must say." They were buddies, but he does not blame him for anything. After all, he himself killed his predecessor for the sake of power. On this street, it is the natural order of things. The next second, the head of the Coliseum came up to him, and putting a gun to his head, asked how the hell he knew all this. He replied that he better calm down if he did not want to end up like another Thor. He was indignant, and then sat back down in his seat and, waving his hand, said, "Screw it." He adjusted his glasses and asked, so all he wanted was a place in the arena for that guy. He analyzed the protagonist and noticed that his arms and legs were not even combat models, and his body was still organic. He would be crushed into a pancake in a matter of seconds. He could put him on the schedule, but did not he think it was fair to offer him anything in return? He replied that he knew where Tora hid his safe. He had his eye, right? He adjusted his glasses again and asked, where did he get such details? He was very curious about who he really was. He smiled slightly and replied, just a relic of a past, not worth worrying about. Alf added that if he wanted to observe, he would allocate a VIP seat, organize drinks and girls. He replied, Just drinks. The boy did not need special treatment. He just had to put his best fighters against him. The protagonist, looking at the instructor, thought he should learn from him. He was in complete control of the situation, and without lifting a finger he had everything he lacked. Sometime later, in the waiting room of the Coliseum, Kinwan said that the start was in 2 hours, so he could warm up for now. The protagonist approached him and asked what was in that safe of Thor's. Alice's behavior changed so abruptly. He looked at the tablet and answered that there were treasures hidden there that could change his life. The protagonist asked what he would do if he had to fight. He was surprised. Was he interested? He would tell him after he won the arena. After that, he turned the tablet to him and added, "Here is his opponent." On the screen was an image with the caption, "Gabriel, an iron fist." He added, "The Colosseum is teeming with corpses who are ready to stick illegal equipment into themselves, even if it reduces their life expectancy. This is probably one of those who does not care about their own future at all." The protagonist, looking at the image, noticed that it was a really crazy modification. The instructor added that in his current state, he can die from one hit. He should remember what he taught him. The basis of the artist's fighting style. He asked, "And what is it?" He waved his hand and answered, he should be content with what he has. He answered that he only knows that being content with something is sure to lose. Kinwan said, "Water does not lose. It just changes shape. The real potential lies within him. He has been watching him since he reflected bullets in the tests, without equipment that calculates the trajectory. By the way, he was extremely surprised when he asked to teach him, but, as a talented person, he came to the right place." Then he put his hand on his shoulder and MC, looking at it, said somehow a lot of baseless praise. He, smiling, said, "Well, of course, this may still be their last conversation." After a while, the lights came on over the arena. Alf said he dared to throw his first challenge to the Iron Fist himself. "Gabriel, will this boy be able to return home today?" "Oh, he is still just a baby. They will call him a good boy." The protagonist, walking forward, put his hands in his pockets and thought, "What a lousy nickname." He approached the arena and the spectators in the stands shouted, "Who brought this empty shell here? It seems he is looking for death, and he would not mind watching a bloody massacre." Inspiring. The dark side of a person always thirsts for someone's blood. These are the desires that brought him to this arena. They clearly would not mind watching his limbs being torn off, or his face being disfigured. Not bad. To be honest, it was even good. He finally felt like he was back home. After that, he unbuttoned his sweater and, taking off the hood, thought, "So, how are they doing here at the bottom, idiots?" The protagonist could not remember the last time he allowed himself to behave like a child. Only twice a month did the Imperials show up in their pit with rations of food. Only the director of the orphanage often sold half of it to line his own pockets. And hunger was a common thing for an orphan. But even when he had to go hungry, he did not stop training. He read books from which dust fell, and then went to pick up pieces of iron as physical training. He remembered how several boys threw paper at him. One of them shouted, "Is he stupid or something?" And his comrade added, "Why is he wasting his strength? He will only get hungrier." He answered, "Hunger can be removed with force. The strong devours the weak." After that, he dealt with his offenders. He understood well how this world works. Only the strong get everything, and the weak should be contemned. After some time, one of the boys shouted, "Screw him, he is as second-rate as they are." And his comrade added, "If he had innate potential, he would have been placed in an orphanage for the gifted Nanchurasbovsatanki by Zazahilunas Fakukomos Jews. He would rot in this hole for the rest of his days anyway." The protagonist took a bite of his ration and thought, who cares about the whining of a loser? At the age of those, he successfully passed the aptitude test and was included in the list of potential trainees of the Imperial Guard. At 15, he was officially accepted into the ranks of trainees. Do they understand now? They can only dream of his life. He hopes that they will never meet again. Losers. Over the long period of internship, he managed to completely forget about this place. He thought that he would never return here again. The stands chanted Gabriel. He, looking at the protagonist, grinned. Was he really pitted against this guy? He definitely smoked something bad. But what difference does it make as long as they pay? Damn, he thought. Gabriel is an iron fist. Not only does he have different caliber things from different manufacturers, but also there is a complete lack of balance in the structure. His spine is twisted from overload. The part of the flesh that is constantly in contact with the metal is clearly inflamed. It seems that he can't even sleep sleep without painkillers, but he is strong. Gabriel came closer to his face and shouted, "What are you staring at, idiot?" "His body is modified for only one purpose, to be stronger," he added. "And he has a cute face. Does he not want to serve him at night?" The protagonist smiled and replied that he thinks that after today, he will definitely need a servant because he will him. His rival was indignant, and turning around said that he will gouge him into the ground until he starts begging to serve him. Then the boss of the Colosseum announced into the microphone, "Their version of the world of die or be killed begins. Will they crush the good boy, or will they witness his triumph?" The protagonist understood that his body was entirely made up of combat constructs, and his prostheses were far from combat ready. The killing show begins. This meant that, if he missed even one blow, he would die instantly. The next second, his opponent swung his huge iron fist and hit the ground. Because MC managed to jump to the side, he swung his leg and hit his opponent in the face. In response, he only grinned ticklish. He thought with his normal equipment, he would have punched his head in long ago. After that, he moved away from his opponent and thought that the arena was quite compact, so he would not be able to dodge for long. Gabriel continued to strike with his hand, but the protagonist still successfully dodged. He thought that all his attacks were lethal, and they almost did not damage him. And the audience was also slightly discouraging. The audience was screaming, "RT, he's not playing catch-up here. He has to die. She wants to see a real fight. He has to smash his head." Gabriel, this is the situation he found himself in. For what purpose did Kinwan bring him here? He remembered their conversation and thought, being content with what he can do, wishing for what he does not have now will not help. No amount of begging will make a weapon fall from the sky. No matter how insignificant his strength, he must cope with what he has. Kinwan took the prosthetic limbs, but left the prosthetic eye. So he originally wanted him to overcome Gabriel not in strength. He found himself next to his opponent and thought, accepting the given. Arcee's fighting style is based on using the given to the fullest. Gabriel's fists are like destructive cannons. A slight twitch at shoulder level is the trigger signal. His vision is cylindrical, and the arm length limits the range of the strike. All this significantly extends the time of defeat. Compared to the same shot, this trajectory is obvious. The next second, the opponent's fist was very close to his face. The audience froze in anticipation. Kinwan thought, brilliant, Luca. He owns the artist's fighting style thanks to his own talent. He must show him his potential. At this moment, Gabriel was approaching him. The audience shouted, "What is he giving in to a child? He should just smear him, dumbass." The protagonist's concentration was sharpened to the limit. It was so good that he could completely predict his attacks. Will he be able to pull off that very thing? The next second, he grabbed Gabriel's hand and kicked his leg, and thereby spun in the air. His opponent flew further and fell to the ground. When the protagonist added a kick to the face, he laughed and thought it was exciting. So, this is how Kinwan saw him. Then Gabriel stood up and said that he did not know what kind of tricks he was using anymore, but his worthless attacks would not work on him. He swung his fist and sent it forward, grazing the protagonist's cheek. It hit the wall behind him. Luca grabbed his chin and pulled him away, asking, does he think it won't work? Even if he lacks pure strength, he makes up for it with something else. He then pushed off the ground and found himself above his opponent. He grabbed his head with both hands and then turned it around. After that, he landed on the ground, and thought they can wait for his death as long as they want, but he does not care. The spectators looked at him in confusion, and he turned around and declared that he would continue to climb up until their words became inaudible. He turned to his fallen opponent and pulled up his hood, thinking that, if this were a real fight in the field, with many variables, he would hardly be able to concentrate so well. Only because it was a given and stable environment, he could afford to concentrate on predicting his movements. After that, he walked to the exit, and thought that he had to admit, Kinwan was a great teacher. The instructor stood near the wall, and folding his arms remarked, "Good job, good boy. Welcome to the basics of Eris Vítima." MC walking forward said that he realized that accepting reality did not mean defeat. After that, Kinwan handed him a chip, and told him to take it. He asked, "Payment chips?" They also paid for the fight. He said of course they did not. These were Gabriel's hospital bills. He should give him the money. Sometimes it was nice to be generous, at least as long as he was not made a fool of. The protagonist replied that he did not recall wanting to become a benefactor, only a warrior and a soldier. The instructor placed his hand on his head and said that he was rather naive in terms of building interpersonal relationships. The kindness in question was not charity, but an investment. It was better to build an image for the future in order to benefit from it, just as he had justified his investment in Thor today. He should not forget that being able to benefit from the environment was also a trait of a good soldier. The protagonist was deeply mistaken about Kinwan. He thought that he was teaching him because he was impressed by his talent and felt a kindred spirit in him, since they both had climbed from the bottom. But this was a superficial judgment. He was going to justify his investment in him in a way that he could not refuse. After some time, the doctor looked at the indicators near Gabriel and said that it seemed that his body's indicators were incompatible with this cybernetic equipment. The expenditure of forces in such quantities could cause paralysis and many other problems. He recommends replacing the body model with a Zionic Lindell number 9, he shouted. This is the newest model. He can't afford one. He decided to rip him off completely. Other guys can walk around with Garotech without any problems. The doctor adjusted his glasses and replied, these people hardly installed so many incompatible modifications as he did. If he had paid even a little attention to compatibility, the older models would have fit. Okay, he stuck in everything he could buy. He replied, he was poor. The doctor agreed and suggested limiting himself to only new limbs that fit his budget. He added, only combat models, please. The doctor said that was impossible. His funds would only be enough for good, but not combat prosthetics. Gabriel sat up and shouted, damn it. Does he have any idea how much he spent on modifications? At that moment, MEC entered the room and asked how he was doing. Gabriel, he was glad that he was full of energy as always. Gabriel shouted angrily, good boy. Oh, he is an idiot. Ye will kill him. Ye will definitely kill him. He must remember his word. The protagonist approached his face and snapping said that he had warned him before the battle that he would make him a. Gabriel was indignant, and he thought, well, then he remembered the instructor's words and thought that he instinctively began to laugh. Then he approached the doctor and said, this model he mentioned, Zionic Lindell number 9. He held out the chip forward and asked, is this enough to pay? The doctor, looking at it, adjusted her glasses and replied that it was enough. Gabriel, perplexed, shouted, what is he doing? He asked, what does it look like? He pays the bills. Gabriel was indignant. Why on earth should he pay his bills? He answered, I just wanted to, he shouted. So, a good boy is not just a nickname. Or is this the condescension of the winner? What is his name? The protagonist answered, Luca. And he said, if he needs anything he only has to say, he will return this debt. Luca. The protagonist thought, well, this is not such an unpleasant feeling. Sometime later in the training hall of Akertia, Ella jumped up and swinging his leg tried to attack the protagonist, but he put out his hand, blocking his attack with his leg. After that, he turned his comrade in the air and threw him to the ground, grabbed his ribs, and after a while he crouched down next to him and asked if the instructor Kinino would really teach him his Addis style. He confirmed it, his comrade said, but usually all sorts of bandits use all sorts of tricks, like pieces of glass between their fingers or dirt in the enemy's face. The protagonist said that he understands. It is hard to believe, but the instructor explained a lot to him. He said, yeah, he can't compete with him in a fistfight anymore. The protagonist added, but he is the only trainee who will not avoid fighting him. He thought the experience of the Colosseum clearly showed him that his ideas about fighting in Korn are wrong. Was as if all the techniques he had honed so far turned into tiny but precious nuggets of knowledge. Eli looked at him out of the corner of his eye and thought that he was so happy today. Then he asked if he was not busy. Could he help him? He answered, of course. Sometime later, in the training barracks of the Imperial Guard, Aertia, the guest room, they were sitting at the table. His comrade innocently looked away, and MC called him. In response, he apologized and said that their family had always been on good terms with the Ramones. He could not refuse. Lillian sat next to him and said, it seems she sent enough requests to visit. Why is he avoiding her? He answered, because he was not interested. He hoped that she would take this as a refusal. Ella awkwardly scratched his cheek and said, it could have been softer. The protagonist told him to shut up. The situation was driving him crazy. Lillian asked why he did not like her so much. He took a sip of his drink and replied that he did not have time to meet women. Unlike them, an orphan like him had nowhere to go back to if he was thrown out. She said that in that case, getting closer to her would only bring him benefits, right? He looked at her and replied. It seemed to him that she did not understand Lilian. If he relied on her power as an aristocrat, then at any moment he could lose everything at her whim. He preferred the power he gained through his own labor. She noticed that it was strange to hear this from someone who was quite close to an aristocrat. He replied that he communicated with Ilay because he was someone he could trust to have his back in battle. His friend, the power of the Kara clan, had nothing to do with it. She asked, so he would not give her a chance, right? He took another sip of his drink and then stood up from his seat and said unfortunately he hoped they would not see each other again. After that, he headed for the exit, and his comrade ran after him and called out, and asked why he was so harsh. He replied that she would have continued to cling to him if he was soft with her. Ela said that was true, but did he really dislike Lilian that much? They could have at least gone on a few dates. The protagonist looked at him and said the problem is that he does not see a single reason for her interest. Does she want to get close to a lowly guy just because of Claude's dying words? He feels like she is up to something. He put his hand in front of him and said, to put it simply, he is afraid because he does not understand the reasons. He thinks he should take it a little easier. He is sure. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist asked, he likes this girl, does not he? He asked in surprise, where did he get that from? He answered, you can tell by his look, size, and his increased activity. She thought that Archie's victim opens his eyes to many things. Then he added, he already said he is not interested. If he likes her, he should throw away unnecessary worries and act in his own interests. He turned to the door and said that it is impossible for him, Luca. After a while, MC sat in a meditative pose and thought meditation training. It is necessary to remain calm no matter what. Then he turned to the instructor who was sitting next to him and asked him to tell him what he would do if a fight broke out in the Coliseum boss's office. He answered that he would tell if he won. Then there were armed bandits inside and outside the office. The protagonist still has not figured out how to get out of there unscathed without any weapons. What would the instructor do? He said that the first thing he would probably do is hide under the table. The protagonist was surprised and said, but Alf and his guards had weapons. If he hit, he could miss the chance to strike. He replied that he just knew that he would consider it an opportunity to neutralize them, even if he took a few bullets. He asked if he was not there, or if he decided to run. The instructor replied that he should give up. He would definitely try to take ALF hostage and seize his weapon, would not he? Considering how aggressively he trains, he already imagined how he would deal with each of them, but he should know, even if he took him hostage, they would both just be shot. Bosses change down there with a snap of the fingers. He would just give them a convenient opportunity to change the leader. But of course, as soon as they turned their attention to him, he would deal with them and escape with him through the secret passage. MC turned his gaze to him and thought. Not only did he predict his actions, but he also found an escape route. The scope of his thoughts was truly incomprehensible. After that, the instructor stood up and added, translated from a language that is no longer spoken, Aries means a penetrating gaze. Arcee's victim uses all the capabilities of his brain to expand his perception. He must remember this. The protagonist standing up said, so the problem is not that accelerating the thought process to the limit gives side effects, he shouted, but that if he dons the Legion, Ari's victim will become inaccessible to him. Kinwan smiled and noticed, and he is smart. He thought he would need at least a couple more months to figure this out. As soon as the protagonist becomes an Imperial Guard, he will be granted the Legion. No one can wear Legion, a fully mechanical armor created with the best technology in the Empire all the time. This technology connects brain signals of a wide spectrum to a special processor that ensures the transmission. At the same time, all the resources of the brain are used, which means that there will be no resources left in the brain for Ares Victima. Kinwan deliberately hid this from him. Knowing his reaction in advance, he clenched his fist and said that if he knew that it would be useless in Legion, he would not have wasted time on training. It was his own fault that he was so slow. The instructor, smiling, asked, so that is all. He thanked him for his lessons, instructor, and headed for the exit. Kinwan, looking after him, told him to come back if he changed his mind. MC leaving, thought, damn. Sometime later, he was in the office of Hemlas, who said that 3 months had already passed. He was a little busy, so there was no time to meet with the trainees. The protagonist thought it was because of the rebellion, just like Ella said. The commander asked how he was doing. He replied that he was training on his own since there was no mission. Hemla folded his hands in front of his face and said, That is right. He has not been given a mission for a long time, although he is good enough to act. The protagonist thanked him. And then he added, by the way, he heard rumors that he often practiced with instructor Quinoa. He thought, is that why he called him? Perhaps the higher UPS already know everything from his exploits in the lower sector to his participation in illegal battles. Hemless asked, did he want to learn Ars Victima from Quinoa? Right? He replied that it was no longer the case. He said to give him a chance to guess. He left on his own, right? The protagonist asked in return, how did he know? He replied, Ars Victima is incompatible with the Legion, so it is not practiced in the ranks of the Imperial Guard. But he himself understood that, right? Quinoa immediately filters out the incapable, and those who are capable are disappointed from understanding the futility of such training. Therefore, he still remains the only supporter of Ars Victima in the Imperial Guard. MC asked, does he want him to continue training with him? He answered frankly, he is more interested in maintaining good relations with him. And for this purpose continuing the training is a good excuse. It is an order, the protagonist thought. Does the chief centurion suspect Quinoa of something? But why such attention to a retired soldier? He cannot ask. His life may be in danger if he finds out the details. After that, he answered that he understood. He will continue training Ars Victima. Hemless added, Luca, he is watching him closely. He should take this into account. After all, he is a high-flying bird. After a while, Tinwan looked at the toy in his hand and without turning around said that he did not expect him to come back so soon. The protagonist remained silent, he added, but he himself said that he could change his mind, so there was nothing to ask. The protagonist thanked him. He thought that he would not teach him, but he turned out to be quite accommodating. Then he asked, and what business did they have in the lower sector today? He asked in response, did children in their time still like such things? He said that when he was younger, he often hung over these counters. After that, he turned to the owner, but he continuing to read the newspaper told them to look for something themselves, if they needed anything. He had no idea which of the toys was which. Kenan asked, can he have everything? They will be delivered themselves, right? The owner shouted in surprise, everything. The protagonist, perplexed, thought, why would he buy all these toys? After a while, they were standing near the gate of the 47th shelter of the lower sector, and he asked, this is the shelter, right? The instructor responded by telling him to bring the box inside and then he should go on break. Then Gabriel, holding the boxes in his hands, called him and shouted, did he seriously call him to do this crap? He said that he understood. What does he look like, an errand boy? MC went up to him and answered. He himself told him to contact. The seller refused to deliver here, so he really helped out. He objected. Actually, he meant more significant help, like a fight with a gang. Does he understand? The protagonist, smiling, said he does not need his combat help. Stupid, he replied. That is of course true. But the protagonist looked at him and thought his new spinal implant straightened his body a little. The waste of money was not in vain. And then he asked, by the way, who is that guy? He is so shady that even Aleph did not get involved with him. Surely there must be something known about him. The protagonist said that in his place he would not meddle in this matter, unless of course his head is dear. He thought perhaps Kinwen grew up in this orphanage. He does not see any other reasons for charity. After that, happy children ran up to them. One of them thanked the handsome boy and added in the ugly Uncle Gabriel clicked his tongue in satisfaction. Then he saw how the guys were holding on to one box and trying to tear it out of the hands of a friend, shouting that it belonged to him. What rascals! He took it first. The protagonist thought, yes, he needs to win it back by force. It will never be fair. So, if he wants something, he must stand stronger. Unfortunately, this world is not rich enough to make everyone happy. At that moment, the instructor came up to him and pointing his finger behind him, offered to talk. They stopped near the fence, and he said that he sometimes drops into the lower sectors. Surely, the shelter does not owe much, but judging by the round face of the director, he does an excellent job of stealing supplies. The protagonist asked, did he grow up here? He answered that he had long forgotten such details of the past. He just sometimes looks into shelters if he is nearby. Maybe he even visited his MC, thought that in this form, Queen Anne looked more like a retired soldier, an old warrior deprived of his former glory with a crippled nervous system that is no longer able to withstand the overload caused by massive brain damage. In the future, he can become the same, that is, if he survives. Then the instructor said that he will come straight to the point, who gave him the order to return to him. Captain Hemla, the protagonist, looked away from him and asked what he meant. He thought that he should not look him in the eyes. To Kinoa's eyes, every false whisper was a clue. How did he even know that this was an order from the chief centurion? How many things had he already uncovered? If he really was hiding something dangerous, something so important that the chief centurion would present a spy to him, he could eliminate him right then and there. Kinoan turned to him and told him to calm down. If he wanted to live, if he attacked him with all his might, it would be difficult for him to resist him without killing him. The protagonist replied that he was a soldier of the Empire. That was all he could tell him. The instructor added that he knew so little that he did not even know who he should join. He put his hand on his shoulder and added that he did not blame him. It was natural for a soldier to follow orders from above. He really was the perfect soldier the Empire needed. When he first came to him, did he really think he did it of his own free will? Their higher-ups stirred even when he demonstrated an accurate trajectory prediction without any equipment. After all, finally there was a person who could study Ares Victima just like him. He was sure that he came to study with him of his own free will to become stronger after that incident with the servants of Kor. But this was just an outcome carefully planned by the Imperials. The protagonist thought that he should not let his words confuse him. He met a formidable enemy on that mission, and he needed to become stronger, so he went through all the instructors and chose the most suitable one. It was his personal decision. Then he said that he made a choice. Kinoan said, "Every person in this world is someone's slave, whether he knows it or not. Surely now he is running from the truth. After all, he is still young." Then he went in the opposite direction and told him to go back and he can report everything to Hemla if he wants. MC did not believe the instructor's words, but as he said, it was the chief centurion who wanted him to continue studying Ares Victima. He must not doubt the Empire. Voices were heard in his head. They only wanted success. He must not listen to his words. He must not overthink it. He must not doubt. But even his thirst for success was not his own will. Then sometime later in the simulation training room, the protagonist sat on a bench clutching his head, thinking that he had failed to report what had happened to the chief centurion Hemlas. If he had done so, he would have been tortured with psychological tests for possible defeat by a dangerous ideology. Considering how confused he was sure his scores would have been lower than before, and the Empire does not forgive those who do not share its interests. At worst, he would be demoted from the military to the working class. Kinoan probably knew that he was too doubtful to report. If he wants to convey, he needs to be prepared for subsequent psychological testing. For this, he needs to meet with. The next second, the capsule opened. Ella, clenching his teeth, breathing heavily, he stepped out of a capsule and then raised his hand up, caught the bottle that the protagonist threw him and said, "And he is progressing." He saw him in a completely different light. He replied, "Countless defeats made him stronger." Then he walked up to him and added, "So he came all this way to cheer up his friend." He was flattered. He replied, "Of course, he had a favor to ask." He clicked his tongue in irritation. And then they stopped near the bench and MC, looking at him, said, "He once said that aristocrats can pay for their places." He replied that it was a well-known secret. Although even after training, incompetence will not cope with anything. Luca asked him how he even passed the psychological testing at the preliminaries. If he had a secret way, he should let him in on it. He asked back, "He knows how dangerous this request is, right?" He asked next to him, and replied that he checked. "No one is here, and he is signing up for this, for the Empire." Ella said he will not ask why he needed this, as he probably understood there is a way. He asked, "What is it?" He answered, "It seems there is no choice." He needs to create an ideal dummy for others, and hide his real personality deep inside himself. In fact, they all hide some part of their personality deep inside themselves, and this will help pass the psychological test. The protagonist looked at him and asked, "What is he talking about?" Smiling, he raised his index finger and replied, "He needs to look. There are cases of memory loss as a result of a traumatic event. He just needs to do it consciously." MC asked, "Is this even possible?" "Hell, he thinks he would not have told about it if it was impossible." Ella added, "Their brains live in conditions of constant shocks. If he continues to act like a loyal soldier, it will somehow leave an imprint on his personality." 2 months before the preliminaries, he offered up prayers of praise to the Emperor every day as soon as he woke up, copying his father's behavior. Roughly speaking, the only problem is that his real self can suffer if he uses this technique for a long time. He can even lose himself. The protagonist asked, how did he even think of such a thing? He thought, if the method is really so simple, then he does not even need to pretend. He will continue to act as before, like someone who always gets the highest score, even on a psychological test. He will become who he was before meeting Kenan and Ella. His comrade added, he does not know what he is planning, but he must be careful. Everything related to psychological testing is an extremely dangerous thing. The protagonist said that he never thought that the day would come when he would hear such a thing from him. The next second, a call icon appeared in front of them and he thought, what a bad time. After some time, the MC and the instructor went to the lower sector. He, turning to the protagonist, said that today they have practice. And it is quite simple. What a kosher building the bandits have built for themselves. The protagonist, looking at him, thought, even after that day, he teaches him as if nothing happened, as if there was no conversation in the shelter. And because of this, he feels even more uneasy. Kinwan raised 2 fingers and said that he has 20 seconds. He must kill all the bandits inside. He stopped near the door and replied that he understood. After that, he put his hand to the device. Then, squeezing his hand, broke it. After that, he went inside. One of the men looked at him perplexedly, and getting up from the couch, approached him, asking what he needed. He does not pull on a visitor, the protagonist thought. So, one idiot immediately approached with a gun in his pocket, and 3 more armed thugs. It seems that this guy is their leader. Someone's presence is also felt from the bathroom. The man added, he did not plan to open children's skulls early in the morning, but what can you do? Such is life. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist sharply hit him in the stomach, from which he flew up. MC clenched his fist and said, great. Lately, he worries too much. He should let off some steam. The man was slammed into the ceiling. The force of the blow made him drop his gun, and his comrades looked at him in shock, immediately took out their weapons and aimed at Luca. Meanwhile, he caught the fallen gun and then immediately opened fire, disarming several of them. The leader of these bandits jumped up from his seat and shot at him several times, but all the bullets flew past, and Luca said that he was aiming poorly. He could not even believe that such inexperienced people dared to engage in murder. He pointed the gun at him and fired, and then the door to the toilet swung open, and a bandit appeared on the threshold, pulling up his pants. He asked what was going on here and why they were making noise, and immediately fell silent when he saw the chaos in the room. MC pointed the gun at him and said that if he were in his place, he would pretend to be dead. It is a pity to lose such expensive limbs. The guy looked at his taser and then got fried by the current, and Luca went to the toilet. He had a feeling that there was someone in there. When he opened the doors, he saw a naked, tied-up girl inside and his face distorted with rage. Now it was clear what that thug was doing here. He came out to Kinwan with the girl in his arms, and he noted with a smile that he did it in almost 20 seconds. He did a good job. He clapped for him, and the MC turned around saying that he wanted to finish off these idiots. Kinwan told him not to get carried away. Any unnecessary interference could disrupt the local order. They were guests here. Anyway, this world is full of people who lack the strength to protect themselves. He, like no one else, knows what usually happens to them, right? He remained silent and looked down at the girl. She suffered such a fate because she was unable to fight. While he desperately fought for the strength to never be in her place, he would have classified her as a rabble of scum who did not appreciate the opportunities provided by the Empire. But at that moment, he felt disgust only at this unfair system of their society. Hinwan continued to lead him to the lower sector, pushing him into battles without any prior information. He did not do this to teach him how to win. The lesson was to think about how to handle the situation he found himself in. Of course, assessing the capabilities of the enemy was a basic part of battle, but he needed to go further, analyze the environment, and come up with the most effective plan of action. Kinan continued to send him into battle without saying a word. One day, they walked into a workshop where a girl named Gilda greeted them. Kinwan asked her to make him a cup of coffee, like in the good old days, with a layer of butter, and she asked Luca what he wanted. He also wanted coffee, but without the butter. and then asked Kinuan if there was any need to drop by her workshop. He said that this was the girl he had saved. Wasn't he proud to see how hard she was trying? Looking at her, he remembered that he had recently rescued this girl from the hands of bandits. After listening to her story, he learned that she had been kidnapped and subjected to every conceivable and unimaginable horror for 6 months. But fortunately her mind had held up, and she was able to return to her everyday life. And the reason she had been kidnapped was because a friend of hers was hiding near her house from a gang he owed money to. The bandits had simply broken in and kidnapped her, and the friend who had caused all this to happen was already a corpse. They sat down at the table, and Kinuan told him that she was from an orphanage, and that she was quite gifted in mechanical engineering. So, he had decided to sponsor her education. But it was anonymous, so that she would not find out about it. He asked if they had known each other from the beginning, but his question remained unanswered. Gabriel entered the workshop and asked Luca in surprise if he was there too. He called out to Gilda and asked her to pour him a beer, and she remarked that his nervous system was already suffering from overload. Maybe he should not drink alcohol. After they saved Gilda, Kinuan introduced her to Gabriel. They agreed on a mutually beneficial partnership. She became his mechanic, and he became her bodyguard. MC looked up at Gabriel and advised him to listen to his mechanic, and he grumbled discontentedly that it was just beer. The coffee was ready. The girl put it on the table, and Gabriel, leaning towards Luca, asked if he was the one wandering around the city, stirring up hornets' nests. What was he thinking about? The gang leaders were already ganging up on him. They were planning to do something. Even if they wanted to, he would not even guarantee Gilda's safety. Kinuan said that he should not worry about it. They won't be here anytime soon. Gilda asked how long they will be gone, and he said a couple of months, maybe a couple of years. MC frowned and realized that it seemed like soon they would not be able to go down to the lower sector at all. He can't even come here of his own free will. The overseers do not allow the trainees to go outside the base alone. Maybe today is the last time he sees them. Even after those terrible events, Gilda was able to come to terms with reality and even started working, and Gabriel continued his risky work in his field. He decided to take a sip of coffee and mentally told himself that he should not feel sorry for them. Not being able to come here again might be the best outcome in his current situation. Time passed. He came to the chief centurion's office and reported everything to him. Himmler noticed that Kinuan was still acting up. He became a trainee at a fairly late age. Usually someone like him would not even be given the chance, but sometimes even the empire has to settle for scum. It was a rather turbulent time after all. Even he did not fully understand what kind of person Kinuan was. When he first started, he was already a key figure in the Imperial Guard. He guessed that he specialized in covert secret operations. Luca was slightly surprised and thought so. The records about him were inaccessible even to the chief centurion. Himmler said that in any case it was true that Kinuan had taken a liking to him. He had sent trainees to him before, but they had not lasted long. He was exceptional, but at the same time, he was highly vulnerable to negative influence. He would assign him a psychological test, let him try to pass it normally. MC bowed his head agreeing to this, and Himmler covered his face with his hand, and frankly told him that there were only 2 outcomes for the trainees assigned to this mission. Some were eliminated for the sake of secrecy. Others were transferred straight to the ranks of the Imperial Guard. As a reward, he really hopes that he will go the second way. He told him that he will simply follow the orders that are given to him. If the operation is successful, then he believes that he will put in a good word for him. The commander grinned at his words and said that if he shows good results, then he will personally promote him. To be more precise, he will even adopt him. Luca Castoria. Sounds great. The man laughed, but he was very surprised, and this thought did not leave him even during the testing. The chief centurion is going to make him a member of his family. The Castoria family is one of the most privileged in the empire. The android said that the psychological testing was starting, and he agreed with a smile. The android recorded the joy on his face and asked if something good happened. He told him that it was none of his business and suggested that he start the test quickly. Meanwhile, Ella was practicing his punches on the punching bag. He threw a few quick punches and then a swinging kick, completely ignoring his fatigue and the sweat pouring down his body. Clenching his hand into a fist, he threw another punch, but this time it was much stronger. At this point, he decided to end his training and stopped to catch his breath. And, after he calmed down a bit, he sat down on a bench and greased his hand. Luca sat down next to him and noted that it seemed like he had trained until his joint was completely worn out. The guy did not answer him and tried to move his hand, asking if he had passed the psychological testing. Was he really the Ella he knew? He confirmed it, and added that it was thanks to him. After which he asked what was going on with him, let him know if there was anything he could do to help. I told him that he was not ready to tell him yet, but that he would soon ask for his help. MC remained silent and looked at him, and after a short pause said that if he felt in danger during the fight he would definitely help him even if he had to risk his own life. He smiled and thanked him. As he said, he would tell him everything soon. He hoped that everything would not be as he thought. Luca thought that he would be lying if he said that he was not interested in what kind of help he wanted to ask for, but he would not try to find out either. Now that he had successfully passed the psychological test and earned the trust of the chief centurion, his goal had changed, and he intended to become the son of the Castoria family. At that time only this thought took over his mind. Soon the chief centurion gathered everyone and announced that from now on, they would act under the leadership of a special military unit. Their goal is to suppress the rebels who have risen up against the empire. The rebel forces are made up of 3 families led by the Ramon's family. MC was very surprised when he heard the name and immediately looked at his friend and remembered Lilian Ramones. He began to understand what Ella wanted to ask him. After that, they boarded the high-speed train and set off. Luca introduced himself to the soldiers. He currently leads the 21 Stones platoon of the Suppression Army, and everyone immediately saluted him. He did not think they would appoint a trainee to the position of platoon leader. Do their commanders really intend to use the rebellion as a training tool? Anyway, the platoon is divided into 2 squads consisting of 27 people in total. In this squad, his assistant is the deputy platoon commander, Sergeant Cadra. Considering his inexperience, the Suppression Army is mostly made up of seasoned veterans, and each of them is aware that they are a tool for training the trainee. This means that they are unlikely to welcome orders from a superior whose skills they do not particularly trust. But despite this, he will have to act as a leader and give them orders. But how is he going to do it? He has 2 options to choose from. The first is to leave everything to Sergeant Cadra. Even if he gives an incomprehensible order, he will sort it out. This is the most obvious choice in this situation. And the second way is to nip the resistance in the bud with brute force. He stated that he is the boss here, so he demands unquestioning obedience to his orders. Any disobedience will be punished. After his words, the soldiers became angry, but they restrained themselves from speaking out, and then Sergeant Cadra put his hand on his shoulder asking him to talk to him alone. But MC immediately grabbed his hand and he threw it aside, asking, does he dare touch a superior without permission? Does he take him for an idiot because of his age? The sergeant's comrades caught him, and Luca approached them, saying that he was from the lower sector like the rest of them. He was an orphan from an orphanage with a double-digit score, very young, but they knew why there was such a big difference in their social status. Because he was immeasurably superior to all of them, they would soon realize that themselves. He was the best platoon leader they had ever met. Kodak looked at him nervously, then stood up and admitted his mistake, promising him that he would be more polite from now on. MC turned away from them and glanced at him, thinking that he was adapting quickly. He immediately realized that he was not looking for the easy way out. Soon they arrived at an Imperial Army outpost near the enemy fort, and all the trainees gathered in one room. When Ella found out what his friend had done, he tiredly touched his face and asked, did he lose his temper and hit one of the squad members? He explained to him that he simply noticed that his assistant was going to treat him like a child, and Delay noted that they were children in their eyes. Luca said that his subordinates would disregard him if he was so nice. After that, the lights went out and everyone fell silent. It was time for the announcement. Hemla decided to skip all the formalities, and displaying a shrine of a mystical civilization on a hologram behind him, said that the rebels had settled there. Now the magical fortress was under their complete control. The area was limited by a barrier, it was domed and extremely dense, so it served as a kind of protection. Magic turrets were also spotted, ready to shoot down any air targets. There were only 5 of these turrets. The 11th Armored Brigade was tasked with destroying them. The rest of the army would have to attack from different sides. MC thought that the armored brigades were completely clad in all mechanical armor. The Empire had deployed a lot of forces to suppress the uprising. The chief centurion informed them that the operation was starting at 2 p.m., which was an hour and 30 minutes away, so they should be ready by then. After that, everyone dispersed in different directions, and Luca and Ilay found a secluded place to talk. MC said that he expected this, but their role was just support. His friends said that it was obvious they did not want them to die like that. So Luca asked, "Then how was this different from a picnic?" Ella noted that he was grumbling, just like an inveterate warrior, and then he fell silent and looked down, collecting his thoughts. After a short pause, he looked up at his friend with a pitiful look, and before he could say anything, he asked, "Is this about the Ramones?" "Right. They may be close, but there is nothing they can do now. If he stood up for those accused of treason, then even his family would not be able to save him." He said that he had no illusions, but if he had a chance, he would at least like to save Lillian. His friend asked him if he loved her so much that he was willing to risk his life. He told him that she was his first love, but he no longer felt that way. Then the MC came closer and pointed an irritated finger at him, asking if he was trying to set him up with his first love. The guy said that she never wanted to marry an aristocrat, and Luca angrily ordered him to pull himself together. He had not paid attention to his antics before, but this was going too far. Trying to save Lillian was incredibly dangerous, and he would be executed on the spot if caught. He walked away and told him not to even think about doing something stupid, and to consider this a warning. Ella said indifferently that he understood everything and then left. He looked at him with concern that Aries' victim had immediately made him recognize the lie. That idiot was still planning to save Lillian. It does not matter if he accepts it or not, but for his sake she has to die. He hopes it will happen in the middle of all this chaos. He will even pray that she will never cross paths with Alai alive. He desperately wants that. It is time to leave for the mission. As they rode towards the fortress, he looked at his helmet and thought, "The most important thing in the body is the head and the chest. As long as these two areas are intact, the Empire soldiers will not die. As long as you can breathe and the blood feeds your brain, the Empire will bring you back to life." Using cybernetics technology, he was distracted from his thoughts by Quadra. He said that he was well aware of his abilities. He carefully studied his characteristics from his superiors. He would like to tell him that when they enter the battle, he should listen to his words. He has served the Empire for 10 years now. His words are not without meaning. He may not be as talented as him, but his skills are also worthwhile. Luca told him not to worry about it. He listens to anyone if their opinion is reasonable. The sergeant bowed his head and thanked him, after which the vehicles with the squad stopped not far from the barrier. The doors opened. The armored brigade with all mechanical armorants came out first. MC looked at them. Their job was to knock out the turrets, and then it was their turn to attack. The brigade commander ordered to open fire, after which everyone rose into the air and headed for the dome at high speed. They approached it from all sides and began to circle, and then the turrets locked onto the targets and began to gather energy. Noticing the bright light, the Myrmidon opened the compartment and dropped the flares. And at the same moment, the turret fired a laser beam, and he was able to dodge. Another shot rang out. He flew under the laser beam, then opened the upper compartment and fired many missiles into the dome, after which several loud explosions were heard. Black smoke rose with flames blazing inside, and when it calmed down, 2 red eyes flashed in the black cloud. The armored brigade emerged from the smoke screen and approached the dome. Now the turret could aim again. It fired, but missed. And then the Myrmidon sped up and rammed his spear into the dome with all his might, causing cracks to appear along it. And then his comrades joined him. They had successfully broken through the fortress's defenses and entered inside. Now everything depended only on whether they could neutralize the turrets. If they failed, their battle would take place in much worse conditions. According to the calculations of the strategy simulator, the approximate time required to destroy the turrets was minute after the invasion. If the Myrmidon squad failed, the suppression forces would be forced to enter as is and pay the appropriate price for it. That was why everyone was on edge now. Soon, the armored brigade reported that the turrets had been neutralized. They were moving on to the next stage of the operation. Everyone was very happy with this news. The battlefield is a brutal and dangerous place, but it is also a place where a man can enjoy the rush of adrenaline. Lucas smirked and thought that, to be honest, he liked it. He is the kind of person who is driven by ambition and the excitement of such events. He would have gone crazy a long time ago without all this. He stood up thinking that it was his turn to test his strength, and told the soldiers that it was time to go. The plan is to attack from different sides at the same time. The authorities deliberately clear every room so that not a single rebel can escape. The underground tunnels of the magical fortress are like a maze. Even the paths they are familiar with go hundreds of meters deep. They have a map made by the expedition that explored the ruins of the fortress, but the rebels may have modified it so they should not rely on it. Avoiding the explosions, they approached the fortress, and MC running to the entrance of the tunnel said that they probably narrowed the tunnels to the underground room, so that the myrmidons could not get through. They were inside, but they acted extremely carefully. Luca looked around the corner and, having checked that the front was clear, took off his helmet and said that he would go first from here. Kodak said that this was a dangerous move in such a place. The likelihood of ambushes and traps was very high. He turned around and asked, is he afraid that they won't be able to handle the consequences if he dies? His second in command honestly confirmed this, and then he put his helmet back on, declaring that he did not care what would happen after his death. He did not care if their pay was cut. He rushed forward and ordered them to follow him, and his squad members nervously called him an idiot. He could already feel the chills running down his spine, as if they were already aiming for his back. But now was not the time to worry about that. He had to find and eliminate Lilian before she met up with Ella. He was probably already in the tunnels himself, just entering from the other side. If he wanted to get rid of the army tail, he would also go for a breakthrough. He could also waste his people, but he could not let his personal feelings take the lives of loyal soldiers, so he would face the risks himself face to face. As he ran forward, he noticed a turret sticking out of the ceiling, and the sergeant called out to him in concern, but he was able to quickly deal with the danger. With a swing of his blade, he knocked down the turret and continued on his way. Using the Archie's fighting style, he sharpened his senses to the limit: sight, hearings, touch, smell, and even taste. Catching traces of chemicals in the air with his tongue, he received tons of information, and so with the help of his senses, he continued to eliminate all the traps in his path, which greatly surprised the soldiers. He feels how his arteries expand under the crazy rhythm of his heart. The flow of blood continuously delivers glucose to his brain. The pressure on the brain allows him to go beyond the limits of reason. The soldiers have long been behind, and he thought that he was so tired of all this. He was angry that they were so slow. He really wanted to punch Kodak in the face. He knew in theory, but now he felt it on his skin. Long-term use of Archie's Victima causes increasing damage to his brain. Soon he reached the door, behind which the rebels were waiting for him, and were very nervous. Sensing the impending danger, he kicked the door down, knocking down one of the enemies. They watched their flying comrade in fear, and then turned their gaze to the enemy and took aim. Before he could get any closer, they opened fire on him, and then he started swinging his sword at lightning speed, deflecting all the bullets, and then stopped. The rebels opened fire again, and he zigzagged his way closer to them and dealt with the one who was standing closest. His head flew off his shoulders, and he kicked it, throwing it at another rebel. A bloody mark appeared on his forehead. This blow stunned him for a few seconds, and MC took advantage of this to finish him off. The last of the rebels fired a rocket at him in rage, and he froze watching it. As it approached, he swung his sword, cutting it in two, and there was an explosion. Flames flared up in the shape of wings behind his back, and the soldier was terrified by this sight. He was engulfed in smoke, and a second later 2 red eyes flashed in the gray cloud. Luca approached him, and while he was screaming in fear, he delivered the fatal blow. By this time, his subordinates had caught up with him and were now watching the blood splatter. MC turned to them and asked the sergeant why they were taking so long. They needed to move on, but let them try to keep up. Soon, they encountered resistance. The rebels blocked the passage and opened fire while they were hiding around the corner. Luca carefully looked out and thought that he had never imagined that there would be such vast rooms underground. It seemed that their main line of defense was here, but he had already gone too far. It would not be difficult to intercept the fleeing aristocrats here. He took out a drone and sent it out to scout. It flew into the center of the room and transmitted a picture to him through the camera. Their line of defense contained about a dozen warriors. Behind them, you could clearly see retreating unarmed people. Lilian was most likely somewhere among them. Kodra said that their squad was moving too fast. Why do not they wait for the others? He closed his eyes and realized that this was a reasonable suggestion. His brain was already overloaded due to using Ares Victima. Suddenly, a bright light appeared, blinding MC for a moment, and it was followed by the sounds of gunfire. He realized that the shots were not aimed at them. Something was happening in the rear of the rebels. Maybe another squad had arrived with them, but besides him, there was only one person who would be in such a hurry. Taking advantage of their distraction, he decided to attack them, and together with the rest of the squad hiding behind the shielders, began to move forward. They were immediately fired upon, and the shielder turned to the commander, informing him that their shields would not last much longer, but he ordered them to hold out a little longer. It was not time yet. They continued to advance, and he thought that the only thing he had to worry about was a weapon that would kill him in one shot. They had about 8 cannons with high firepower. He needed to wait for the moment when at least half were reloading. The rebel was about to fire, but the weapon made a simple click, and he knew that now was the moment. He jumped over the shielders and rushed forward, ordering the rest to scatter and take cover when they focused on him. Watching his commander's antics, Kodrich took off his helmet and called out to him in concern. While the commander began to protect himself from shots with his hands, he could neglect rifles and pistols. Such light attacks would not penetrate his armor, which meant that he needed to deal with the weapon that posed the greatest threat. He took out a cannon and fired at the soldiers with heavy weapons, then changed weapons and landed between them with the thought that they would not be able to fire while he was nearby. He opened fire and swung his hand sharply, drawing a circle. Thus, he finished off several rebels in an instant, and then aimed at the next ones with the thought that now no one would stop him. Finally, the fight was over. The rebels who survived decided to surrender, and MC gave Kodak the order to cuff the rioters. He walked around the hall and noticed several soldiers lying on the floor, different from the rebels. He came closer and checked the pulse. They were all dead. These are people from Ella's squad. He assigned them to attack from the rear. He just went ahead sacrificing them without even giving them a chance to regroup. He is so desperate that he is ready to sacrifice the lives of his own people. He gritted his teeth in anger and started cursing at Ella and his stupid lover. He wants to help him, but he is still a soldier of the Empire. Having chosen one, he will have to give up the other, and this situation makes him very angry. If he meets Lilian Ramones, he will kill her on the spot. He does not care that Ella will hate him. He will at least save his life, not letting him become a traitor, so he needs to find him urgently. He called out to his deputy and told him to continue the arrest until reinforcements arrive. Let them group up and act on their own. The command is now on him. He was about to go looking for Ella, but Kodak stopped him and said that he is an excellent soldier. His combat skills are not just impressive, they shocked everyone. Luca was about to put an end to this empty flattery, but the soldier did not let him do this and said that he is a mediocre commander. MC answered him that if he were not their commander, the losses would have been much more serious. Thanks to him, they have achieved a lot. So what was the gist of his complaint? He replied that the gist was that he did not lead the men, but rather fought his way through on his own, relying solely on his own strength. Such methods would not make him a good commander. Luca got angry and told them to blame their own worthlessness. He doubted they were capable of implementing his tactics, or even understanding them. It was ridiculous that they were here whining because he did not use them. The soldiers felt uneasy at his words, and Kodak said that the day would come when he would need the help of those weaker than him. No one could stay on top forever. MC headed into the tunnel and waved his hand, saying that if that day came, then he would laugh. He would say he was right or something like that. However, he would take the advice of his first mate into account. If he came to the conclusion that his methods were flawed, he would remember his words and reconsider his strategy. Kodak wished him well and thought that he had not even imagined that such an inflated ego could coexist with a flexible mind. Luca sped up, and within minutes he had encountered scorched walls and empty shells, as well as corpses of nobles clutching weapons unfamiliar to their delicate hands. They were trying to buy time. He could probably see something similar in the neighboring corridors. Most of the suppression army had successfully invaded and punished the rebels, but he has to admit one thing: it sounds corny, but Ile is not just someone he can rely on in a fight. He is his friend. He was the first person his age with whom he could exchange deep thoughts on equal terms. He noticed the dead soldiers from his squad again, and told him in his mind that he was just throwing away the lives of the Empire's soldiers for his own goals. They did not need to die. A regular squad does not risk people's lives just to chase rebels. Even if he is lucky enough to find Lilian, how is he going to help her? She will die anyways in the end. He understands that she is his beloved, but why die together? His emotions got the better of him. He stopped abruptly, hearing heavy breathing under his feet. The head of a Ramon's family member was lying on the floor. He said that he gives up, but MC did not care about that. He was only interested in where Lilian went. He answered hesitantly that he did not know where the AIS went, but he noticed that his pupil had twitched, which was a common sign when a person was lying. He grabbed his head and he exclaimed, "What was he doing?" He pressed on his eye, causing him to scream in pain, and said that he was giving him one last chance. He said he was giving up. Where did she go? He nervously told him that she went down. And he asked confusedly if she wanted to get out. Then would not she have to go up? Or was there another escape route leading up? He answered that he did not know. Branch members like him were not given such details. Luca asked if he had seen Eli there, and he immediately confirmed it, adding that he was the one who made him like this. He was crazy. They were friends. Even when they gave up, he still attacked. MC pressed his eye harder and took his life, then went on and said that he would have been executed anyway. It was better for him to meet his end here than to be tortured further. He thought that he would not say that he usually did not feel guilty about killing people, but today, he felt especially detached from everything. Perhaps the battlefield always had this effect on a person. As he got closer to the end of the tunnel, he began to hear screams and gunshots more clearly. If Ella had already passed the point of no return, what should he do then? Meanwhile, his friend stood on the table with a gun in his hand, and his soldiers lay dead around him. Luca was always overcome with paranoia when he was with Ella. So much so, that he even wondered what he would do if he went against the Empire. He constantly put off answering this question. But now there was nowhere to go. He had to face the truth. He entered the brightly lit room filled with corpses, and looked at his friend with determination. He called out loudly to him, and he, taking off his helmet, turned to him and noted that he had come after all. MC looked at the corpse and said that he really did it, killed his subordinates because of personal interest. His gaze moved to the Ramon's family who were standing nearby. Vigo Ramones, the head of the family, and his closest relatives, and of course Lilian. At the sight of her, he was overwhelmed with rage, and he exclaimed, "All this for one worthless girl." His friend put his hand on his sword and said that he understands that he will not let him get away with this incident. Let him take out his sword. Ready for battle, he looked at his friend, and he, taking out his sword, said that he will beat some sense into him. None of them were in a hurry to attack. Luca was thinking he must fight. Ella, theoretically, victory is his, if he does not make mistakes. But, in a real fight, there are too many unforeseen circumstances, and he won't take him quickly either. While he delays him, the Ramon's family will be able to escape. He just needs to kill them first and let him hate him to the core after that. Then at least, he won't have his blood on his hands. But Ella quickly figured out his plan and immediately opened fire on him. MC jumped aside. He ran along the right edge of the table, and his friend rushed after him. A regular pistol won't stop him, but Ailey's trajectory prediction allows him to aim at him with slow-motion accuracy. However, before today's mission, he increased the speed and frequency range of his cybernetic signals, so there is no way he can stop him with a regular shot. Avoiding the bullets, he approached the two Ramon's guys who wanted to hold him off, and Delay ordered them to move away from him, then fired a huge bullet. Meanwhile, Luca was already very close to them. He finished off one of them with a swing of his sword, and then turned to the bullet and put his blade under it. It slid along the blade with sparks, and then he changed the trajectory of the bullet and it went to the second guy. Delay's shot finished him off. An MC rushed to the fleeing Ramon's family. The man stretched out his hand to him in fear, trying to somehow stop him, but immediately paid for it with his life. His wife screamed in horror, and then he finished her off too. Only Lilian was left. He pointed the blade at her, and thought that he had plenty of time to kill her. Even if Ailey would soon catch up with him, Lilian Ramones is the girl who came to him with an offer to date. He will never forget her until he completely gets rid of the guilt for killing her. This is the maximum he can offer her. Her death will be painless. His blade was almost close to her, but something confused him and his eyes widened. This girl was smiling widely and crying at the same time. Ailey called out to him in fear and despair and then jumped on him with all his mights, and they rushing past, Lilian fell together. She turned around and saw how they were holding each other's swords, which sometimes caused sparks to appear. Luca asked his friend, did he see her face? Her relatives were dead, and she was having fun. He told him that it was not surprising because she was finally free from their influence. She had always been treated only as a tool for concluding a marriage contract. He let out an indignant chuckle, then kneed him in the side and exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense is he talking?" While his friend was bending over on the floor in pain, he stood up and told him to stop his senseless resistance. This woman was a traitor anyway. Lilian ran to Ella to help, and he told his friend that he did not know anything. The families that were accused of treason never rebelled against the Empire. This was just an excuse to get rid of them. Doesn't he find it strange how flimsy their defenses are for those who were planning treason? If they really intended to rebel against the Emperor, they would have contacted Bolato or Cora. Instead of trying to fight with only their own forces, MC remained silent and swallowed nervously. Invading the magic fortress was not easy, but everything went too smoothly from here. He knew he was right. For the three families planning a coup, their forces were too small. If they were really planning a rebellion, Bellato or Cora would gladly provide them with reinforcements to overthrow the empire. But so what? Even if it was true, what difference does it make to them? At this rate, Ella would just die along with Lilian. The girl looked up at him, deciding on something, and then said that her father was far from an innocent lamb. He was hiding the fact that he was studying an ancient artifact. Ella Faskin called out to her excitedly, saying that now was not the time for this, but she did not listen to him, and rummaging through her father's pockets, said that the reason the empire had turned against her family was this ancient relic. She showed him a glowing blue cube, and said that thanks to it, they were able to control this ancient fortress. He cautiously asked why she was telling him all this, and she asked he did not kill her, not because of guilt but because Ella would hate him for it, right? She shuddered, and she said that he should have realized by now that the empire does not allow Ella to live the life he dreams of. But there is a choice that will suit them all. She handed him the cube, and told him that with this thing they could activate the teleportation device in the underground part of the fortress, and help him escape the shackles of the empire. He looked at the artifact in confusion and asked, "Is that really here?" She confirmed it, and said that they installed one in the tunnels. It looked like it was an escape route, in case the fortress fell. He could kill her if he thought she was lying. She also did not want to watch Ella die, trying to protect her. But if they could activate the teleportation device with this ancient relic, then they could escape the empire, and he would just have to say that he did not see anything. He asked, did she think the Imperials had captured the teleportation device yet? She told him that only a direct descendant of the Ramones knew the way there. Deep underground, they would be safe. After her words, Luca nervously pursed his lips and thought, it sounds tempting. He does not care if Lilian dies or not, but for Ella's sake he is willing to try to find the best way out of this situation. He always wanted to break out of the empire, and his descent will sooner or later lead him to trouble. Moreover, they are on the battlefield, where it is easy to cover your tracks, and declaring a friend dead or missing is not a problem. After making his decision, he hid his sword, which made Ele happy. But before he could say anything, MC told him to shut up and just promise him that if the teleportation device Lilian was talking about did not work or did not exist at all, he would not bother him. He heard her words, right? She did not want him to get hurt because of her. The smile disappeared from his face, and he looked at his lover, nodded at her, and she did the same in response. He then turned to his friend and promised him that he would not bother him. After that, they went even deeper underground. Luca leading the way, Lilian behind him, and Ele bringing up the rear, periodically checking the situation in the rear. MC stopped at the turn and signaled for them to stop, and thought that he still could not believe what he was doing right now. Not only did he not stop Ele, but he was also protecting a traitor to the empire. If anyone sees them, they are all doomed. He muttered quietly in a dissatisfied tone something about the current situation, and Lilian asked him to wait. He turned around. She was wiping the blood from the guy's head with her handkerchief, and he stood quietly in place. Luca said irritably that they would be very lucky if they got out of here alive. Why do not they get married? His friend looked at him with dissatisfaction, and his beloved shuddered and guilty lowered her eyes, apologizing to him. She did not think that everything would turn out like this. He told her that there was nothing terrible in it. After all, it was she who told him about the structure of the outside world. She asked doubtfully, just because of such a trifle. He said that for him these are not trifles. It completely turned his worldview upside down. Thanks to her, he understood the source of his disappointment. If she were not there, he would have gone crazy here long ago. He understood a lot. He is not strange, just different. Now MC realized that it was Lilian who had instilled in him these uncompromising ideals. If they began to spread among the people like a contagion, the empire would be stricken from within, or Bellato and Cora would attack first. He did not want the empire to fall, and if necessary, he would eliminate any potential threat with his own hands. Even he clenched his hand into a fist and convinced himself that he was not a denter, and then they continued on their way. When they opened the door to another corridor, he let out a heavy sigh and said that they could rest now. Lilian reminded him that she had said that only she knew this road. Everything here was arranged like a labyrinth, so finding them would not be so easy. Her father had not reported anything that was not required to allow exploration of the ruins. His ambitions were beyond his capabilities when he figured out how to activate the fortress, but the Emperor's firm hand intercepted all of this. Luca said that right now he was more interested in how long they had to go, and she pointed ahead saying that they would soon be there. It was at the end of the corridor. She thanked him for helping them, and he told her that he simply owed it to his friend. If they met ever again, he would kill her. After that, he called out to his friend and told him to take care of himself in Miniri, and Lilian said that if they got out of here, she would go to the border town, so they should meet there, in case they suddenly got separated. She turned to Luca, and offered him to come with them if he also wanted to leave the Empire, but he did not even let her finish, immediately refusing it. Ella meanwhile was thinking about the border town, and his friend leaned his hand on the wall and grabbed his head. He was so exhausted. His decision to help Ella could turn out to be a huge mistake made in the heat of the moment. But now is not the time to rest. He needs to think about what he will tell his superiors once the mission is completed. The only plus is that he is in good standing with the chief centurion, and only he can continue spying on Kenoen. Ella and Lilian are just an intern and an aristocrat. They have nothing outstanding, so he thinks they will not interrogate him too much. He glanced at the last door on their way came closer, but before entering, he advised his friend to prepare. If the device is not here, then it is over. He just nodded silently, after which he pressed the button to open the doors, and suddenly felt something wrong. Some kind of terrible premonition. While the doors were slowly opening, he realized that he urgently needed to figure out the reason for his worries. He knew for sure that the answer was right behind this door. A light hit his eyes, and he thought that there was nothing scary about the fact that it was so bright inside, because activating the fort automatically turns on the lights everywhere. He needed to block all his senses and focus only on the smells. The first thing he clearly smelled was blood, then machine oil and iron parts. He bit his lower lip, trying to concentrate even harder. He could not smell people. He opened his eyes wide and saw the Imperial guards inside and knew it was all over. He froze in horror and thought that he would have to risk his life to deal with even one unarmed Imperial guard. And there were 4 of them at once. The worst thing would be if they decided to take Lilian alive. She had not trained like he or Ella, so she would quickly give in under torture and tell everything. In that case, their superiors would find out about their independent actions. He thought he would help them get out so that his friend could live the life he dreamed of. But it was just a stupid fantasy. Now, there was only one way out. He needed to personally deal with Lilian here and now. Suspicions might arise, of course, but at least they would be able to come up with a worthy excuse for their superiors. But will Ilay be able to keep his cool if he sees her dead? If he decides to attack the guards, they are doomed. One of the guards turned around, seeing the unexpected guests, and his comrades also looked at them. MC was very nervous. The more he hesitates, the more questions they will have. Now is the time to leave. He turned to Lilian in fear, and a shot rang out. Now or never. A bullet pierced her head, but it was not he who fired it, and this made him confused. Everyone's eyes turned to the crying girl falling to the floor. The gun that shot her was in Ilay's hand. For a few seconds, everything sank into silence. One of the guards asked what the shot was for, and Ella confidently answered him that he carried out the sentence of the hostage, who was no longer useful. He asked why they took her with them at all, and ordered him to report everything. His words depended on his further actions. The guards walked towards him, and Luca did not even dare to look at his friend. He could only stand there anxiously. The guards passed him, and he nervously swallowed and pursed his lips. He glanced at his friend, who had almost disappeared behind the soldiers, and then looked in shock at the corpse lying at their feet. After some time in the commander's office, Hemla noted to Luca that he had done an excellent job as the leader of the 21 Stones squad. The protagonist thanked the captain for the praise. He said that Kodak had rated him incredibly highly, especially his combat skills. He reported that in all his time working there, he had never seen anyone better. However, he noted that he lacked the skills to cooperate with subordinates, although this could be worked on together with Keenan. By the way, the report indicated that they waited for Lilian to lead them to the deepest sections of the tunnels, and only then did they execute her. Is there a reason why he chose her as a guide? The protagonist thought tensely that the time had come. MC said that Ella Sereiteki planned to prevent the conspirators from escaping as soon as they learned of the existence of a certain teleportation device. Therefore, they decided that taking Lilian, who does not know how to fight, as a hostage would be the best solution. Himmler said that it made sense. But he had a question. Luca asked if it was about his relationship with Lilian. He noted that he wanted to ask about more than that. Ella was also related to her. The protagonists stated that none of them were stupid enough to fail a mission because of some relationship, and he, the head centurion, knew that better than anyone. Frankly, he wanted to give Lilian hope that she would survive if she cooperated. That was all they could do for her. They looked into each other's eyes. The protagonist thought he was asking for the captain to be satisfied with such an explanation. Himmler smiled and said that now he understood everything. He was probably tired. They would stop there. The MC was about to leave, but he noted that the way the Ramon's men dealt with Ella's squad was truly amazing. For these people to have such exceptional fighting skills, Luca's expression changed, and he thought that it would not happen. It was not something to be surprised about. He had already mentioned it in the report. Ella's squad had been wiped out due to an ambush by the rebels. Then why was he testing him like this? He felt like his body was going to break out in a cold sweat. The protagonist stated that if it had been him, the casualties would have definitely been avoided. He hoped that would ensure him a perfect score. Himmler remarked with a smile that he was expecting great things from him. Sometime later on the train, the protagonist thought that on the way back to the capital, he felt sleepier than ever. It was only natural considering how many days he had spent without allowing himself to relax. That damned incident he had recently experienced kept flashing before his eyes. He was worried about Ella, Lilian, the magical fortress, the relic, the teleportation device, and the city of Border, the place where Lilian had suggested meeting. However, she ended up dying before she could even get out of the Empire. And it was Ilay, a close person whom she considered a friend and protector, who did it. He simply could not look him in the eye then because he killed Lilian only because of him. Otherwise, he would have simply met his end there, along with her. On the one hand, he felt sorry, but on the other, he got what he wanted so much, he managed to save Ella. For him, that would be enough. After a while, MC thought that after returning to the capital, Akaran, they had a rest. Later, they were even awarded medals for their achievements, a rank 7 medal in the form of a sword Ephesus among all the cadets of the Imperial Guard. Only he and Ella received such prestigious awards. After a while, Ella asked if it was not ironic that he was also awarded a unit medal. Luca noted that he did not expect that he would kill Lilian. He thought he would just charge the guards even though he knew he had no chance of winning. He said he would have done the same if he had not been there. His family was incredibly happy that he had been awarded a medal, and this despite all his friendship with the Ramon's family. The protagonist said that he should retire. He would never make a soldier. The protagonist thought that he had literally killed his own people for his own self-interest. People had died because of blind youthful love. Ella noted that if he could do so, he would retire, but it would not be easy. His family wanted him to become a guard. He should follow them. MC got mad and punched him with all his might, after which Lucas said that he should watch his words. He said with difficulty that it really hurt. It seemed that he had internal injuries. The protagonist noted that he should stop complaining even if something was damaged. It could easily be replaced. Ella said that he had never been so angry at himself. If only he had tried harder to become stronger. The protagonist said that it would have made no difference. He sat down on the floor and asked what he had done. MC thought he had decided to remain silent. Ella was not a cold-blooded killer. He was tormented by the guilt of the deaths of his subordinates, and despite all these misdeeds, he could not save Lilian. Naturally, this broke him. In the end, either his sanity or his life would be destroyed. Ella really had no place in the Empire. After which, Ella said that he would take a day off and go home for a while. They had served for 4 years already, so taking a few months off was no problem. Luca said that he wanted to ask him something. Why was Lilian smiling when he killed her parents? He noted that they had chosen a groom for her. This man is 30 years older than her. When Lilian was born, her future fiancé promised her a huge sum of money in exchange for fulfilling one condition. The protagonist asked what condition he was talking about. Ella said that he wanted her to be raised like his dead wife. He even sent her many photos and videos to get what he wanted. Lilian's face, preferences, even her name, none of it was her personal choice. It was an incredibly heavy burden, so she knew a lot about Bellato. The protagonist thought it was disgusting. This is what happens when perverted desires haunt a powerful person. MC noted that she was used since birth. He said that it was true. Claude was the only one who treated her like a human being. Luca noted that Claude wanted to set him up with Lilian. Ella laughed and said that this was what he and Lilian wanted in the first place. It was because of his words that Claude paid attention to him when he told him that he was the illegitimate son of the chief centurion. The protagonist got angry and asked if Claude really believed that. He pointed out that everyone knew how deeply the chief centurion liked him. That explained how someone from a two-digit orphanage could become an Imperial Guard trainee. The captain himself was from the noble family. Claude decided that if Lilian gave birth to his child, she would be freed from the family pressure. The protagonist scratched his head with his hand and said that he was not shy at all in his expressions. MC thought, looking at his guilty face with a smile, that Ale was his friend, but he was far from a righteous man. If necessary, he would deceive everyone around him. He even deceived him and led his subordinates to death. However, strangely enough, he would still trust him with his life. To feel like this despite all his deeds is quite amazing. Luca said that he wanted to hit him again. Ella shouted in surprise. After a while, Kenan said with a smile that their war hero had arrived. Could he really be serious? The protagonist thought, as he sat down opposite him, that he periodically visited Kinoan, who needed to be watched. He was well aware that he was acting under the orders of the chief centurion. He asked, so he received a medal in the form of the sword, Ephesus. The protagonist noted that it was just a low-ranking medal. These were given to all soldiers. Compared to his outstanding achievements, it was insignificant. The MC thought that he could not say that he did not enjoy spending time with Kinoan. Luca noted that Himmler said that he needed to learn from him how to handle subordinates. Kinoan said with a laugh that he overestimated him. However, he saw the battle report so he could give him some advice. He asked with a smile, didn't people listen to his orders? The protagonist stated that they were all excellent soldiers of the Empire, ready to fight to the death, even if they were led by a man they had never seen before. Kinoan pointed out that this meant that he was too soft-hearted. Instead of using them as cannon fodder, he took all the risks on himself. The protagonist said that, however, this way, the fighting power was not affected. He said that he was wrong. The more he gave himself on the front lines, the more pressure was put on his brain. This dulled his main ability to make important decisions. He was wasting his valuable resource in vain to save someone's life. MC flared up and shouted, what does he mean? He just had to use them. Kenan pointed out that he was not saying that he should mindlessly send them to their deaths. However, it was possible to make them considerate and honor themselves. He remembered Gilda and Gabriel from the lower sector. He snatched the first one from the hands of bandits and covered the treatment costs of the second one. The two would be more than happy to repay him. Luca said it was natural. He helped them. His expression changed, and he said that it was more than enough for them to risk their lives for him. You just need to be able to create deep connections, and of course you need to be able to emotionally distance yourself. If he gets too attached, he will hesitate when the necessary sacrifices are required. The protagonist noted looking down that he would prefer not to do this. Kenan said that this is exactly what everyone likes about him. However, he must learn to accept love without giving it in return. This is the secret of a huge advantage in any interpersonal relationship. The protagonist asked, what if his mind cannot stand the fact that he will sacrifice others? He is talking about such things as guilt and conscience. He noted that this means that he should just get used to it. If he does not succeed, he will never rise above others. MC stood up and said, "Ting away from him, that next time he will try to use his people more actively." Kenan sarcastically said that he will wait for it. The next day, Luca was waiting for transport at the landing pad. Protagonist remembered that Himmler said that he should go to the Cry Academy. The protagonist then looked at the captain in surprise. He noted with a grin that he looked surprised. It will take a couple of months at most. He promises it will be a good experience for him. MC said that he expected to be released. Himmler said that according to tradition, the best are sent first. He said that he needed to go home. By the way, Ella refused. Luca thought that apparently he still has not recovered from what happened. He asked he has not been in the company of aristocrats yet, right? It is time to fix that, if of course he still intends to become part of the Castoria clan. The protagonist said that if he says so, he is more than happy to go there. Himlas noted that this is great. He will assign him a guide. He thinks he will even like it. At the present time, the protagonist noted that it is time to meet the guide. At that moment, the sound of a transport engine landing was heard. MC looked at the transport and the open door in surprise. The unknown girl asked irritably what he was waiting for. He should go in, after which Luca gave his name and said that he was an Imperial Guard trainee. She said that she knew this. He did not have to give his name. The protagonist thought that she was arrogant and that her body was devoid of mechanical prosthesis. Could this really be an aristocrat his age? The protagonist noted that he was here on the orders of the chief centurion. He would like to know how much longer they had to get to Kraja. However, was she really the guide sent for him? The girl clicked her tongue and asked, "Does it matter?" MC thought irritably, clenching his fist, and he had a strong desire to hit her. He hated aristocrats. Luca called her a lady from the Castoria family. She asked how he understood this. The protagonist noted that this was a logical conclusion. He can tell by the slight discomfort he usually feels when Himlas, the head centurion, gives orders. Lady Castoria asked, so he was not warned about her beforehand. The protagonist stated that she could ask her father if she did not believe him. MC thought, looking at the girl's displeased face, that he was now more convinced that he could be the centurion's daughter. He sent his own daughter most likely. He is trying to confirm his intention to accept him into the Custoa family. Luca happily thought that the name COA would suit him. She noted that he had already guessed she was here on her father's orders. Gazelle Custoa said her name and irritably stated that he should not pretend that he was able to guess everything from her appearance. This irritated her. The protagonist thought that Lilian was much kinder compared to her. The protagonist said that he apologized if he offended her. MC thought, should he obey? He did not go through all that darkness to curry favor with the aristocrats, and he accepted the mission to the academy precisely because he wanted to avoid such a turn of events. He was sure the chief centurion should understand this. Luca ruffled his hair with his hand and said that it did not matter. He would rather die than serve those who hated him. She leads and he follows. They just had to do what they were ordered. Would she be okay with that? She clenched her teeth in anger, but then held back and turned away from him. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and quietly asked why he was being punished like this. The protagonist thought that he would definitely get into huge trouble because of this girl. After a while, they arrived at the place and went up the stairs. Giselle said that he should follow her. MC looked around and then noticed the statue. She leads him to the dorm. The sign said that all hail the emperor, the father of the nation, the guardian of humanity, Ginocratia. Luca looked at the face of the statue and thought that this was the Katia Academy that was so praised in the media. She noticed while the students were paying attention to them that the characteristic color for a student is purple, and this color should not be too saturated. At that moment, the aristocratic student pushed a commoner in the crowd. The protagonist thought that this was a waste of implants. Giselle asked irritably, what was he waiting for? Doesn't he have suitable clothes? The protagonist said that trainees do not need them. She indignantly asked how he could be so poorly prepared. Giselle noted with a tusk that her father did not say anything about it either. He was always like this. MC thought with a smile that she was so worried about some clothes, and you can't tell that she is like that by looking at her. She said that this was already breaking the academy regulations. Luca apologized to her. Fenrix turned around and called his name. The protagonist asked what he was doing here. He said that he was glad to see him. He heard that Ella was not coming, so he did not expect to see him here either. The protagonist said that of course he could not know about it. Fenrix turned to Giselle and asked if she remembered how they had met before. He was an Imperial Guard trainee just like Luca. Would she mind if they talked a little? Giselle said that she did not mind. Luca let her know when they were done talking. The MC thought that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He whispered that he had not expected to see him in the company of Lady Victoria. Apparently, the rumors about his close relationship with the chief centurion were not an exaggeration. Luca whispered that he did not know that the captain had such a hot-tempered daughter. From the very first glance she avoided him. He barely restrained himself from hitting her. Then Rich said that he was sure that the captain was simply introducing him to the manners of aristocratic society. Or maybe he wanted to marry them? so he introduced them. How did he like such a proposal? The protagonist said that such a thing was simply impossible. He said that he was serious. In the future, he would be the one who would have to deal with such an aristocracy. The protagonist wondered if the chief centurion really wanted him to marry his daughter. He doubted it. There were already some bad rumors about his personality, and if you add her nasty character, their couple was doomed from the very beginning. Moreover, he and the chief centurion had already agreed on something else. Himmler had definitely said that he would adopt him if he continued to follow canon. There was no need for marriage. He would become his son. However, he would not be able to forbid others from gossiping. Fenrix asked if he had modified his apparatus downstairs. MC said that he had not done so yet. Why was he asking this? He said, handing it to him, that he would need this. Then Luca looked at it in surprise, and Fenrich said that at the academy interns are especially popular with girls. Afterwards, the protagonist thought that Fenrix was teaching him strange things for the academy. He believed that by the end of this mission they would become good friends. Fenrix also told him about the dormitory. Simply put, it was for talented children from the lower sector like him and the children of convicted aristocrats. In other words, for those who cannot afford their own housing. It turns out that class inequality exists even within the academy. However, he is fine with it. If everything were easy, he would be bored in this academy. Now he wants to see for himself how the mission at the academy will turn out for him. After some time in his room, the android said that this was the room he was assigned to Leike. If he needed anything, he could ask him. The protagonist said that everything was fine with him. There was too much space here. The protagonist thought that petty aristocrats and commoners really lived here. It was no wonder that the academy had a prestigious status. After all, talents were being nurtured here, not cannon fodder for war. MC sat down on the couch and thought, closing his eyes, that his expectations had been destroyed. Luca remembered how Giselle had said earlier, at the entrance to the dorm, that they had already arrived. After classes, the head of the dorm would assign him to a room. This was her personal number. If something happened, he should write to her. The protagonist noted that he thought she could not stand him. She said that he should not invent unnecessary things for himself. She was simply fulfilling the duty that her father had entrusted to her. The protagonist thought that he was just a responsibility placed on her. Now he thinks that she's not that crazy. MC stated that he hoped he would not need her personal number. Giselle said that it is mutual. By the way, she wants to give him one piece of advice for the future. He should try to stay away from the head of the dorm. Luca asked, what is the reason? She said that she is the craziest girl in the entire academy. After a while, the protagonist heard someone ring the doorbell, after which the protagonist opened the door, and there was a girl who said with a smile that her name is Barbara. She's the head of the dorm. She is glad to meet them. The MC introduced himself and said that he is an Imperial Guard trainee. She noticed that she ran right after class. Did he wait long? Luca thought, carefully examining her, that she has frayed cuffs, old clothes, and introduced herself without a last name, which means that she is a commoner. Angel called this girl the craziest. You can't tell that from her appearance at all. Maybe Giselle just hates people from the lower sector. The protagonist noted that he had just arrived. Barbara said that she understood what was the best way to address him. The protagonist noted that she could just call him by his name. He was also from the lower sector. She shyly said, addressing him by name, that she wanted to point out that he was amazing. He was able to become an Imperial Guard trainee despite being from the lower sector. MC noted that the same applies to her. She was able to become the head of the dorm, which was also a great achievement. Barbara laughed, covering her mouth with her hand. Luca thought that she must have had a hard time getting to her current position, just like him. She said that he should follow her. She would show him how things work here. It was her duty as the head of the dorm. The protagonist looked at her thoughtfully. The protagonist wondered if she had just gotten out of the shower, although she said she had run in from class, so she clearly had no time to wash herself. Maybe she just knows how to manage her time wisely. Although who knows? After some time in the main building of the academy, Giselle looked at Luca with a displeased expression. She noticed that he was now dressed appropriately, just like she had told him. They could go to class. Her father had told him to attend class with her for a week. The protagonist wondered if this would really go on for a whole week. Suddenly, Barbara called Giselle's name. He would go crazy like that. The protagonist thought that he recognized that voice. Why was Barbara here? She quietly asked, that they had not spoken to each other for a long time. Had they? Giselle irritably declared that she should disappear. Barbara fearfully said that she just wanted to say hello. She abruptly closed the distance between them. Giselle said furiously that she welcomed her. Now she will leave. She has nothing more to talk about with her. Then she said, turning to Luca, that he should hurry. He should not be late for the first lesson. MC thought, looking at Barbara, that she now has a compressed posture. Like all representatives of the lower sector, she was really trusted to manage the dorm with such an attitude. He does not like it at all. After a while, Luca noted that they seemed to know each other well. Giselle said that she thinks so. They just entered the academy at the same time. The protagonist asked, does she dislike her? After which the protagonist thought that she decided to just ignore him. Giselle called Barbara the craziest girl in the academy, and Barbara still strives to get closer to her. He became curious, but still it is none of his business. The main thing for him is to hold out here for 2 months, and then he will be officially recognized as an aristocrat. He should not worry about all the little things. After a while, MC thought, sitting on the bench, that he thought so. But while he had been attending these boring classes for a whole week, he decided that it would still be interesting to get involved in their relationship. In this dreary place intended for prim nobility, he had nothing to do anyway. Even Fenrix would refuse to fight him, citing the fact that he would be too embarrassed to lose. At this rate, he would quickly lose his dexterity. He really wants to fight. Thoughts of arranging a massacre torment his mind. After all, he is a living weapon. Perhaps when he was an intern, he was injected with something to increase aggression. This curse. His hands are simply itching with the desire to fight. He does not care who it is. He begs, just give him a reason to fight. At that moment, Henrico Lian, a student, shouted at him, saying that he was an Imperial Guard trainee. Luca looked at him in confusion. He noted that he had been hanging out with Giselle for a whole week. What kind of relationship did they have? The protagonist asked with a smirk. Why did he have to answer that question? Did he really fall in love with her? Enrico gritted his teeth, blushing. The protagonist thought, was he serious? Of all people, did he fall in love with her? The MC asked what he saw in that fool. He furiously shouted, throwing himself at him, that he was just trash, who should immediately take back his words about her. Luca carefully watched his opponent's movement and grabbed his hand with his own and then grabbed him into the hall, causing the student to scream in pain. The protagonist sighed heavily and thought that he could not believe that he took out his anger on a weak person. He had to calm down. After a while, Enrico asked, wiping away his tears so there is nothing between him and Giselle. The protagonist noted that this is exactly it. He wants to know one thing from him. He asked why he should answer. MC thought that he was really annoying him and wanted to beat him up again, but that could wait. Luca said, holding back his anger, that he would tell Giselle that he was a cool guy. By the way, why does Giselle hate Barbara so much? Enrico said that it has always been like this. It is just that the witch cursed her. The protagonist asked what he was talking about. He stated that Barbara is a witch. Everyone who gets close to her gets into unpleasant incidents with crazy androids. These same androids, artificial intelligence that should not fail, just go crazy. This phenomenon was even given a name, Barbara's curse. The protagonist noted that, even if such incidents happen to her more often, he does not think it is because of Barbara. Enrico said that it was scary. Would someone who was fully aware of the danger she posed to others try so desperately to make friends? That was why so many people avoided her, and that was why she was the head of the dorm. A position without any advantages but with extensive responsibilities, MC thought, so she was not appointed head because of her outstanding skills. He said, pointing his index finger to the side that he could look at it himself. At that moment, the female students poured a bucket of water on Barbara. They said with a smirk that they apologized to her. They did it by accident. She just needed to give them to them. They could wash her clothes? Barbara asked in surprise. Did she really have to do that right here? She was fine. She would just change in her room. Classicono screamed. Did everyone hear that? Crazy Barbara just went and refused their kindness. Then she said threateningly that she needed to hand over her things right now. She would thoroughly clean her clothes. She closed her eyes, trying to hold back the shaking in her hands. Luca looked at her and thought that now he understood what had caused her wet hair on the day of their meeting in the dorm. She was forced to wash herself and run to him. Luck was on her side today. The protagonist thought, using his skills, that he had already reached the limit where he could not control himself. After Classe screamed in fear, the protagonist said that they should stop and leave her alone. The students asked if he even understood what he was getting into. MC said that it did not matter to him, even if they were girls. He would beat them up without a twinge of conscience. They looked at him in fear, and then left irritated. Barbara called him by name and embarrassedly said that she was grateful to him. Luca chuckled and thought, are they now close enough for him to be attacked by crazy androids? After a while, Enrico screamed in fear that he had threatened Classe. He should not have gotten involved with her. The protagonist thought he had dragged him away in such a hurry that he wondered what he was trying to say. The protagonist said he knew who it was. However, her mediocre family was no threat to him. He shouted that it was only on the surface. The Kono clan had a gang in the lower sector that made money for them through illegal trade. As they spoke, they were already looking for a way to catch him. The MC remarked that he really hoped they would succeed because he found this pace of life very boring. Enrico said he should be careful. They were known to deal mercilessly with anyone who showed even the slightest bit of respect to Classe. Even Barbara was caught for the same reason. The guy who was dating Kissa was under Barbara's curse. Luca said he would try to remember that. Then Giselle came and skied at him in displeasure. The protagonist asked if he wanted to say hello to her. He liked her, did not he? Enrico blushed and cried out in surprise. He said that he was glad that he could admire her from afar. He just had to say something nice about him. They would see each other later, after which he noted that he already had a friend. The protagonist said that you could say that this guy's name is Enrico. He is a nice and kind person. She asked, irritably, could this really be true? Personally, he gives her the creeps. No matter how she looks at him, he is always hanging around her. MC thought that he was asking Enrico for forgiveness. He just has no chance with her. Sometime later in the professor's office, Dieter Auburn, the dean, asked, turning to Luca, did he really throw a dagger at a student? Even if it was a penknife, he would still be in big trouble now. He knows he is bored here, but he has to try to fight it. The protagonist thought that Jed was in charge of the Imperial Guard trainees. The protagonist said he understood that. The MC thought, as expected of a retired Imperial Guard, he did not press him. G pointed out that the students here were not trained to fight, so he was like a wolf thrown into a pen of careless peasants. Lucas said that they were asking for it, even though they knew a wolf could bite. He said with a laugh that he now understood why Himmler was so interested in him. In the end, these students would become the elite of the bureaucracy, and soldiers like them would be their obedient dogs. Although these students seemed like innocent people to him now, they were essentially the same monsters. They were monsters worse than wolves. Youth was fine, but he should not get too carried away with these things. The protagonist said he would take that into account. Afterwards, the protagonist thought that he had come here to disperse monsters. MC chuckled and thought that he had come to deal with the witch's curse. Sometime later, near the forest late at night, Luca thought that this was the path behind the training grounds. The curfew had long since arrived. Everyone should know by now that he had protected Barbara, and if those rumors about the curse were true, then it was time for it to take effect and bring a crowd of angry androids to him. Suddenly, a bandit appeared behind him and asked if it was he, Luca, the Imperial Guard trainee, who had been sent to the academy. The protagonist thought that only weak people were flocking to him for now. The protagonist asked, while the bandit's henchmen surrounded him, if he had any business with him. He noted that it was just a greeting from Kissa. Such was the rule of the Kono clan, to warmly greet those who caused them trouble. He would not report to his superiors that his students beat him up, would he? He was an incredible Imperial Guard trainee after all. MC thought they were only capable of talking. Did he really think he could hit him at least once? The bandit said he would give him a chance. He should kneel down and apologize to Kissa. She said she was ready to forgive him this way just once. Luca said that in that case he would also give them a chance to leave here while they were still unharmed. After all, children who had never been in a real fight were no match for him. He got furious and shouted, rushing at him, what is wrong with that? The bandit raised his hand to hit and shouted that he was going to get it now. The protagonist thought, so, he has high-class prosthetics? These are two good things for such trash. He shouted that he could try to dodge the blow. At the last moment, there was a mechanical clank and a red light. An android appeared, who asked, after greeting them, if they needed help. The bandit shouted, what is the matter? Did they really not prepare well? They said that no patrols were expected at this time. The henchman said that androids should not come here at all. They themselves do not understand where this came from. He shouted, pointing his index finger at Luca, that today he was free. They would postpone their greeting procedure for another day. He was not so crazy as to start a fight in front of an android. It was time for them to leave here. The android continued to ask if they needed help. The henchman said, kicked this device, that he should leave it alone. The android said that this could not be. Then in an instant, he destroyed the henchman, who managed to kick him. The bandit looked at this dumbfounded. The android made a sharp jerk and rushed to attack. He looked at Luca in fear, and at that moment the protagonist hit the device, throwing it back. The bandit shouted that this was Barbara's curse. It really exists. It is real. MC said that the students of Crage Academy should not blindly believe in curses. The android rushed at Luca, and the protagonist thought it is using up all its powers, which is why it only lasts for a few minutes, right? He should have seen this coming. In order to defeat it, they had to charge this device to full. This is a technical glitch. This is human mischief. The protagonist chuckled and thought, is it time to have some fun? Bennett lunged at him, but MC dodged and thought with a grin that it was a deadly blow, albeit a reckless one. Does this have a top-notch combat program built into it? It even has metal claws. If he misses one of these, he will be in the hospital for a week. However, even so, he is not that impressed. He wants more that can wake up his dopamine. Luca kicked the android, and then he thought that this device is clearly more than a simple android. It should live up to his expectations. After a while, the android lost sight of him, and the protagonist appeared behind it and said that this was a complete disappointment. The bandit watched the fight with horror on his face. The protagonist dealt critical damage to the android and asked how it was different from average warriors if it was distracted. The android said that he was requesting support. MC's face changed and said that he thought it was going to kill him. It is time to get serious. Maybe this warm-up is enough. Luca thought that this was not enough to quench his bloodlust. He ran away in fear. The protagonist noticed, looking at the back of the fleeing bandit, that this was annoying. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated him. A transport with patrolmen arrived. After some time, the protagonist sat on a bench and thought that after that incident, the security forces asked him to help in the investigation. MC remembered a conversation with Gillian Campbell, an investigator of the security forces, who said that it was obvious that the villain behind the androids was within the walls of the academy. They needed to identify suspects. The aristocrats hated being checked, but in the face of a murderer, they would not mind. Luca noted that he mentioned the aristocrats was so sure that the murderer was not from the lower sector. He stated that it could not be. There was no way they could bypass the defense system and hack the closed security system of the academy. The protagonist noted that he was an ordinary student. Why did he think that he would be useful in the investigation? Billion said that not everyone can master Ares Victima. It requires exceptional intuition. However, he did it, which means he is perfect for the role of an investigator. The protagonist thought, how did he know? He noted that he had an interesting expression on his face. He wanted to clarify something. RC's victim users are important enough to be added to a separate list, and naturally, special attention is paid to those who are still learning. In other words, people like him. MC asked why that was. Gillian said that he could get the answer to that question from the one who taught him this technique. Luca wondered who this canon was. After a while, Giselle loudly called his name. She shouted irritably, what is he doing? Does he at least understand what she is risking for disobeying her father's orders? She told Barbara not to approach him, and she did not listen to her. The protagonist noted that he personally cannot calmly watch a crowd mock one person. Giselle shouted, is he serious? Does he mean to say that he will continue to get into trouble? The protagonist said that if she is pestered again, he will be forced to intervene. She shouted that she would meet with Classe and try to negotiate with her. A compromise could be found through negotiations. MC thought that this was even interesting. Why was Giselle trying so hard to smooth things over? He realized that her words about a compromise being found through negotiations meant only one thing. She was sure that Kisa would submit to her. Luca said that he agreed. Then he would also try to talk to her. He was also not eager to fall into the commander's disfavor. The protagonist thought with a grin that he also wanted to check something else. After a while, Kisa shouted irritably that she had said that Barbara had hit her boyfriend first. The protagonist crossed his arms and said with a smile about that. However, She did not seem like the type to allow such a thing. Was she sure that she had not sent her boyfriend to Barbara on purpose? She asked, dumbfounded. What was he talking about? MC asked if he could refuse when she had threatened him with her bandits. She did the same to him. A screen appeared on the chessboard with a recording of the situation from the forest. Luca asked she just needed an excuse to bother Barbara, right? Classe shouted in anger that he should shut up. She did nothing wrong. Did he understand that? Giselle said that she should calm down. She shouted, how could she? She furiously said that she should stop, or was she going to ignore her words? Classe looked down, gritting her teeth. Giselle said, turning to Luca, that he should give them time to talk alone. The protagonist said as he left the room that he did not mind, after which the protagonist thought that as he expected, Giselle was leading Kissa. However, one unresolved question still remained. Why does not Giselle just order Kissa to stop bullying Barbara? He will only be at the academy for a few months. It would be easier than starting conversations between him and Kissa. Is he wrong? After a while, Giselle said with a heavy sigh that she still hoped that Kissa would not make a scene and he would not get into trouble. MC said that he was just testing one theory of the investigation, that androids could only be hacked by members of the aristocracy. Kissa was just the right suspect, given her hatred of Barbara. She asked who he thought he was. He should stop playing detective. There were enough investigators assigned to this case. Why was he getting involved in this? Luca said that he was sure these investigators were having a great time interrogating aristocrats. Giselle asked with irritation. Was he laughing at her? The protagonist noted that he was just telling the truth. He thought it was a bit like her shutting Classe up with a few words. She said that family affiliation meant a lot in the world of aristocrats. Classe was simply in no position to ignore her, that is all. The protagonist asked, so she can just order Classe to bully Barbara? Giselle asked, what is he hinting at? MC noted that it is just that the one who hates Barbara suddenly has a pawn at hand that can solve the problem, so she used her resource. That is exactly what he was hinting at. She grabbed his clothes and said that he should talk less kissing. Giselle screamed, shaking her hands. Was his head also made of metal, like his prosthetics? Then Giselle said, lowering his clothes, that she apologized to him. She should not have done that, she said, crossing her arms and moving away from him, that if he meddled in something that was not his business again, he should be prepared for the consequences. Luca thought that given the circumstances, Giselle was the most suspicious. However, something did not add up. Why did she look so scared? Then Ari's victim only confused him. After some time, the protagonist was sitting on a bench next to Barbara. Afterwards, she handed him some sandwiches and said that they were for him. The protagonist asked, what for? Barbara said that he saved her from Kissa. It was a token of gratitude, and while he was at the academy, she had a favor to ask. She shouted, would he mind if she cooked for him? MC said that he would refrain from such an offer. He would not want any unnecessary misunderstandings. Barbara sadly lowered her head. She whispered that she was not at all against such misunderstandings. Luca wondered, did she really like him? Although it was still wrong, the protagonist asked, calling her by name. Why was she trying to get closer to him if she knew perfectly well that this would lead to the pursuit of crazy androids? She did not care that he would be in danger. Barbara said, blushing, that of course it was not so. It is just that what can she do? She does not even know why this is happening. The protagonist thought that she seemed to be hiding her true intentions. Well, he had to provoke her emotions. The MC asked if she knew that Classe had been bullying her on Giselle's orders, and Giselle would not stop until she got what she wanted. She noted that she knew it very well. Luca thought in surprise, so she really knew it. The protagonist asked if she knew why Giselle hated her. Barbara's expression changed, and she asked with a creepy smile, addressing him by name and throwing sandwiches on the floor. Why should she tell him this? After the protagonist thought that he just wanted to see how Barbara would react to the provocation. However, her reaction completely confused him. At that moment, Professor Guidi's words about monsters came to his mind. Barbara was just such a monster. After some time in the protagonist's room, Gillian said that he met Kissa's boyfriend, or rather her ex-boyfriend. As he suspected, Kissa had intentionally set him on Barbara. He had learned about his family, his personality, his skills, so he had no chance to disobey Classe from the start. Appointing him as an investigator was the right decision. MC thought he understood now, so Classe had done it so he would have an excuse to bully Barbara. Luca asked if he named the suspect, would he have enough power to check that person? He said he had plenty of power, although, if the suspicions were not justified, It would be quite risky. Protagonist said that he was more principled than he thought. Gillian said that it was not that, it was just that his case was already the sixth, and with a fatal outcome. He just wanted to find these scum who thought they could do anything. The protagonist asked if he was investigating Barbara. He asked if he really suspected her, as he had already said, she was from the lower sector. She is just a student at the academy. It is simply impossible for such a person to break through the academy's defense system and gain access to the android's control. MC asked what makes him think that it is possible for aristocrats. Gillian noted that they are a different matter. An aristocrat can interfere even at the stage of production or distribution of androids. There have been cases of outbidding for money or through influence. He is not entirely sure if it is important. But Barbara was sponsored by the Castoria family. Luca was surprised by this news and said that sounds very important. He should think about it. After the connection was completed, the protagonist thought that it seemed like he would soon be able to put the information together into a general picture. Although it is difficult to do so now, if he could simply torture Barbara, everything would be much easier. And now he has to dig through all this mess. It is just a curse. The protagonist stated that he will have to talk to her openly. After a while, MC thought that the aristocrats still live in an eternal competition. Perhaps to curry favor with their families. Ella told him that stupid aristocrats are forced to live in the shadows because they are treated like idiots. After which Luca saw Giselle and thought, so she has a hard-working side. That is not bad at all considering her bad personality. After a while, Giselle asked what brought him here. To her surprise, the protagonist said that he wanted to see her. She shouted indignantly, "Has he completely lost his mind?" The protagonist noted that, to paraphrase her language, perhaps his neurons are damaged. Giselle asked, he won't just leave her alone, right? He should get straight to the point. She is also busy. MC looked around carefully and said that they should come to an agreement. From now on, she will not hide anything from him or lie. Giselle crossed her arms and noted that someone got too used to the role of a detective. Lucas stated that he officially asks her for help because she said that she hated to mention it, but he should not forget that she was the daughter of the Imperial Guard's chief captain. The protagonist said that he was able to find out that the Kitori family sponsored Barbara. Is that why she was trying to force her out of the academy? The protagonist thought that he would not even bother if the chief captain cared about such things. Giselle stated that she thought that the fact that she had her curse was enough to hate her. They used to be friends. The MC noted that if they were really friends, she would have tried to deal with her curse. She said that they were not that close. Is he happy now? Luca revealed that the Academy security forces are treating the android's madness as deliberate malice, and so far she is the prime suspect. Giselle screamed in fear that she herself is a victim of this curse. The protagonist noted that this is a common tactic of attackers, to divert suspicion from themselves by pretending to be a victim. She has all the resources to check this family knowledge skills. She said that he really has gone crazy. She asks him not to investigate this case further. The protagonist said that she should calm down. In fact, he does not suspect her. He just asks to let him know if she knows anything. That is all he asks of her. Suddenly, MC noticed Barbara, who opened the door. She said that she was just looking for Luca. Barbara said with a smile that he was not in the usual places, so she began to worry about him. The protagonist thought tensely, how did she manage to find him? He did not feel any surveillance. Did he miss something? He is confident in his skills, and with such a face, she does not look like a victim of bullying at all, especially in front of Giselle, who most likely arranged this bullying. He only needs 10 minutes to figure everything out, but he is not even given that. How he wants to grab Barbara and start interrogating her. The protagonist shouted, holding back his rage, that he was already scared by her fake smile. She asked in fear, why is he saying such a thing? Barbara said in a trembling voice that she has feelings for him. It was he who saved her from Kalaka. If he got something wrong, they can just discuss it. MC grabbed a metal chair with his hand and threw it at the wall next to the student. Giselle shouted, why did he do that? Luca said that he was still just trying to relieve his boredom. However, he had enough. Barbara treated him like an idiot, she cried, covering her face with her hands. Then Barbara said her name, and said with a changed face that she had no idea what he was talking about. Giselle looked at her with horror. Crossing her arms, she walked past her and put the box of foods on the table. Barbara said that she would leave food for him. She hoped that he would like it, after which she came up and patted Giselle on the shoulder with her hand, while Lady Kriya continued to tremble with fear. Barbara whispered in her ear that she was always glad to see her. Giselle clenched her teeth in fear and was afraid to move, after which Barbara said before leaving that they would see each other again. After a while, Giselle could not stand on her feet and sat down on the floor. Luca thought that this explained everything. Who was the real villain and what was this innocent relationship between them? The protagonist addressed her by name. Giselle said that he should not ask anything. He just had to calmly finish his studies and leave this academy. She begs him about it. She covered her face with her hand, while there was a beautiful sunset outside the window. The system window notifies that a call is incoming for Gel Castoria. Luca put his hand to his ear and thought that after that incident, Giselle has been avoiding him. That day he reported the incident to the captain. The protagonist decided that this case was already beyond his control, but he received an unexpected answer. MC remembered the past. How the captain said that he leaves it to MC. Luca must continue to act as he sees fit as always. The protagonist came out of the memories and thought that the guards would have dealt with this faster. Why did the captain leave everything to him and just watch from the sidelines? Although this concerns his own daughter, but orders from his superiors are not discussed. Such is the inevitable fate of a guard cadet. Luca is sure that they have already made their own great plans beyond his understanding. How annoying it is, to be honest. The protagonist snorted and noted that she was not answering again. He thought that it was obvious that Barbara was the main spy, but the investigator believes that someone from the lower sector is not able to manipulate androids. MC remembered the past. The investigator asked, does the protagonist suspect her? As he already said, she is from the lower sector, just a student. It is simply impossible for such a person to break through the academy's security system and gain access to control androids. Luca came out of the memories and wondered how then Barbara was able to gain access to control androids. They are another matter. An aristocrat can interfere, even at the stage of production or sale of androids. Sometime Agosto, Barbara entered the room and clarified. So it was Giselle who ordered Kissa to mock her. At the present time, MC exhaled heavily. You thought that if his deduction does not fail him, this is still a headache. Now only a meeting with Giselle can confirm something, but how can he do it? Enrio happily ran up to Luca and asked if the protagonist had talked to Giselle about him. MC looked at him, smiling, and replied that of course. After some time, Giselle asked if this was his important business. Enrico, holding a bouquet in his hand, could not answer, and Giselle clarified that if it came to that she could tell. She irritably said that she was not interested in him. Even more, she found him unpleasant. Giselle asked him to stop spinning around her, and Enrico burst into tears. He ran through the arch at great speed, leaving behind streams of smoke. Luca mentally apologized to Enrico. He would make it up to him later somehow. The protagonist came out from behind the wall with a stern look. He turned to Giselle, and she looked at him with fury, and noted that this irritated her. Giselle said that she could not do this anymore. She will tell her father about his impudence. Luca seriously said that it makes no sense. He has already reported that she is involved in what is happening. Giselle was stupefied and screamed. The protagonist told her father. How much did he tell him? MC replied that he was not obliged to report to her. Giselle turned around, put her hand to her head, and groaned in pain. She said in despair that her reputation and position in the family, everything that she had protected until now, all in one moment. Giselle did not finish speaking, and quickly turned around. She, crying with anger, grabbed the protagonist by the clothes and screamed that it was all his fault. If MC had not interfered, this would not have happened. This is all because of him. Luca calmly clarified that it was not too late. She could tell him everything she knew, then he would be able to help. Giselle asked him not to say strange things and asked what a simple cadet could do. The protagonist asked, what if he soon becomes part of the Castoria family? Giselle asked sternly, what did he say? MC asked, isn't it strange to appoint an aristocrat to accompany him to the academy? He himself is ashamed to say this, but he is considered a rare talent. He even has a medal for military merit, and most importantly, the chief centurion noticed him. If Luca is accepted into the Castoria family, his word will matter, and no matter how much Giselle disgraces herself, he will support her. Giselle asked, was he serious? MC replied that he needs to prove himself in this investigation to increase the chances of being adopted by the chief centurion. When they have the same goal, trust appears naturally, right? Giselle smiled tensely and laughed. Her legs instantly trembled, and Luca grabbed her shoulders. He squeezed her hand and Giselle turned her head to the side and said that she controls the androids. Barbara's curse. She created it. After some time, they are sitting on the stairs. Giselle, looking down, sadly clarified that, to be honest, Barbara really was her first real friend, not just a comrade but the one to whom she was ready to open her soul. 3 years agosto, Giselle became interested in the one supported by her family. That is how she and Barbara met. At first, she considered her a friendly, smart girl. Luca thought that she was emotionless, but it turns out that she was made that way. Giselle said that it all started with basic jealousy. Boys were actively interested in Barbara. She was popular because of her bright appearance and smile, and Giselle did not want to share her only friend with men. What a fool she was. At first, Giselle just wanted to scare that guy out of envy. For this, she assembled a robot similar to an android. And how did it all lead to the current situation? The protagonist, after listening to her, thought that Giselle had programmed the robot with a voice card. Telling the boy to stay away from Barbara, she ordered it to follow him everywhere, at night. Only this little joke got out of hand. The boy fell and seriously injured his skull. Due to complications, he had to drop out, and Giselle, horrified, hurried to get rid of the robot. But since a person was hurt, she could not avoid the investigation. Giselle sadly said that when the investigation began, the first person to find out what she had done was Barbara. After all, she often assembled robots in her presence. Noticing her fear, Barbara suggested a good idea. If Giselle became a victim, no one would suspect her. Luca clarified, so she volunteered to become the second victim of the curse. Giselle confirmed this, and continued that she was then assigned to repair androids. There, she installed the chip that Barbara gave her into them. Giselle did not know how exactly it worked, but after installing the chip, the android started chasing her like it was crazy. That is how she was declared the second victim. The protagonist noted that this is where Barbara's curse began. Giselle sternly raised her head and clarified that Barbara had been acting strange since then. She started asking to do some strange things. She said that to commit a good crime, you need to become a school outcast and that the victims must be regular. MC thought that Giselle had fallen into a trap. Barbara was manipulating Giselle and intentionally making the incident that was supposed to slowly die down more serious. Also that Giselle would ultimately not go anywhere. Giselle's eyes clouded over and Barbara, smiling madly, asked through the communicator their secret. Did her friend tell the guy? Barbara called her a traitor and said that Giselle was only hers. Luca fearfully wondered how she hacked Giselle's communicator. It must have a high level of protection. His instincts are screaming at him to leave immediately. And that sound, it is not coming from the communicator, it is the distinctive activation sound. Giselle quickly turned her head to the side and called out to the protagonist. He instantly jumped to the side, covering her with himself from the bullet. They landed behind a column, leaving a trail of smoke behind them. MC clenched his teeth and exhaled durasly. He took off his jacket and tore a piece of it with his teeth. Luca bandaged the wound on his body with a piece of cloth and thought that this would be enough to stop the bleeding. He was most likely shot down by an attack drone. If the protagonist develops maximum speed, it won't be difficult to catch the drone, but the wound in his side will only get worse. The only weapon he has with him is a pocket knife. MC thinks that no one noticed anything because of the silencer, which is already problematic. Luca wrinkled his nose in rage and thought that he would kill that damn fool. Giselle put her hand to her head, and the protagonist paid attention to her. She asked with concern, did the guards not even feel pain? The protagonist exclaimed that of course he felt it and clarified, what a stupid question. Many bullets flew past MC, and Giselle covered her ears with her hands in great fear and screamed. Luca thought tensely that if only he knew the exact location of the drone. He quickly turned his head and paid attention to Giselle's mouth. The protagonist turned to her, and Giselle opened her eyes. MC asked if she had a mirror. After a while, the drone's reflection appeared in the mirror. Luca thought that he saw it, and quickly ran out from behind the column. He threw a knife at the drone with great force and powerful explosions thundered. The protagonist ran to the column with great speed and hid behind it. MC wondered what was wrong with the communicator. He called out to Giselle through the communicator and asked if the connection was working. She was sitting near the second column and heard a hissing sound in the communicator. Giselle put her hand to her mouth, and without confirming this exclaimed that the reception and transmission everything was being jammed. Barbara called Giselle into the communicator and asked she protected her and her friend betrayed her, and Luca she liked him. The protagonist immediately grabbed Giselle by the hand. He brought her hand to his ear, and Barbara said that she hoped that he would despise her even more. MC pressed his finger on Giselle's palm, and the connection with Barbara was broken. Luca asked Giselle not to listen to this fool, and clarified that perhaps this whole situation. He paused and thought that now was not the time to make guesses. Giselle, wrapped in lightning, shook and said that she was in pain. The protagonist put his hand on her hair, and looked away and thought that first he needed to get to a safe place. After some time, Fenrich said that he was already there. Luca called out to him, and the comrade turned his head to the side. Fenrich noticed that this is where the protagonist was. MC asked how the comrade received an order from above. Fenrich noted that it was bad to be loved. He did not even know about this operation. MC clarified that he did too. Giselle asked them to stop and screamed, "Do they really think that her father planned all this?" Benwix confirmed this in surprise and replied that the order came from the chief centurion. She lowered her head in great fear and quietly said that this could not be. Did her father just use her as a consumable? Luca, looking at the shaking Giselle, thought that as he expected, it was hard for her to accept this. Yes, she is the daughter of the chief centurion, but she is still an ordinary civilian. And her father treated her like a tool. No wonder she is in shock. Even though Giselle is an aristocrat, he still feels sorry for her somehow. Fenrich clarified, "Is it serious?" The protagonist with a bleeding wound in his side asked, "What could be more serious than her corpse being found tomorrow?" Fenrich smiled, waved his hand, and said that if his comrade says so, there is nothing to be done. He asked MC to take it and clarified, "Luca can't move too quickly yet." The protagonist smiled, took the gun, and asked his comrade not to worry. Fenrich put his hand to his ear and said into the microphone that right now, he, Luca, and Giselle. Suddenly, a bullet shot through his hand. The comrades instantly ran to the sides, and a bright explosion thundered. The protagonist thought that the shot was from a close range, but he still did not notice it, so that the cadet of the Imperial Guard did not notice anything. MC does not believe that Barbara's skill level is so high. Republican Hataric Silva Nunes called out to them and clarified, maybe they should talk. Luca tensed up and thought, "Isn't it Barbara?" Rick clarified that if he really wanted to rip their heads off, one of them would already be lying dead. Fenrich pulled his foot out of his boot and turned to the side. The protagonist wondered if the man knew who they were and still wanted to talk. Rick exclaimed that he knew very well. They were cute and little cadetses. He did not have much time, so it was better to get straight to the point. Rick ordered Giselle to be handed over to him, and she shook in fear. MC put his hand on her shoulder and asked if Rick wanted to kidnap her and demand a solid ransom. Rick replied that the princess just needed the girl. He was not thrilled himself, but you can't argue with the princess. Rick noted that he hoped that at least he would listen to the voice of reason. Luca jumped out from behind the column with rage, raising his gun, and wondered what this meant. Fenrich, the protagonist, looked at the light hand holding Fenrich by the throat. Rick looked at MC with the intention of attacking. Luca hid behind a pillar in a daze, and thought it was a combat suit that could completely camouflage his body. That is why they could not detect him. It would be hard enough. Gishida grabbed his hand, and the protagonist looked at her. He squeezed her wrist and said that he would buy time. As soon as MC gave the signal, she should run without stopping. Giselle wanted to answer something, but Luca furiously covered her mouth with his hand and yelled that there was no time to argue. The protagonist ordered her to do as he said. MC counted to 3 and ordered her to run. Giselle closed her eyes and quickly ran to the side. Luca ran out from behind the pillar. Raising his gun, he fired instantly, but the enemy dodged the bullets with lightning speed. The protagonist wondered what kind of reaction speed this was. Rick, ducking from a flying bullet, noted that he does the protagonist know Neisasus, and he himself does not want to kill the younger ones. MC was stunned and wondered what he meant by Junior Shukeklu. Rick appeared behind Luca, put his hand on his shoulder and clarified, "Is the protagonist surprised that he is senior to him in rank?" He kicked MC aside with great force and ordered him to pull himself together, otherwise he will die. Luca wondered this is not just an extremist but a retired imperialist. He should focus on the fight, but instead, he is distracted by various unnecessary things. This guy wants to kill him so that he can calmly grab Giselle later. If MC continues to act openly, he will definitely lose. He needs to think of something urgently. He mentally asked himself to think. He used his ability and calculated his further actions. The protagonist thought that he would borrow the Fenrich's sword. MC threw the gun aside with great speed and turned in the air to grab his comrade's sword. Rick clarified. Did the protagonist aim at the sword from the very beginning without even looking at it? Is MC by any chance practicing Ares Victima? Luca instantly raised his sword and blocked the enemy's attack. Rick kicked the protagonist with great force and threw him aside. Killing MC would be excessive. Rick yelled that it was true. He was just joking, and that complicates everything. Luca, breathing heavily from fatigue, thought that the enemy's behavior had changed. What is so special about Ares Victima that it makes him hesitate? No, more importantly, does the protagonist even have a chance? Maybe Giselle has already managed to escape? This is a curse. He can't concentrate because of his worries. Rick, not letting MC finish his thought, asked the child to just retreat. He asked the protagonist not to sacrifice his life on the altar of recklessness. Luca exhaled and thought that the enemy might think he is joking, but thanks to the arrogance of the enemy, it begins to dawn on him. Neither his wounds, nor his personality, nor even Ares' victim mattered at all. Now, the only thing that mattered now was that the enemy was really starting to irritate him. The protagonist jumped up in rage, raising his sword, and did not get hit by the enemy's attack. He stopped and raised his weapon and rushed into battle. Rick noted that the protagonist had such a level at such an age. And yet, MC was ready to give his life for the Empire. The wound on Luca's side opened up, but he swung his sword in rage without paying attention to it. Rick clarified that the protagonist really decided that he would not kill him. He confidently said that the Empire had nothing to do with it. He hit the ground with his weapon. Luca, with blood flowing from the wound, added that the enemy was just irritating him so much that it was already personal. Rick laughed and noted that this was a rebellious streak. The protagonist really did not look like a typical imperialist. Rick felt that they would meet again, so it would not hurt to introduce myself. He gave a fake name, Rick Kaiser, and he specified that he was a Republican. MC asked, "So, he is an extremist?" Rick specified that if the protagonist insists, he can at least call him a resistance fighter. Luca grinned irritably and said that it sounded weird. The opponent raised his hand and asked, "Does the protagonist really think so?" He headed towards MC and rose up in the air a little. Rick approached Luca with great speed and hit him in the chest with his fist. The protagonist's arms and legs instantly came off, and the opponent grabbed him by the throat with his hand. Rick lifted him up and said that he was giving him one last chance and ordered him to beg for mercy. MC grinned confidently and spat in the opponent's face. Rick specified that if the protagonist survives, he should say hello to Kinyuan and say that he is doing well. Luca thought the last thing he heard was the crunch of his broken neck. A person does not experience that every day. Sometime later in the capital's Imperial Guard hospital, Fenrix opened his eyes and turned to the protagonist and yelled that it really hurt. MC grinned while sitting on the bed and replied that it would be painful, of course. He asked his comrade to stop turning his head, and Fenrix grunted in pain. Luca looked away with rage and thought that his comrade's brain had received serious damage because Fenrix had been lying with a broken neck for too long. The protagonist was a little luckier. Almost immediately after he fell, 4 guards arrived with Giselle. If they had not helped him right away, MC would have shared Fenrix's fate. Hamlet entered the ward and asked Luca not to get up. He asked him to lie as comfortably as the protagonist could. The commander squatted down next to MC's bed. Luca said that the Fenrix soldier had done his duty to the end, and the commander sighed thoughtfully. Himmler clarified that he would like to hear a report. After some time, it got dark outside. The protagonist said that was all. Himmler said that the enemy's real name was Rick Silva Nunes, one of the 5 most wanted criminals in the Empire. MC replied that this was the first time he had heard of him. The commander smiled and noted that not all fugitives were written about in the newspapers, especially if they were involved in the Empire's dark deeds. Luca fell into a stupor and thought, does that mean that a good and impeccable empire is still guilty of dark deeds? Himmler said it would be right to reveal all the details to the protagonist. Operation Juliet had been planned for 5 years. The goal of the operation is to infiltrate the ranks of the leaders of the anti-imperial extremist group Nemesis. The protagonist clarified, infiltrate, not destroy. The commander replied that Nemesis was a strictly isolated organization. Standard methods do not work here. No matter how many people you kill, new ones will appear. Until the core is destroyed, everything is useless. MC asked, does that mean the operation failed? They did not catch Rick after all. Himmler grinned, lowered his head and disagreed, saying the plan was successfully completed. Their agent infiltrated Nemesis, Luca clarified, and be more specific. The commander said that Barbara was their agent. Nemesis hired her as a hacker. They had been monitoring her for a long time, trying to attract the enemy's attention. And finally it paid off, although Hamlet, to be honest, did not expect her to be so strange. The protagonist wondered, is that fool on their side? Then what about the people who had to be sacrificed for the operation? Fenrix, whose brain was damaged. Gillian, who wasted time pursuing a false target. Even the captain's daughter, Giselle, whom Barbara had been tormenting all this time. Are they saying that they were just people used as expendable material? MC wondered, did Giselle know this? The commander replied that she did not, and it would be better if she never found out. Luca understands why he's telling all this, right? The protagonist wondered, is destruction all that is left for him? No achievements, nothing, just a miserable ending. Hamlet asked the protagonist to read this and sign it. MC smiled tensely, and the commander welcomed him to the Castoria family. The system window notifies that this is Luca's adoption certificate. After a while, the robot stands behind the protagonist. There are several needles on the table. The commander said that the paperwork would take some time. Luca remembered the past. There are just a couple of stubborn old people in the family. He came out of the memories, and the robot clarified that the protagonist would feel pain and discomfort in the back area for now. Fenrix turned his head to the side and asked, is MC leaving already? Luca put his hand to his neck and replied that he had to go. His comrade stuttered and wished him luck, and the door slammed shut. Sometime later, at the guards' academy, the protagonist thought that the witch Barbara was a rather dubious figure, a spy who was especially planted by the Empire into the extremist group Nemesis. MC is not sure if her madness was real or just part of a game. She is definitely a two-faced person. Is it true that she was assigned this mission from the very beginning? Luke stopped and wondered if all of this could be just a coincidence. Rise from the lower sector orphanage, meet Kinwan, study Ares Victima, and then those mysterious events at the academy. The protagonist thought that all this time he had been acting of his own free will and choice. Could it be that he had overcome all the hardships of life and the circumstances of his birth, not only by his own efforts? MC bit his lower lip with great tension. He took a step and thought that he should not doubt. These were just far-fetched delusions. The captain had opened up to him, but perhaps this was just a test of his loyalty. Luca could not ruin everything now. This was a rare chance to change his life. Kinwan asked if the protagonist had managed to enjoy his youth at the academy. MC replied that he had not even had time to train. What pleasures were there? The instructor smiled while pouring tea, and said that he felt sorry for Fenrix. He was unlucky. Fenrix was an outstanding trainee. Luca looked at the tea and wondered if this could be considered ordinary bad luck. He took a sip, and putting down the cup said that a man named Rick had asked him to say hello to the instructor, and that he was doing well. Kinwan calmly replied that he was glad to hear that Rick was okay. He would never have thought that he would become an extremist. The protagonist noted that it sounded like they knew each other well. The instructor smiled and clarified that Rick had been his comrade during his internship. He had surprisingly fast reflexes. To be honest, Kinwan was even surprised that MC had survived the meeting with him. Luca asked if they were no longer in touch. The instructor asked not to misunderstand him, and replied that he might be retired, but the Empire still paid his salary. Why on earth would he communicate with an extremist? It seems that Luca did not tell his comrade Chief Captain about this. If the protagonist has suspicions, why not share them with the leadership first? MC replied that because they can execute him on the spot for such a thing, he needed to at least make sure before reporting. Kinwan clarified that if he could be executed for such a thing, it would have happened a long time ago. The instructor scratched his chin tensely and asked what the real reason for his attentiveness was. Luca asked, what is the real meaning of Ares Victima? Kinwan wondered why the protagonist was asking that. MC looked down and replied that the Empire, as it turned out, kept records of everyone who owned that style. That was why Rick had not killed him and left him alive. Kinwan brought the cup to his mouth with a shaking hand. He smiled and said that MC had figured it out faster than he expected. For a person of low status, Luca knew a surprising amount. The protagonist understood what that meant, right? MC sternly replied that he understood it very well. Kinwan began to tell that about 200 years agosto, in about 3518, the first uprising against the Empire took place. It was led by none other than the Emperor's first advisor, Noel Malissa. He made a huge contribution to the creation of the Empire, developed many combat theories, including projectile control tactics as well as methods of fighting with cybernetic prostheses. Noel understood that a full-scale war with the Imperial army was doomed to failure, so he chose guerrilla tactics. This is where the Archie's victim appeared, Luca thought, with great tension. So, out of all the possible combat techniques, he mastered the rebel technique. Kinoan continued that, with its help, resistance fighters successfully resisted the Empire for many years. Only those who could master this style could lead guerrilla units and inevitably participated in local battles. The protagonist bit his lower lip and thought that this explains a lot. If this is the leading combat technique of the gorillas, it has almost no weak points. MC said that considering that they all risked their lives one way or another, no one really cared about the consequences for the brain. The irregular army had no battle formation or standards. That meant they needed a flexible style that could be applied to any unpredictable situation. Kinoan smiled and lowered his head, saying that was correct. Even in the face of large-scale purges, Noel and his minions always found a way to survive. They spread out across the Empire, gathering assistants with whom they would strike at key targets in the Empire. If they were exposed, it did not matter. Unnecessary people were simply discarded, and the resistance continued. MC thought that everything was starting to make sense in his head now. The rebels disguised themselves as ordinary civilians, since their prosthetics were not designed for combat. No one suspected them of being part of the resistance, but Ares Victima users could fight on equal terms even without high-tech prosthetics. Even if they were accidentally interrogated, they had nothing to show for it. That is why Ricky left him alive, and that is why the Empire keeps a strict record of those who practice Ares Victima. Luca asked, "But how did the Empire get rid of the rebels then?" Kinoan replied that they simply killed anyone who seemed even a little suspicious. They no longer cared about distinguishing between civilians and rebels. Some regions were simply cut out completely. Because of such extreme measures, even Ares Victima users could not escape death, but they still allowed the uprising to be suppressed. The protagonist clarified, "Is this the hidden part of the Empire's history?" The instructor says that it is not hidden, but there is no point in including it in textbooks. If you do not delve into history, MC will never know the truth. Luca thought that Noel, once a benefactor of the Empire, suddenly became a traitor. The Empire that staged the massacre, and the guard instructor who owns the gorilla's combat equipment. Kinoan, he asked sternly. So, the captain sent him to the instructor because he suspected Kinoan of being connected to an extremist organization. The instructor clapped his hands and replied that everything was correct. If the protagonist found and provided evidence of his connection to Nemesis, he would quickly be promoted. MC resolutely said that he did not believe that the instructor was collaborating with extremists. He wondered what kind of behavior was this. Kenan calmly smiled and clarified whether the protagonist believed or not. What difference did it make? The main thing was that the captain believed in it. Here was a little hint from Luca. He needed to investigate his past from the times of the lower sector. This would help the protagonist in his promotion. MC wondered how he could remain so calm when he was suspected of collaborating with extremists. And what about the main captain? How much does he know? Could Hemla have sent Luca to spy on Kenoan? Already knowing everything very well, the protagonist stood up from his chair and said that he would definitely report everything he heard today to the head captain. Kinoan replied that they would see each other again, and MC closed the door behind him. After some time, Luca ran quickly down the road. He stopped, leaning his back against the wall. The protagonist clenched his teeth in rage and exclaimed that they were already annoying to look down on him. MC thought that for the captain and Kenoan, he was nothing more than a tool with which they tested each other's intentions. How much longer should he walk through this minefield where any wrong move is certain death? It was becoming more and more difficult for Kenoan to understand who the instructor was anyway. The sources of information available to the protagonist would not give anything anyway. But he was not going to be a simple puppet. Luca scratched the wall and said that if he wanted to understand something, he would have to follow his advice, go to the lower sector to track Kinoan's past. After some time, the protagonist thought that the guard commander sent him to the instructor, because he thinks that Kinoan is in cahoots with the extremists. The instructor was absolutely calm about this, despite being aware of these suspicions. Plus, what Kinoan told him then about investigating his past in the lower sector. What was the instructor thinking when he said that? Does he want to lure MC to the lower sector and eliminate him, get rid of Luca with the help of the Nemesis resistance forces? Or is all this some kind of conspiracy between the instructor and the guard brass aimed at testing the protagonist? No! MC had already decided that he would not hesitate. It was too late to retreat. He had to do everything possible to track down Kinuan. Luca would not be gotten rid of that easily. He had to be prepared for anything. Step 1. Report on the dialogue that took place between him and Kinuan. The protagonist announced that Instructor Kinuan was openly provoking them. Himmler crossed his arms and said that Rick had also carried out unofficial orders during his time with Kinuan, so there was a connection between them. Isn't the protagonist interested to simply leave such a suspicious Kinuan unattended until their time? MC clarified that if there were reasons that he should not know, he better close his ears. The captain calmly noted that he was telling the protagonist this precisely because he trusted him. This investigation was an order from above, not just from the guards. These people believed that they could reach the core of the Nemesis criminal group. Through Kinuan, they must be considering the possibility of his collusion with Rick. Luca asked with interest, but why give such a suspicious person the important role of instructor? Hamlet replied that Kinuan wanted to whoop. The instructor said he would leave the service if he was not given the role of instructor. However, Kinuan is a competent instructor. Did he satisfy the protagonist's interest? MC swallowed, and lowering his head said that he had spent a lot of time with Kinuan, but frankly speaking did not notice anything suspicious. The instructor is quite pedantic and never reveals his true motives. The captain asked him to stop looking for excuses, and told Luca to do what he can do. So far, only the protagonist is suitable for this role. Over the past 10 years, many other cadets have been sent to Kinuan, but no one has yet gotten as close to him as MC. The instructor clearly likes Luca. The protagonist squeezed his hand and said that then the captain should give him authority beyond the capabilities of a simple cadet. After a while, the plane flies rapidly across the sky. The captain and MC sit opposite each other. Himas calmly asked if the cadet is nervous. Luca noted that he would be lying if he said no. He was a little nervous. The protagonist thought that he had told the captain exactly what powers he needed. Free passage between the upper and lower sectors, permission to carry a personal weapon, and some funds for the investigation so put in, and also access to the database, which is given only to the highest ranks. Frankly, he simply did not dare ask for more. Although this is not enough, MC is in a position where he can be killed at any moment. He must try to do everything possible. Some time ago, Luca clarified that this is not something a guardsman should say, but the captain should know that he would not want to die because of such a sad mission, especially since the protagonist learned too much. Himmler replied that he would be honest. If such an order comes from the leadership, he will erase the evidence of this mission without a trace, even if it means getting rid of witnesses. The captain can promise only one thing. For the sake of the protagonist, he will do everything within his capabilities. That is why he accepted MC into the family. At the moment, Luca thought that in the end, his life now completely depends on the head captain. Himmler said that he himself is not a fan of such formal procedures, but since they are a family, they should at least introduce the protagonist to his new relatives. MC clarified that if there are any wishes regarding his behavior in front of them, he will definitely implement them. The captain smiled, scratched his chin, and asked Luca to behave as he is used to. He thinks that for his children, this will even serve as an incentive. The protagonist thought that he has no idea what Himmler is thinking. It seems that in order to enlist the proper support, he just needs to overcome this. The captain announced that they are almost there, and MC looked out the window. The plane landed, and Himmler calmly clarified that he still does not perceive this place as home, although he spent his entire childhood here. After some time in the room, Luca remembered the past. Himmler asked the protagonist to enter the mansion and rest for now. His room had probably already been prepared. The captain would introduce the protagonist to everyone right away. A little later, MC came out of his memories and looked out the window. He thought that everyone was behaving well in front of the head of the house, Himmler. The thought of standing there was exhausting him. Luca was still no different from the commoners of the lower sector, bowing before those in power. Was this the life the protagonist had so badly desired? There was a knock on the door, and MC turned his attention to it. Diesel clenched her hand into a fist and asked, so he had really become a part of the Castoria family. She put her hand on her chest and clarified that she had to apologize for her unsightly behavior last time. She was overcome with emotion, although even this was just an excuse. It was behavior unworthy of a true member of the Castoria family. Luca asked her to stop, and noted that it was normal for civilians to act like that in such a situation. Giselle looked down sadly and said that she had visited Fenrix, but he seemed not to recognize her. The protagonist replied that gratitude was good, but there was no need to blame yourself for what happened. Fenrix had fulfilled his duty as a guard. Giselle asked if he wanted to console her. MC noted that he had simply said it matter-of-factly. He was not that sentimental. Giselle smiled and said that he was like a blue flame. However, it burned stronger and more fiercely than any other flame. Luca thought that she had become softer than she had been. Giselle asked if he remembered what he had said that time, that he would support her if he became part of the Castoria clan. The protagonist smiled and agreed, saying that it seemed that now they could discuss the details. He thought that he liked it. This is exactly how a noble lady of the empire should be. Understand the principles, take and give. Giselle turned to the side and said that she would share some information with him as payment for what happened. She was sure that her father had told him little. He was not one of those who cared about every little thing. Giselle turned on the hologram and said that the ones MC should be wary of the most were her two older brothers, the first and second sons. Luca's appearance would most likely cause them serious stress. The protagonist noted that he was just an adopted son. Giselle replied that this was not true. No matter what anyone said, Castoria was a military family. If both the first and second sons were not up to the role of the head of the family, then MC as an elite soldier would not have such problems. Even without a blood connection, Luca was a serious threat to them. The protagonist said that if such a possibility existed, of course, they would be worried. He thought they could be understood. Gazelle agreed and said that both her brothers. MC interrupted her and asked, "But what about her?" She was very surprised, and Luca asked, "Does she really not have ambitions to lead the family?" Gazelle answered that she thought it was none of his business. She definitely has no intention of becoming the head of the family, but if she is threatened by something, she will not sit and do nothing either. What will happen next is no longer her concern. The protagonist said that if the opportunity presents itself, she should take advantage of it. He added with a smile that this was advice from her brother. Giselle was very surprised, and after thinking for a bit grinned, covering her mouth with her hand. She leaned down and hugged her stomach with her hands and laughed. Giselle, wiping away tears of laughter with her hand, asked, "And if the opportunity presents itself, will Luca support her?" The protagonist gave her his word until she becomes his enemy. Giselle shook his hand and said that then they would agree to be allies. She is counting on her older brother, but this is the first and last time she will call him that. The protagonist noted that it is good. He himself does not like shameful nicknames. After some time, the members of the Castoria family are sitting at the table. The clock quickly moved. The maids opened the doors for Giselle and MC. Jua, the second son of the Castoria family, Nicolaus, the first son and wife of the head of the Castoria family, turned their attention to them. "So it is he, Luca. She has heard a lot about him." The protagonist thought that she does not like him. He supposes it is obvious. Eva asked him to sit down and said that the head of the house will arrive soon. MC Terry answered his mother that he understood. Giselle approached Luca and whispered in his ear that he should be careful and not give them a reason. His father is not the type to stand up for the protagonist. The door opened, and Hemla sternly suggested to start the meal. After a while, Hemla called him the protector of humanity, the father of the nation, and the first emperor of their country. He put his hand on his chest and exclaimed that they were praising His Majesty Genoia. The family members began to eat. Luca looked at them and thought that, as expected, all eyes were on him. A few minutes ago, the protagonist said that the fact that these two were wary of him meant only one thing. They were aiming for the place of the head of the family. Giselle agreed and noted that most likely they had already collected all the possible information about MC. The eldest son, Nicolaus, refused high-tech prosthetics, which means that his path lies in the bureaucracy. But he is smart and has already established connections with the right people and vassals. The second son, Doof, cannot boast of special talents, but he is a soldier and expects that this will help him lead the family. The conservatives in their family are on his side. Luca clarified that it turns out that his existence is only a hindrance. Giselle replied that this is exactly it. They will probably try to humiliate him when they meet. They will cling to the past, to MC's behavior, to anything. At the moment, Luca thought that now it was clear why they were watching so closely. Of course, he knows the basics of etiquette, but it seems that Himmler expects something completely different from him. The protagonist will see if he lives up to Dad's expectations. Giselle, cutting a piece of meat with a knife, turned her attention to the protagonist, who tried to shove the whole piece into his mouth. Ju, smirking, turned to MC. Luca raised his head and, chewing his food, asked, "What is it?" Ilf replied that he did not want to start with that, but he had to point out his table manners. He did not know how the protagonist was raised, but at least some boundaries should be in place. MC thought that Juffy was so easy to get caught. He did not even realize that this was a game. A typical damn freak. Ilf is clearly annoyed by the fact that Luca has all the makings of an elite soldier. But Nicholas, the protagonist, is not sure that his brother has not understood his game. Nicholas does not interfere because he thinks that MC and EU are simply dividing the conservative support. It seems that the real rival is Nicolas. Ilfas stood up from his chair and raised his hand, saying that even if his father recognized Luca, this is not customary in the Castoria family. The protagonist interrupted him and noted that he thought it was because even someone like him was better than Juffy, someone who had been in the service for years, but still did not deserve a single medal. In terms of the prestige of the Castoria family, for sure, Juffy was very angry, but did not answer. MC mockingly asked, so why not compete in real combat and not in their etiquette? After all, he trained under an outstanding commander. Ju clenched the knife in his hand in anger and barked, "How dare, Luca!" Nikolaus asked the protagonist to stop teasing Juffy and his brother should calm down. Juffy replied that he was only trying to instruct MC like an older brother. Nikolaus clarified that Luca knows how to behave at the table well. He just decided to play. His brother asked, "Isn't that so?" The protagonist calmly cut the steak with a knife and replied that he knew it. He apologized and said that it was his mistake. He was just a little nervous. After all, it was his first time at such a large family gathering. Ilf got very angry when he saw this. Nicholas said that he heard that Luca received a 7th rank medal in the form of a sword. He himself is not a fighter, but as far as he knows, for a cadet, this is quite a serious achievement. The protagonist, looking at Juffy with a smirk, replied that this is one of the most common medals among the guards, nothing to be particularly proud of. Nicholas said that he always felt a little ashamed in front of his father for not becoming a soldier, but now MC took it upon himself. It was a relief for him. Jufasi slammed his fist on the table in anger and asked if his brother had already ignored him. Nicholas calmly brought the food to his mouth and replied that his brother had misunderstood him. Joff did not think that his own brother, did not know what Juffy was capable of, did he? He certainly did not doubt his future achievements. Juve clarified that he himself was burdened by this because his father was a great commander. His elders were constantly hesitating and did not let him take part in a real fight. Nicholas noted that he understood him very well. But you should not look for hidden meaning in an ordinary phrase, should you? The brothers whispered something to each other, and the protagonist grinned. MC thought that the more tense the conversation between Juffy and Nikolaus became, the more clearly the intra-family conflict became apparent, like an old nagging wound, but none of this matters to him. After all, it was for this role that Hima accepted him into the family. Surely, Dad is smiling happily inside right now. Thanks to Eva's intervention, the tension quickly died down and the conversation returned to a calm tone, after which the banquet continued as usual. Eva came out to the guests and formally introduced Luca. They called him Lucas, because his old name was too simple. Not that it bothered him. At the banquet, he was constantly greeted by some friends and vassals of the family. Remembering their names was too tedious. After what happened with Ilf, they already understood that the protagonist had a difficult character. And after endless greetings and a brief exchange of pleasantries with Giselle, this is how his first day in the new family ended. Luca was very surprised and thought that this was what he had hoped for. Himlas entered the dimly lit room. He approached the protagonist and noted that he knew that MC was not sleeping. Himlas apologized for coming so late and said that he needed to at least pretend to be neutral. He smiled and sat down on the chair opposite the fireplace. Luca asked if the captain had brought any drinks. Himla poured alcohol into a glass and replied that doctors and scientists said that alcohol and cigarettes dull the nervous and hormonal systems, which is not very good for combat. He asked if the protagonist wanted a drink. MC put his hand to his chest and clarified that he did not want to aggravate the risks. Ares Victima was enough for him. Himlas took a sip and asked to allow Luca to give one piece of advice, not as a commander, but as a senior. If the protagonist plans to serve for a long time, he should not be so correct. This is the key to the chest called humanity. MC asked if soldiers needed humanity. The captain clarified that the Legion destroyed those who said so first. Luca tensed up and asked if the captain was drunk already. Himmler laughed and replied that the protagonist could consider this all a welcoming toast. They were celebrating his joining the family. The protagonist could do something that had nothing to do with fighting. Take up a hobby or habit that would only get in the way. Himmler placed his hand on MC's shoulder and removed it as he headed for the exit. Luca thought it was hard enough for him to hone his skills as it was, and now the captain wanted him to acquire hindering flaws, wanted him to become like Ella, or Kinuan, a person who wavered depending on his emotions. If that was not the case, then why would the captain even say such a thing? Luca hung his head sadly and exhaled heavily. So, thought that the Himmler that came to his room full of imperfections was not at all like the captain he was used to, giving advice that would not bring even a little bit of benefit. Himmler was more like a typical dad. The next day at the Castoria house, MC was already busy preparing for the investigation into Kinoan's past in the lower sector, so he did not particularly enjoy the tour of the family estate. Gisele turned around and said that they were there. She put her hand on the sensor, and the doors opened. Luca thought about it. Well, maybe a trip to the equipment room, which took up almost an entire floor. They went inside and MC asked why she became his guide here. Gisele asked, did he think she just studied mechanical engineering at the academy? In the Castoria house, equipment repair and maintenance is a woman's business. Outsiders are not allowed to do this. Her mother currently runs the warehouse, but it will soon be hers to take over. Luca said that Greece does not suit her. Gisele said she was very good at this. By the way, she takes care of her father's prosthesis herself. MC said, but aristocrats often do not marry for love, and if their relationship is not too good, Gisele answered. That is why she is in charge of armor maintenance. It is a long-standing family tradition, a manifestation of boundless trust, so to speak. Suddenly she stopped and turning around asked Luca. He was standing in front of the armor and began to peer closely. He clearly sees traces of serious and ancient modifications on all the parts, and the right hand is clearly larger than the left. This is most likely an adjustment for some specific weapon. Gisele asked, was he also staring at this curiosity? This all-mechanical armor is called Scylla. This belongs to the founder of the Castoria family, Ataga. This is her personal battle armor. It is quite ancient and weaker than the Murmuradon, but still pulls up to the family heirloom, one of a kind. There is no other like it. MC thought the personal armor of the founder of the Castoria house, Scylla. The image of it remained in his memory as if he took a photo. After a while, Luca and Heima walked through the forest. MC asked, Commander, is it normal for the elders of the clan to live in such a remote place? Himmler replied, it is normal. They themselves do not wish to contact the outside world. Retired elders do not have any influence anyway. Their role is to be advisors and nothing more. MC thought, well, yes, the head of the house cannot be a lapdog. At this moment, Himmler turned around and said, they are here. They stopped in front of the Silver Moon Pavilion, and Heima said, as he already knows there are 7 elders, only a few of them are old enough to actually be considered elders, but the very fact that they have survived so much time already speaks of their qualifications. MC wondered if there were those among them who were against the adoption. Himmler said that 2 votes were against, 4 neutral and only 1 for. Luca said most likely, then they were against. Himmler spoke. Silence means that they yielded to the opinion of the head of the house. So, in most cases the deciding vote belongs to the leader. Those who oppose his opinion are more likely to simply express doubts. They started to climb, after which, MC turned and grabbed the railing. Nothing serious. Himmler said they are stronger than they look, so there is no need to worry. MC looked after him carefully, and after a while they already approached the door, and Himmler put his hand on the lock screen. The doors opened, and a huge hall with large windows appeared in front of Luca. The elder said, Himmler is here. Another ordered him to address him properly. The elder asked, but he is his grandson. What kind of ceremony is there? Another elder clicked his tongue in displeasure and said, Chava bossa. How old they have become. Himmler coughed, attracting attention. He said that this boy's name is Luke House. The elder said, I see, that is what he is like. He looks formidable. He looks like someone who will fight his way to the top, even over the corpses of his parents. The elder told Luke House to come closer. MC walked up to the bowl, and the elder waved his hand and said, closer. Luca stood closer to the elders, and one of them put his hand on his face and said, boy, he must live a long life. For this, he must not succumb to chaos that can destroy everything, even if his throat is torn to shreds. MC looked at him carefully and thought, what is he talking about? Is this some kind of veiled warning? He does not understand anything, Luca said. Yes, he will do so. The elder waved his hand and then said, enough idle chatter. He suggested getting down to business, head of the house. The second elder sighed and asked maybe for starters, they should send Lucas. MC turned and walked towards the exit. Remus put his hand on his shoulder and said Lucas can stay. Luca thought why? He could very well be in cahoots with Kinoan. If something important is going to be discussed here, why leave him? The elder spoke, as the leader wished. After some time, MC and Hamlet were walking back through the forest. Luca asked why he did not send him away, but continued the conversation. Hamlet looked at him out of the corner of his eye, and then turned away and said that he would have to find the answer himself. So the last day of his stay in the mansion had come. MC went to the door, and thought these were 3 long days, which he had imagined completely differently. But finally it came to an end. All that was left was to sail back. Suddenly Alio appeared in front of him and pointed a gun at him. He asked, does he know what father said, that people like him can dodge bullets? Is it true? Luca thought it looks like Alio, the eldest son of Nicolaus. What a fearless bastard we got. MC asked Alio. He is his uncle. He knows, right? Alio answered, yes. But he is just a vile mudblood from the lower sector. MC replied that if he did not let go of the gun, he would beat him so badly that he would not be able to sit on his ass for a week. Alio asked, if he would touch him, don't make him laugh. Luca closed his eyes and thought, he is worse than a tick. Seriously, a snotty little maggot. Alio pulled the trigger and fired, and the bullet hit next to MC's head. Alio screamed in displeasure. Why did not he dodge? MC thought he just knew it would not hit. That is why he did not twitch. But he seriously went and fired the psycho. Alio said that this time it would be better to dodge, okay? Luca kicked him, and Alio flew down the stairs. He burst into tears and MC repeated his words saying that he would tell Dad everything. Luca held out the revolver when suddenly Nicholas ran out and screamed. His uncle tried to kill him. Amelio, is he okay? Amelio was crying and calling for his dad. All the maids were looking at them attentively, when suddenly Nicholas turned around and ordered Luca to explain what happened. Luca replied that he pointed the gun at the elder, so he taught him a lesson. He needs to be discouraged from doing such things. Nicholas asked again, pointed the gun. He turned around and asked Aliaio. He grabbed his head and asked, is that it? But MC interrupted him, and asked, but if someone had died, would there be room for a but? Nicolaus exhaled and suggested that they talk in private. After a while, they entered the office, and Nicolo sat down in the chair. He said, okay Luca, the guys outside probably now think that a serious conflict has broken out between them. Luca asked a question. Did he really use his son to arrange a private conversation so that it would not look like a conspiracy between them? Nicolo said he was impressed as expected. He is at least 3 times smarter than Joff. MC replied that Alio's life was in danger. Nicholas replied that they could always make more children. Why worry about trifles? He still had enough strength. Luca clenched his fist and thought, his own son's life, was it a trifle? He turned away and said that they had nothing to talk about with him. Nikolai said that he knew that he had already made a deal with Giselle, but her knowledge was very limited. For now, Juffy would most likely become the next leader, and if that happened, he might not survive. MC sat down on the chair in front of him and told him to continue. Nicholas reached for the hourglass and said that he might not say it now, but if he had to choose, all the support would go to Joff. Once he became the leader, the first thing he would do was get rid of him. He considered him a nuisance. If he had overwhelming power like his father, there would be nothing to worry about. Unfortunately, neither he nor Juffy inherited it. Lucas said, Raichu is clearly no match for him. Why does he think he is at a disadvantage? Nicholas replied that there are several reasons. Vassals who need a military man to lead their clan, and those who find it easier to understand Ju's simple nature than his more slippery one. And we should not forget about those who do not like their father, preferring a more accommodating heir. MC widened his eyes in surprise, and thought, do they not want a strong leader because they hold a grudge against Hemla? Then what he saw is not the real Hemla's leader that everyone knows. MC asked, okay, is that what is required of him? Nicholas replied, it is simple. He should pretend that they are feuding and gain the reputation and recognition of the family. Luca asked, the stronger, he is the weaker. Juffy is right. Nicholas replied, exactly. Those who are inclined towards a strong candidate will be drawn to him, as will those who dislike him. Then the number of votes will be equalized, and it will be easier for him to become the head. Luca looked at him carefully and wondered. Did he plan all this just a couple of days after his arrival? Did he even put his own son in danger? Gisele was not lying when she said that Nicoli was the spitting image of Hemlas. Nicolo stood up from his chair and suggested that they should now pretend that they had settled everything, and MC interrupted him and asked, what if he gathered enough support to take the head's place? Nicholas turned around and answered that if he needed it, he would not ask such questions. Even if he did become the head, someone like him would be more useful to him for running this house. Isn't that so? Luca grinned and said that it was interesting, and he was not being ironic now. When he was still scavenging through garbage dumps, he thought that aristocrats certainly lived well. Niccolo said that each of them had their own burden. He was ready to help in whatever he needed. Fortunately, his connections allowed it, and he did not mind if he shared their conversation with Gizia. Suddenly, he threw open the door and shouted, Luca, he does not know who he thinks he is, but if he ignores his brothers, he won't get recognition in the Castoria family. MC sighed and said, so much for his own burden. After a while, Luca was flying in a spaceship with Hemla, who was carefully studying the promotion plan. MC was sitting in front of him, looking at a card. He looked away at Hima, who asked if he was interested in management work. Luca, he said, no, not at all. He thought about how his father had not looked up from the monitor since they got into the car. Did Hemlas always work so much? While he lived in his house, he tried to live up to his expectations, but now he was not sure if Hemla really wanted this from him. As a father and head of the family, he was very different from the guard commander he knew. If there were so many unclear things left, suddenly a spirit appeared in front of MC, after which the spaceships quickly flew forward. He thought in fear their car was going the wrong way. Hetedi stood up and said, do not panic, their transport ship had been hacked as he thought. The bandits were probably waiting for them at the crash site. Reinforcements from Aquaran will arrive in 10 minutes. They just need to hold out. Until then, he took out his weapon and threw it into Luca's hands, who replied that he understood. Should they prepare to land? Hemla said, no, that would make them easy targets for the enemy. But staying here was also risky. For now they should just land, MC thought in surprise. The guard commander knows how to fly a ship. Well, at such a post, you need to be able to do everything. Hemlas clenched his fist and hit the control panel. He said, not to worry. The shockproof gel will protect them from damage in a crash. The ship flew down at high speed, and Hemlas said, Luca, taking advantage of the moment, he will ask a question. What does he think about what is happening? MC shouted in displeasure. Commander, he decided to become bait himself. Hemla answered, right, so Barbaro will gain more trust from retribution. Need to prepare for the blow? Luca thought irritably. The spaceship crashed to the ground and caught fire. Horror. MC opened the hatch and thought, thank God they survived. But even with the guard commander himself, will they last these days, minutes, in such a wasteland, without a single shelter? How is that even possible? Hemla approached Luca, and putting his hand on his shoulder said they saw them falling, which means they will arrive soon. He put his hand to his head and looked towards the sun. The bandits were visible from the large satellite. So Hemlas took out his weapon and said, what a blessing that today is clear weather. He pointed the weapon in the right direction and said, thanks to this he can see everything clearly. It managed to recharge at the right moment, after which Hemlas fired. MC covered his face with his hands, and thought he was not a helpless victim of an attack. He had deliberately become bait, knowing that he could handle it himself. Hemla turned around and told him to watch closely. Catching him in combat conditions was a rare chance. After a while he looked ahead and said that more had survived than he expected. Luca, you need to be able to calculate the enemy in 21 seconds. He fired forward again, leaving large furrows in the ground. MC thought, screams in the distance and the metallic smell of blood. He had shot the enemy without even seeing him. But how? Luca approached him and asked him not to say that he had fired based on the coordinates from the satellite. Hemlas answered spot on. He was actually the commander of the guard. At least one satellite for Pixno use is allowed to him. Control of a military satellite is access to a huge amount of data. he thought. Is this acceptable? It is the most powerful tactical weapon in the hands of one person. So that is how much power does the commander of the Imperial Army Guard have? A bullet was aimed at MC from behind, which he managed to dodge. The bandits rushed forward and shouted over there. They have the Hound of Katia. Everyone aimed at the commander of the guard. Let them forget about the minor. The bandit aimed at Himlas's head and fired. Himla smiled and said that the armored bandits were his, and MC just needed to try to survive. Vague orders are a sign of incompetent leadership. Luca, to win, you need to understand even the most idiotic orders. Himlas put his spear to the side and shouted. The world, alas, is full of stupid leaders. Luca put his weapon in front of him and fired, screaming loudly. The bullet flew past the bandit, and Himla moved on. The bandit rushed towards Himla, who quickly chopped off his head. He cheerfully continued to fight his opponents, breaking their armor and delivering quick blows. Himla smirked, and Luca thought. Himla told him to watch his fight carefully, but it is easier said than done. He does not care that his subordinates can get hurt. A bandit got close to him, but MC managed to kill him. He thought that these bandits are not easy prey at all. He rushed further and activated his skill. The guy swung his sword, approaching Luca. The soldier fired towards the guy, but he covered himself with his hands. He swung towards MC, and at that moment a bullet flew past him. Luca thought. Did he dodge the bullet without looking? After all, the Akrit style is really common among the rebels. Only the owner of the Akrai style can fight like this without modified prosthetics. But even so, there is a big difference between them, which means you can take a risk. He took out his sword and rushed towards the guy. He grabbed his hand with his modified hand, which made him scream loudly. He hit the guy on the back, causing bright blood to gush out. Luca thought about it. As he thought, if he blocked his hand, his whole plan would fall apart. If he were more experienced, he would have cut it off without a second thought. He looked down at the bloody body and then looked up in fear and saw Himlas, who was holding the enemy on the tip of his spear. MC asked, "Is it over?" Himla threw the enemy back and said, "Rick Kaiser is waiting somewhere out there." If he had heard him, he would have finished him off immediately. Luca asked, "Maybe you should have tried to lure him into a trap." Himla said, "Although even if they took him, it would not save them from retaliation." Then this whole operation, with the introduction of Barbara, was in vain. You can't let so much effort from the top go to waste. He is just a pawn no matter how you look at it. Luca's eyes widened, and he thought even the guard commander thinks he is replaceable. He said, "It seems like there is no one irreplaceable in the Empire." Himla raised his finger and pointed at the spaceship, saying, "Except for one." He knows who he is talking about, which means protecting him. It does not matter how many of his kind or Himlas die. What will he even achieve by continuing the fight? Even now he is still just a unit of the Empire. After a while, MC came to the academy where everyone was asking, "Luca Kitoria, how did he do it? Come on, let him share the secret of his success." Even if the commander liked him, adoption is already somehow. It is a success that is like a miracle. Yes, that is exactly how it looks in the eyes of ordinary people. "Only my soul is aching." A girl walked past him and dropped the card. Apologizing, Luca joined Himla to avoid being just a pawn. But in the end, it did not change anything. He would soon have to pay for his adoption. He would have to go on a risky mission to reveal Kenwin's identity. Until then, he would do what he could, train endlessly, upgrade his prosthetics, and get used to them. MC's hands were being fitted with mechanisms during surgery. Luca had less than a year left in his training. It was time to go down to the lower sector. Maybe he would really become a full-fledged guard like he dreamed of. But then it happened. After a while, MC was walking down the corridor of the trainee guest room. He heard some guys talking, one of whom asked, "Ella?" He did not know he was one of those. The guy asked, did he hide his true nature behind a smile? Then a scary person. Luca entered the room and asked, "What happened?" The guy replied that Eli had crippled his own brother and was now leading the race for supremacy in the Carta family. They must have dragged him right from the doorway to have his head checked. Eli, who had taken an indefinite leave to see his family, returned to the training unit. After a while, Luca sat on the steps and thought, did he intentionally his brother for the sake of the inheritance? A guy who did not care about strength and rank. Although after everything that had happened, it could not be otherwise. Lilian Ramones had died before his eyes. He had given everything and lost everything, and he had killed her with his own hands. MC looked up and then heard Luca. Ella was standing in front of him, and MC was clearly happy to see him. Ella smiled and asked, Is he waiting for him right upon his return? He was touched. Oh, or should he be called Lucas now? MC stood up and said to call him as before. No need for this show. Ella winked at him and said to wait a minute. He would drop off his bag and come back. Luca smiled and said, okay. After a while he asked, how did he defeat his brother in a fair fight and become the heir? Ella answered, yeah, it was an official duel. His brother is a simple man. It was easy to provoke him. MC asked, how did he do it? Ella looked down and said, he made his beloved fall in love with him. Probably, she just liked his face more. Although, of course, he felt sorry for him. MC frowned and said, what an idiot he is. Ella asked, and what about himself? You do not just get into a prestigious family, especially when it comes to Custodia. Luca replied that if he wants to live, he has to be able to spin, especially for him. It was, is, and will be. So EA said, even acrobats sometimes land on the top of their heads, but is that a reason to leave the stage? He looked closely at MC. Ella turned to Luca and said that he was not going to run away anymore. MC asked, is this all because of her? Right? He said if he wants to change his family, there is simply no better way than to lead it. If he does not like the structure of the empire, he just needs to rise high enough to change something. Luca looked at him closely and thought, he has always been talented. If he has set his mind to a goal, he can definitely do anything. If this is his choice, he does not dare to object, especially now. He said, okay, in any case, welcome back, Ella. He will have to sweat twice as hard to become the head. Ella asked, could the same be said about him, right? He extended his hand and suggested that they try together, even if 4 times their efforts would not be enough. That was why they had come to this school. The MC put his palm in his and he stood up off. He decided that, from now on, mistakes were unacceptable. They would fight to the end to defend their place in the sun, and, as if to confirm these words, the very next day, Ellie volunteered for a mission to clean up the local monsters on the planet Novus, and after a while, Luca was walking down the street, looking around. The system window said that he was calling Gabriel. A man ran out from around the corner and tried to steal his weapon, but Luca turned around and struck his hand. The guy screamed loudly in pain and turned around and ran away. Luca smiled and thought, great, now he will know this side of the city. But seriously, why is not he answering? After a while, he saw a missed call from Gabriel and opened the door to see Gabriel on the floor. He asked if he was dead or something. Gabriel replied, not yet, not yet. After a while, MC went downstairs and he started training. The blacksmith entered the room and asked how he liked it. The weapon is what you need, right? MC turned around and replied, even with prosthetics, it was hard to hold, but he liked it. If he gave in, the weapon would slip out of his hands in an instant. It was not for weaklings. Lucas smiled and thought that was exactly his preference. The blacksmiths of the Imperial Guard were real masters. He did not ask for this, but obviously even a small wound would work as it should. The blacksmith said that he called it cruxus. In the ancient language, it means something like disaster or doom, and the previous gun was called ruina, like destroyer, something like that. By the way, they are girls, so you need to take care of them, like your beloved. MC replied that he would do so. The blacksmith turned around and said, okay, it is time for him to go. Luca thought that most likely one day he would come across someone stronger, and then he would have to improvise in the best traditions of the arcade fighting style. Just once, no more, no less. And his life would depend on these things. After some time, MC came to Gabriel's ward. He shot 2 shots, one in the chest, one in the stomach. They had no intention of killing him. He asked, what happened? Gabriel answered, it was a warning. Now there is unrest. Gangs have started dividing up the districts again. Luca asked, and he was not listed in any of their gangs, right? Gabriel answered, exactly. Because of this, the problems began. When the struggle for power begins, if he is not an ally, then only an enemy. Screams, gunfire, and complete chaos. Honestly, he does not even know who it was. MC asked, why does not he join the gang? Then the way things were going, he would not last long on his own. Gabriel frowned and said he would rather die than work for those idiots. Okay, let us get to the point. Why did he come? What did he want? No word from him for months. MC said he had something he needed to do. He opened the curtain and said he would be back tomorrow at this time, so he should take some strong painkillers and be ready. Gabriel said in an irritated voice, what an idiot. He just got out of surgery. He started screaming loudly, but MC did not react to it. Luca went outside and thought the hospital Gabriel ended up in was surrounded by guards on all sides. The gangs could not get to him in a place like this. From what Kenella had told him, the old manager of the fighting arena knew him well. If he could dig up Kenan's past from the lower sector, maybe he would get a lead. But what the hell was he doing in such a city place? Here, even dreams and hopes die. What is he after all? Suddenly he saw projections of fish above him, and thought, in the end his legs themselves brought him to a painfully familiar corner. He turned the corner, and putting on his hood thought again trading in government property. This idiot's it seems in charge here. The older kids understand perfectly well what he is doing, but what can he do when he has neither strength nor power? The world does not change. Even if he interferes, the children will at least have normal food for a month, and then everything will return to normal. Luca approached the guys who asked what he wanted here. Let the guy go where he was going, MC thought. Did he warm up, Luca, to interfere for the sake of such insignificant changes? What a pity! The guy took out his weapon, but MC parried the attack. The guy turned around and said he will probably go. The man asked in surprise Luca. He became so serious. Before he could finish speaking, Luca's fist crashed into his jaw. He is still busy with the same nonsense, he said. But he did not sell but a redish. Hasn't he stolen enough? The man held his jaw and said, Luca, what are you starting? He treated him well, fed him more than others, especially lately. MC asked, he won't break his neck on the spot for this, okay? The man cried and said that he was wrong. He is ready to apologize for everything. He lost his way. Let him just say it. Luca answered, yes, he was just passing by and got terribly angry. He does not need an apology. The man screamed that he won't do it again. He swears that he learned his lesson. It is just that no one has even tried to stop him until now. But now he understands everything thanks to him. MC looked towards the orphans, who were waving their hands out the window. He punched the man in the face and then put on his hood and said, tomorrow he is to feed the children as expected. After a while, Gabriel said with displeasure, damn it, it hurts like hell. MC ordered him to be quiet. It is not proper for him to whine, Gabriel said irritably. He just got shot a couple of times yesterday. Luca thought about kicking him in the ass, but he decided not to. Let him be thankful that he got a good night's sleep yesterday. Maybe that is the point. Beating up people he hates is good for his mental health. Maybe that is what Himmler was trying to achieve. The guys approached the fighting arena, and the guard asked, Gabriel, he got shot, right? I do not think they scheduled any matches for him. Gabriel frowned and asked, are there already rumors? Never mind. He needs to endure it with Aleph. More precisely, he needs to. The guy asked, who will he be? Gabriel replied, a good boy. Does he remember they fought him a couple of months ago? The guy raised his glasses and said, who also beat him up? They need to wait a minute. A lot of time has passed. Gabriel said, it is him. He needs to tell his brother, Aleph, that Gabriel and the good boy are here to see him. After a while, Alf was sitting in a chair and saying, Yuko King, Gabriel estão sequidores. How is he doing? He heard that he was shot sicking Giors. MC winked and whispered, how many people are worried about him? Everyone is asking how and what. Gabriel whispered back, how did he think? Why is he still alive? Alf stood up and holding out his hand said, and, to him, hi the good boy. They have not seen each other for a long time. MC said that he is not a good boy. His name is Luca. Alf asked, he sees, is he without a mentor today? Luca answered that he is on a personal matter. Alf asked a question, yes. Does he want to perform in the arena or something else? MC answered that he does not want to. He would ask his people to move away before they start talking. Alf took out a cigarette and apologized, but that is not up for discussion. He does not know how to fight. MC interrupted him and said, if he thought those two would protect him, he was sorely mistaken. If you need a safe space, they were just scarecrows. For someone like him they were nothing. Alf ordered to listen. The boy, or Luca, whatever his name was, there was no point in being rude to him, just because he could give him a few slaps. He respected his mentor, but that did not mean he was going to tolerate outright rudeness. Luca smiled and asked, did he want to test him? Alf chuckled and said, good boy. MC interrupted him and said that he was Luca. He ordered Gabriel to block the exit. After seeing the guns pointed at him, he rushed forward and hit the ceiling, causing ALF to scream loudly. Gabriel asked him to hurry up. Luca MC landed, and the guards pointed their guns at him. He waved both hands, and the guys shot at each other. There was a loud scream, after which Alf said in annoyance, he thought the guards were really useless. After a while, Gabriel was lying on a hospital bed and saying, on rainy days, his prosthetics ache for no reason. Gilda wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked, Gabriel, has it been a while since he updated the waterproofing? Gabriel looked at her and asked, waterproofing? What is it for? MC sat aside and thought that the deal with ALF turned out to be pretty good in the end. The Castoria name carries more weight than he thought. Alf adjusted his glasses a moment agosto and looked at Luke House Castoria. He said, an Imperial Guard cadet, son of the current Guard commander. Alf laughed and said, well, that is worth it. So what kind of information does he need? He remembered Kinwan's words that they were friends, but he does not blame him for anything. After all, he himself had killed his predecessor for the sake of power. It is the natural order of things for the streets. Luca said that he wanted all the details about the previous arena manager, Tora. Any little thing, no matter how insignificant. Alof then said that he wanted to receive an official position at his request. He would have the right to appoint one person when he came of age in a year. Until then he would have to prove himself, and all that would remain for him to do would be to evaluate his efforts. With this, he was one step closer to Kinwan's past. MC currently received a message from Aleph, a report on the previous arena manager. At this point, Gabriel screamed. He already told him prosthetic arms and legs come with waterproofing by default, so why should he pay to upgrade them? Gilda waved her hand and said, no matter how well the prosthesis is made, all sorts of problems can arise over time, especially considering the chemical composition of the Akbar and Reigns. In such conditions, prosthetics need to be serviced at least once every 6 months. Gabriel screamed. It is insanely expensive. He is doing just fine without it, Gilda replied. But if you do not do anything, its effectiveness will decline over time. Gabriel screamed. At his age, it is normal. MC squeezed the cookie inside in irritation. Gilda asked, what does age have to do with it? It is about maintaining the prosthetics. With proper care, they will last like new for 10 years. Let her just upgrade his prosthetics. Everything, including the waterproofing. Luca said. Too much chatter. Gilda smiled and said, Luca, at least he understands her. Gabriel shouted, Luca, she is just extorting money. He should have saved it for upgrades for himself. MC ordered him to shut up. The idiot. If he does not understand it himself, then let him at least learn to trust the experts. Gilda smiled and asked, does he like cookies in a production oven, but he won't die from it? She baked them herself. MC remained silent in response, and only took a sip from his mug. According to the report, when ALF took over control of the arena, all of Tora's confidants were already dead or missing. Gabriel said that he wanted a cookie too. Gilda asked, well, where is he going? Gabriel asked, what is wrong? Luca thought about it. The cleanup was pretty thorough, but there is still a survivor. It is worth finding him, even if he is out of his mind. The system window reported King Noma, a survivor. He is currently in a mental hospital. After a while, MC drove through the wall with his car, and got out of there, and thought with displeasure how many obstacles there are on the way to an ordinary cycle. Gabriel screamed. His gunshot wounds had not healed yet. MC asked. Gabriel, he did not hide anything from him, right? What idiots? He asked. What could he hide? Lucas said. The guy who was shooting at them looked like a typical gangster. Does he think this has nothing to do with the attack on him? Gabriel answered. He told me, he has no idea. What is all this talk about, in the middle of such chaos? Luca frowned and thought, yeah, if he did hide something he should have figured it out himself earlier, although no one could know where he was going. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard from around the corner. Gabriel, the guy asked, is he sleeping with Alf now or something? What has he stooped to? Completely ignoring all their warnings, Gabriel screamed, what? He is not sleeping with Alf. The guy asked, then why did he make a deal with him right after he got shot? Are you trying to fool them? Gabriel replied, yes, seriously. MC thought about it. And now they will find out why they bothered Gabriel. Luca asked, is there a spare gun? Gabriel asked, what? Why does he need it? He has a pistol. MC said that it is only good for capturing someone alive. Gabriel replied, okay, it is not very powerful anyway. The guy screamed, he is siding with the wrong people, Gabriel. His sister sends him her condolences. MC fired and hit the guy in the arm, who screamed in fear and asked, what is wrong with this sight? Luca thought about it. It is off by 3 into the left. He sighed, and at that moment, the enemy fired towards the car. It dissolved in midair, and there was a bright explosion. The guy turned around and screamed, Is this a defective weapon or something? The enemy started running and screaming, "Who the hell is this guy?" MC was shooting at them and Gabriel asked in fear, "Sis, you mean?" "No way." The guy crawled out of the car and said, "Not to worry, sir. Security will be here any minute." Luca turned around and said that, in his opinion, 3 minutes had definitely passed. If it were him, he would think about terminating the contract with this security company. The guy thanked him for his concern, but just wait. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Gabriel grabbed the guy and screamed, "Sis, is this Martina from Lavian Rose? Are they seriously following him because he just refused to join her gang?" The guy screamed, "Just refused to join? Is he really that stupid? Sis has a crush on him. Idiot." Gabriel and MC froze in surprise at what they heard. Gabriel asked, "What?" He thought she just needed a bodyguard. The guy screamed, "Let him think with his own stupid head. First, he refuses, saying he does not want to be tied down by circumstances, and then he instantly joins Aleph, barely having healed his wounds. Of course you went crazy," Gabriel said. "Well, yeah, that makes sense." The guy screamed loudly, "That is right, idiot. He has no idea how much she likes him. She even thought about paying for his reconstructive surgeries if she joined the gang." The horror. MC said, "Let them tell Martina that Gabriel would be stopping by soon." Gabriel turned around and asked discontentedly, "Luca, why was he deciding for him?" MC replied that if they continued to attack him, it would only get worse. Isn't that true? He does not really understand this, but as they say, an offended woman is much more dangerous than a man. He thought, did she really have a crush on Gabriel, the boss of a gang that could pave the road with money? He would never believe that he was not interested in her at all. After a while, the guys entered the mental hospital and saw a glass-dim room. MC opened the door and asked, "Kenoma?" Ken was barely paying attention to them. And then Luca waved his hand in front of his face and introduced himself. The man said his name in complete confusion, and he said that he had a few questions about the former arena manager Tora. He noticed how he started shaking, and thought that Alph's idiots had tortured him to death. He hoped for at least some kind of conversation. At this rate, he would not get any closer to Kinwan's past. Gabriel noted that it was hopeless. ILF had completely broken him. He was practically a corpse now. Then MC wondered, what if he tried the method of restoring guardsmen after brain injuries? Ken was definitely good at close combat. He especially liked knives. He was famous for the way he used them. He took out a knife, put it in the man's shaking hand, and Gabriel exclaimed that it was a waste of time. But he did not listen to him and hit the man with 2 fingers, but he blocked it with a knife. His gaze became conscious, and with each block of the blow, his consciousness became clearer. Finally, he fully woke up and wanted to hit Luca with a knife, but he stopped the blade with 2 fingers, after which the man said that it was like he got out of a quagmire. This has not happened for a long time. He put the knife away and said that he seemed to have some questions for him. Seeing that he was completely fine, Gabriel was very surprised and exclaimed, "How did he do that?" MEC did not answer him, and thought that he needed to continue stimulating muscle memory to get his brain activity back. He continued to attack, and at the same time ask questions. He wanted to ask him about Tora's confidant, but Ken was not going to share this information so easily, and then he promised that he would get him out of this hospital. The man smirked and asked, "Is this true?" Luca turned to Gabriel and asked, "He has an extra room at home, right?" He got really upset and exclaimed, "Does he want him to babysit this idiot?" MC asked him to shelter him for a couple of days, then they will find a hideout with reliable people and create a gang in which he will be the boss. Gabriel was very happy and surprised at the same time from this news, and MC said that if he does not want ter um menino que teça de ou de ele abaixo tu nosão sueit. He answered him zuidisim sex mista that is not that he does not want, and then he thought that he needs his own people in the lower sector. One Gabriel will not cope with this. He will need a whole gang, maybe like Kenwan himself. He let go of the knife, and Ken said that there is little time. Now he will start the story. After that he went up. While he was going up, he wondered how he did not understand this before. Ken said that Tora had an old friend who supported him. A person is not public but not a gangster either, so only a person as close as Ken knew about him. Just like he is using Gabriel now, Kinoan was using Tora to take over the gang, hiring locals in the lower sector. He was creating operatives for covert missions. Now, he is not just following his trail, he is following in his footsteps. But he is still out of reach, and that is what is complicated. He went to the guard's database room to check on Kinwan, as he thought, The time he became an instructor coincided with Tora's fall, but his goals, his motives, his plans, he still has not gotten to them. He needs to put in more effort to make Kenoma recover. He will complete the mission and get out of here, but will Gabriel be able to hold the gang together, or will it slowly fall apart? Just like Tora, who was abandoned despite his vast knowledge, he can't say Kinoan did anything wrong. After all, it was thanks to him that Tora succeeded. Kinoan was just trying to maintain balance in this web of overlapping interests. He strives beyond the boundaries of his own safety zone, and is willing to use anyone to his advantage, without hesitation. The stronger you are, the more unscrupulous you are. This is the only way to not lose yourself in this chaos. He wondered what he really was like, and Kinoan came out from around the corner. He praised him for grasping the basics of Ares Victima, and invited him to move on to the next stage. Now Luca realized that the one he looked up to was someone like Kinoan. They moved to the training ground. While he was warming up, his mentor drank a hot drink, and said that he did not expect him to reach the level of Mista so quickly. Someone who can teach others. Ares Victim. People like that used to be ranked, but after the massacre, there was no point in that anymore. He asked. He did not bring him here for the sake of chatting, did he? The man smirked and asked. He can't wait to crush him, right? MC noted that he knew him very well, and he laughed, agreeing with him. He got up from the bench and said that the body remembers faster than the brain, as always. As he walked up to him in the arena, he thought that even if he was a master of the Archie's style, the body had its limits. It was no longer possible to defeat him with the standard prosthetics of the current one, but imagine his surprise when he saw his new prosthesis. Kinoan showed him how his hands sparkled, and said that if he did not want to lie in bed for the next couple of weeks, then he should properly protect his head and body. Luca looked closely at his prosthesis, and thought, was his right hand replaced by a real combat model? The weight and shape are completely different, and he did not even notice. Such control makes him tremble. Using a high-tech prosthesis with a damaged nervous system is a risky business. He grinned nervously and prepared for the fight with the thought that there might not be another chance, and thanked the instructor. None of them attacked. MC pulled himself together and decided to strike first, but as soon as he got closer, he found himself lying on the floor. He lost to him again. His full force attack was repelled by just one hand of Kinoan, and it seemed to him that he had all the advantages. He got up and asked the instructor, does he see the future, or what? He answered him that if he had such abilities, he would not be in front of him. Arches are made to steal, not to learn, and he has already learned to expand his senses and see the world in different colors. However, his brain is still sloppy. He needs to try to use it more. He returned to the bench and told him to go back to his place. That is when Luca noticed how his hand was shaking and remembered Ken. Until he figures this out himself, he won't move on. That is the rub. He walked up to the instructor and put his arm over his shoulder, telling him he could rely on him, and he took him at his word. After that, they headed for the exit. And MC thought that the person who knew everything he needed was right next to him. Only he would not say anything, and he would not believe it. Stuck in all this, both he and Kinoan learned something. Always keep an emotional distance. He supported Kinoan all the way to the office, glad they exchanged a few meaningless remarks. The instructor suggested that he get a girlfriend. The sensations between a biological and a semi-mechanical body are fundamentally different. It would be nice to experience the whole range of feelings before he became fully mechanical. Luca told him that it was up to him to decide, and thought about it. This fragile connection. He would be lying if he said he did not regret it, because they both knew that sooner or later they would have to break it. But if it came down to it, he wished it was not him doing it, so he would not have to kill Keenan. A new day came. He went to lower sector, and Gabriel showed him the gang members drinking with each other. He said that these guys will do anything, they just need money. This sight did not impress him much, and he grabbed his head, reminding him that he seemed to have asked him to find useful people, and not some idiots. He asked in response, did he expect decent guys in this swamp? These are still more or less sane. Luca decided not to dwell on it, and asked how Ken was. And he told him that he put him up on the second floor in the back room to get him out of the hospital and settle everything. He had to invest a lot of money. MC asked him to try to be more economical in the future. He contributed more money. The man clenched his fist in joy and agreed, after which he asked what he should tell the guys about him. As he was going up to the second floor, he asked him to tell them that he was the sponsor and that they had to work hard for him. After that, Gabriel got down to business, and he went to see Ken. Soon, Gabriel came into the room and said that Ken's name might still be on the hospital register, but that they would not notice he was missing until one of his loved ones came to visit. He had bribed the guards and staff, so everything was clear on that side. Luca liked that he was more enterprising than he thought. He then equipped the device with an ampoule to maintain Ken's health, causing him to start shaking. After that, he threw him a knife in his hand and asked if he recognized him. He caught it easily and said that he knew him, he could be trusted. And then MC, taking the second knife, pointed it at him and decided to start his rehabilitation. After that, they started to hit each other, which Gabriel watched with a hint of surprise. Sparks appeared from each blow of the knife on the knife, and Ken's consciousness cleared up. At one point he laughed, and Luca mentally noted that before the injuries he was a very skilled man. He once again swung his hand, and Ken blocked the blow, but lost his balance and fell onto the bed. After which he noted with a smile that his consciousness cleared up. Was this his doing? He told him that it was not exactly like that. He just mixed a couple of medicines for him. Ken thoughtfully noted that he did not know that he was omniscient in pharmacology, and MC wanted to talk about who was behind Tora. Why did he come to the lower sector and why did he support him? Before answering the question, he asked him for at least a cigarette or a drink, but MC did not think that was a good idea. The man smiled and advised him to relax. He just had the bearing of a hardened soldier. There seemed to be a guy there. Tora called him Noel. Luca thought Kenan had a twisted sense of taste, and Ken continued, "This all seems strange to him. He is not at all the type to usually manage fighting arenas. Tora is a decent guy. He thinks that this happened because of that guy. Also, some of the rental income was definitely leaking to another company, but before they continue, he would like to ask him for a favor." MC asked if this was because of Alf. From his question, the man understood that he knew about everything, and said that he cannot sleep peacefully until he gets revenge on him for doing this to him. Luca said that Alf is his ally, and Ken asked him to just not interfere with him. He does not need his immediate help. He began to get angry and reminded him that he is now under the protection of the Gabriel gang. If he is going to get revenge on Alf, then he should do it after he leaves here. Ken asked him not to threaten him. Unlike Aleph, he keeps his word. He is not such a rat. Of course, MC did not believe him, and thought that the traitor would not say otherwise. Who can be trusted, who cannot, is determined only by time. He glanced at Gabriel, but when Ken started talking about Tora log, he looked back at it. Adam must have the log, and Ken suggested that he start with a company whose name begins with B. Among them, there were probably some that lined Noel's pockets. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard. Gabriel ran out of the room and looked out onto the first floor, worriedly exclaiming, "What is that noise?" Downstairs was a girl named Grace. She pinned Orgo, nicknamed Baldi, to the floor, and asked, "Does Lavon Rose mean nothing to them?" She looked at Gabriel saying, and said that he trained his guys rather poorly. He was outraged by the mess she had made there and exclaimed, "What does she want? Why is she bargaining into someone else's base so unceremoniously?" Luca was thinking that Lavon Rose was even more unpredictable than he thought. Does she really need Gabriel that much? He went downstairs and asked, "Did he tell him not to be late?" "Right," he exclaimed in response, that it was too sudden. He was also a busy man. He approached the girl, and when she wanted to say something, he hit her in the shoulder and said that even if he did not come, this was no reason to barge into someone else's shelter without warning. And in general, such reproaches only worsen relationships, do not they? She put her hand on the place of the blow and admitted that it was her mistake. After which, they went to Lavon Rose, and MC told the bald and snub-nosed man that he and Gabriel would step back and they would hold the defense. For the record, no drinking while working. They obeyed the order. After which they went out into the streets of the city, and Gabriel told him that Lavon Rose is a gang founded by girls from the lower sector for self-defense. Most of the members of this gang are either from here themselves, or they simply have nowhere to go. Of course, only a woman can lead women. Luca asked if she really liked him that much. Had they even met? He told him that they had crossed paths a couple of times at work. He was offered a small job in the form of security at one of their stores. And he is a pretty scary guy, courageous and all that. He smiled smugly, and the MC thought that if he did nothing, Martina would either kill him or take him under her control. And this is a problem. Alf will give him up completely as soon as their interests diverge. Gabriel is irreplaceable in this regard. Grace turned to them and said that they were there. A tall building appeared in front of them, a pavilion of a clear sea. They went inside, and while they were going up to the second floor, the girl called out to Gabriel, and he asked with displeasure, did she want to fight him already? She stopped at the door and warned him not to even think about refusing the div at this time either. Only then would he have a chance to leave here alive. After that, they went inside, and a tart aroma immediately hit Luca's nose. He thought, what is the purpose of such a strong perfume? He heard footsteps and the crack of a gun from the side, after which he knocked out the girl who attacked him and realized that the perfume was there to dull the senses. He ordered no one to move. If they even moved a finger, they would be finished. They were surrounded by several guys with guns. Gabriel raised his hands, and when one of them wanted to shoot, MC grabbed the girl's gun and shot him in the head. The gang members were about to do something, but their boss's voice was heard, ordering everyone to stop. Martina came out of the shadows, covering her face with a fan, and having assessed the situation, asked who allowed them to be rude to her guests. She looked at Grace with displeasure, and she said that she did it, and apologized to her for her amateur performance. Gabrielle was indignant and exclaimed, she invited them herself and now she also attacked. Luca asked him to calm down and said that they came to talk anyway. He thought that she was shifting the blame to others, even when what she did was obvious. He could continue to insist, but he was on a mission. It would be unreasonable. The diva apologized to them. Her subordinates overdid it. She turned her attention to MC and asked what his name was. He told her his name, and she came closer, noticing that he was not from the lower sector. Why was he interfering in other people's affairs? He answered her that he had his reasons, but they did not concern her, and she said that he apparently did not know the lower sector well. They are Lavon Rose. She immediately warned him that his status as an aristocrat does not guarantee his safety here, to which he laughed and asked, did a bunch of sewer rats think that they mean something? His words angered the diva, and then her subordinate came up to her and whispered something in her ear, after which she folded her fan and sighed heavily. She thought for a second, then told the guests to follow her. They moved to a more convenient place for conversation, and she said that she only had one request. Gabriel will become her lover, which means he should join them. Lavian Rose MC thought that of course he understands that it is normal to speak about feelings directly now. But why did such a woman suddenly become interested in him? Gabriel asked, why so suddenly he only works for himself? She asked, does not he work for this young man now? Luca said that he is more like his sponsor, to which Gabriel exclaimed that he is not his boss. Martina was starting to lose her patience, and then the man went away to talk. MC whispered, why does not he date her for a while? He would be safer staying in touch. He refused, and he asked what the problem was. When would he ever get another hottie with his face? He refused again and explained that she was older than him. He did not understand what the problem was, even if she was slightly older than him, but the thing was that she was older than his late grandmother. Luca remained silent, not knowing what to say to that. And after a short pause, he remarked that she looked great. Gabriel got nervous and said that he would rather kill him right away. Realizing that he could not persuade him, he sighed tiredly and said that Gabriel had created his own gang. He could not join Lavon Rose. The guy was very happy, but the diva's face darkened. She told Luca that he really did not seem to understand how things worked here. He told her that maybe he did not understand, but Alf, the owner of the arena, was a professional at it. They had already agreed on good neighborliness with him, and with his support, Gabriel's gang could do business calmly. The diva said threateningly that she never lets go of the man she wants, and he confidently told her that in that case, she would have to learn a new experience. At her age, you have to appreciate the first times, right? Let her enjoy it. Martina decided to change her strategy and called out to Gabriel, saying that she could give him much more than he thought. She looked at him with a pitiful look and asked him to be with her, and he nervously clenched his teeth and looked away. The MC exchanged glances with her subordinate, and seeing no reaction from Gabriel, she gave in and fell back onto the couch with a heavy sigh, saying that there was nothing she could do. She suggested that they talk about business, so they founded a gang. The guys were a little taken back by such a sudden change of topic, and Martina said that she did not plan to feud with such a capable and brave guy. Gabriel indignantly asked, was not she the one who said that she loved him? She gave up so easily. She told him that she just had a thing for ugly people. When someone like him came near her, she got goosebumps, especially when the man was terribly ugly. Goosebumps ran down her body, which shocked Gabriel and made Luca think that it was so disgusting. This lady is too complicated for the brain of a half-centurion. Martina calmed down and suggested that they get back to talking about business. And as soon as they finished, he went to ALF. After looking through the confidential files, the man smirked and told Luca that, as expected, he was quite a capable negotiator. He had already become friends with Lavian Rose, which was quite impressive. After MC settled the matter with Martina, he borrowed her subordinate and returned to Aleph. Gabriel's gang is now allied not only with the Arena faction but also with Lavian Rose. Once word gets out, things will quickly go uphill. Plus, talented guys will flock to them looking for a cushy spot. Olive was quick to understand, which made his job easier. Luca asked, "Is this the Torah's old log? Let him keep it up." Alf said he could rely on him, and then they went outside. And the girl asked if he trusted him. He sarcastically asked if her other eye was also blind. "Does he look like a trusting person?" She said that was why she was asking if she trusted a diva, for example. He said he would not get his hopes up if he were her. She had a mind of her own and was quite unpredictable. Remembered what Martina had said about her. She was a retired Imperial Guard cadet. She had to quit halfway through, but she had an impressive track record. He glanced at Grace and thought that it looked like Martina was trying to figure out who he really was. But he did not care. Grace was a million times more useful than the trash Gabriel had collected. She also patrolled the Lavian Rose areas from time to time, so it was a double bargain for him. She asked if he came from a military family. He wondered why she thought that way, and she said that he was clearly stronger than her. She did not expect to lose to a teenager so easily. He pointed out that she thought too highly of herself considering that she had not even finished the guard's training. She told him that she had not been expelled for lack of skills. She had been at the top of the ranks at the time. He wondered why she had been expelled then, but she refused to say, citing that they were not that close. He noted that she was right and said that her service was over for today. She offered to escort him to the base, and he laughed, asking who was escorting who here. She bowed her head and asked him for forgiveness, after which she left and he went into the nearest alley Commanderis and opened the reports. Kane told him to look for a company starting with the letter B. The money that was invested in this company definitely belonged to the sponsor Noel, more precisely Kinwan, under this fictitious name. He found out that all these shops had long since closed down, and he thought that with his current data he would have no way to track it down. The lower sector databases are unreliable, they can be bribed, and knowing Kinwan, he must have planted false trails in these systems. So he needed a more reliable secret database, something like a high-ranking Imperial network. In the list, he came across a RCDSES and thought that it was a bit expensive, but the choice was not great. After that, he called Nicolas, and he said that he even put off work for his call. Let me keep it short. He said he needed access to the central database. He thought he had access to it. He confirmed it, and noted that he was a government employee, but he was not going to hand out access. Then MC asked him to investigate a couple of shell companies for him. And he asked if that would help him stay in the family. He told him that it might help, and he asked him to send him a list. It would take a couple of hours. Luca thanked him, saying that he owed him. And he said that it was okay. They were brothers and should help each other. Let him call with any questions. The call ended. NMC thought that he was really useful. He was sure he would still shake the debt out of him, and with interest the only question was how soon that moment would come, but he would deal with problems as they came. After that, he went upstairs and thought about Alf Ken forming a gang and Lavon Rose. He had not slept for almost 3 days, dealing with all the things. His brain was no longer working. He returned to his house, collapsed on his bed, and decided that even if Himmler called him right now, he would hang up. His eyes slowly began to close, and he hoped that no one would call him. But before he fell asleep, he saw a notification of an incoming message from Nicolas saying a new day had come. He went to the cadet record book for the number of missions, and was slightly surprised to see that his friend was at the very top of the list. How many missions had he completed while he was gone? He even took on tasks that he did not need. He realized why it was so hard to find him now. He remembered his words about how he was not going to run away anymore either, and scratched the back of his head in confusion, thinking that usually he would have come here to find him by now since he was so worried about him. He should find himself. Anyway, his condition is not that bad right now. He checked that he was currently resting in his personal repair room, and decided to make the first move himself this time, but someone distracted him. A girl called out to him and came up to him, asking if he saw it too. Ella was so mad. They say he's about to set a record for the most missions completed at the training center. She does not know what is on his mind, but at this rate, they will soon take away his spot as the best cadet. He knows about it, right? Well, Luca did not care, and the girl said that he was only so confident because he joined House Castoria. He immediately frowned, and she continued, saying that she would also feel pretty relaxed if she became the commander's adopted daughter. He mentally noted that she spoke as if she knew something. Kunforgo, he is sure it is easy enough for her, when all she does is pull the trigger on command without making her own decisions about who is an enemy and who is a friend, Forgo. But he has decided for himself that in a situation where it is unclear who to follow and who to trust, he constantly needs to restrain the urge to quit. Sometimes even he misses the old days. He knows he can handle it. This is the path he chose. There is no turning back now. One mistake, and they will get rid of him. Once he deals with all the problems he is faced, he can become like them, like Chinwan or Himeless. Otherwise he won't survive. Noticing that he was deep in thought about something, the girl got nervous and said that she did not mean to seem sarcastic. Who better than them to know that he deserved to become the commander's adopted son? It is just that he's been gone for a long time, so they were worried about him. He looked at her and thought, this is it. The power he got. The status and authority he wanted so much now. Even those from noble families were looking at him nervously. All this gave him only a small amount of power. He walked past her and patted her on the shoulder, smiling and saying that he just had not slept for a few days. After all, being the son of a noble is not that easy. He headed towards his friend and decided to continue building up his strength for now. Like a snowball rolling down a mountain, he entered Eli's personal repair room and saw him lying on a chair. Ella greeted him, and he looked worriedly at his smile and the bloody tools, and thought that it seemed like he really had been through a lot since then. He walked closer to him and said that he heard that he had been working hard lately. He chuckled and told him that it was still nothing compared to the old him. He needs to work hard if he wants to catch up. MC remained silent and looked at him, thinking that maybe he really is weaker than Ella right now. It is not like he was not doing anything, but what he was doing was far from a real fight. He needs time to think about the next step of Eri's fighting method. His friend noticed him thinking and stood up from his chair, saying that it was such an honor. Luca came to check on him first. Seems like becoming his friend was a good decision. He smiled and called him a raptasiwio before he, after which Ella got dressed and told him to follow him. He will show him his prey. They arrived at the lab and Ella looked at the mechanical beast inside the liquid capsule and asked his friend what he thought of it. It is cool, right? He agreed with him and added that he would brag about one too, and put his hand on his shoulder with the thought that the beasts often found on the planet Novus were not made of flesh and blood, but of metal and mechanisms. He heard that they had electromagnetic protection which made them quite difficult to catch. He asked if the mechanical beasts were also connected to the arcane civilization. He answered him that this information was not confirmed, but it looked like it. These beasts are made of mechanical parts, but inside them are complex intricate structures that resemble living organisms, and somehow, no one knows how, but over time they grow, then reproduce. He put his hand on the capsule and looked at the beast with a smile, and MC remembered how he used to smile, just as brightly. He noticed that the beast began to happily wag its tail, and asked the scientist if it could be tamed. She told him that she could not say for sure, since such precedents had not yet occurred, and he looked at the beast again. After that, they went out to the balcony and he asked what would happen to it now. Ilay told him that he thought this was the last time they saw it. They would probably send it to the Imperial Research Division. MC noted that it seemed like it would stay there. Ilay smiled silently, and then gave him a dagger, and said that this was his second trophy. A blade called Grain Boot, which is only worn by commander-level warriors. It is made from the bones of a beast from that civilization's home planet. That beast is now extinct, so it is no longer possible to obtain such material, even if you really want to. Luca noted that dagger looks more like a ceremonial one. Will this even be usable in battle? It is just an ordinary bone, is not it? Ella took out a knife and advised him to hold the dagger properly. Then he slashed at it with all his might. MC looked at the crack that appeared, and noted that he himself said that this was a valuable weapon. To his surprise, the blade began to smoke and the crack disappeared. He even thought that it looked like magic. His friend said that he was giving this to him. Let him consider it a gift to celebrate his becoming the young master of the Castoria house. By the way, Breaking Boot means forever white in the language of warriors. Let him consider it a manifestation of his generosity. Luca said with a smile that he could not tell if he was making fun of him, or if he was being sincere. He told him that he was being dead serious, and he, attaching his gift to his belt, thanked him, and promised him that he would use it wisely. He returned home towards dusk, drying his hair with a towel after a shower. He looked at the dagger and remembered Ella's words. Grain Butch means forever white. However, sooner or later everything ends in this universe that is spiraling towards its end. Their existence is just specks of dust. That is why they dream of eternity, fame, life, even their relationship. He does not want all of this to end. He is not very sentimental, but how can he not give in to his feelings in such a situation? This is the first time he has received a gift that mattered. It started raining outside. He put the gifted dagger on the table and decided to check what Nicholas had sent him. He smiled and thought that he was doing his job well. Not only did he get the information he asked for, but he was also able to confirm if there was a real owner of these companies. If he had investigated this himself, it could have taken him months or even years. He scrolled through all the information he had received, and at the end he saw a message from him. While he was investigating, he saw some information about where the money was going. Let him give him a few more days and he would find out more. MC realized that now he was truly in his debt. Nicholas most likely already realized what kind of person he was, which is why he did so much for him with such ease, but he was not one to not know when to repay his debts. If by some divine fortune he became the head of the Castoria house, then Nicholas would become the main advisor and strategist. He smiled and thought that maybe he was being too optimistic. While Nicholas was gathering the rest of the information, he decided to put this matter aside and do something else. But then something happened that really shocked him. As the rain beat against the window, he looked in shock at the message that had just come to him. It was a notice of death of Nicolaus Castoria. That same rainy night, he went to the funeral. His wife and child were crying loudly, and the adults stood quietly nearby, their heads bowed. Standing in the pouring rain, he looked at his tombstone. An air transport crashed on Nicolaus as he was returning. The details are still being investigated. Could it be because of the investigation he asked him to conduct? It was not an accident. The time of his death was too suspicious. If he died because of him, then during the investigation, he found out something he should not have known. Apparently, the information is so dangerous that even high-ranking officials are forced to remain silent. The endpoint where the money of the fictitious company went is the only clue. Could it really be such dangerous information? If his suspicions are in vain, then at least he will be able to get rid of this feeling of guilt. An accident? Or maybe the murder was ordered by Juffy? The rain started pouring down with renewed vigor. Everyone was mourning the sudden death of Nicholas, and Luca decided to take a walk. He passed by Hamless. He looked very downcast. In any case, he needs to report to him about the deal between him and Nicolaus. There is a chance that his request is the reason for everything. And if his death is really connected with Kinwan, won't even Hemalas interrogate the instructor? In any case, first, he needs to report this matter. And if his connection with it is revealed later, then he will also be considered an accomplice. He was about to go to him, but a worried Giselle grabbed him by the sleeve and asked him to give her a minute. They walked away from the cemetery and took shelter under a tree, and she said that everything was so strange. Nicholas's death was in no way unjustified. It did not seem like Juffy ordered his murder. He tiredly ran his hand through his hair and thought her older brother died, and she was thinking about this. But it was not surprising. Nicholas used his own son as a tool. Family feelings in their family are just some kind of nonsense. She looked up at him and asked, "Does he know anything about this?" He suspected that she was trying to find out something from his facial expression and remained calm. Hiding emotions and thoughts is something he can do better than her. He told her that if he knew something, he would say. How was she going to act next? He saw how the relatives all sided with Juff. She asked, shouldn't he be worried about this? After all, he himself had recently disgraced Juff. He told her that if he could not defeat him, then this was his limit. She wanted to tell him something, but he silenced her by putting his fingers to her lips, and it was not for nothing that Juffy came up to them hiding under the noise of the rain and asked what they were talking about so actively. Let them tell him about it too. MC answered that he was just asking her about funeral etiquette because he was not that good at ceremonies, and he noted that if he did not know something it was better to ask. They were always ready to help him. He looked at Giselle and asked, "Is that true?" She hesitantly agreed with him, and he said threateningly that he would be brief. From now on there should be no surprises from them. If they had any daring thoughts, then from today on they should forget them. Everything that had happened so far by his grace, he would let them get away with it. Giselle was indignant and said that it was so rude they were still mourning. He asked, "Is this how they mourn? Ran away from the wake and are conspiring here. It is just ridiculous." She did not find anything to answer him, and Luca said that then he would say a few words. Unlike Nicholas, he is a military man like him. If he wins, it will be due to the difference in skill. Joff was very angry with his words, so let him remember it well. Meanwhile, they were being watched from a dark room of a nearby building. Before everything escalated into a conflict, a man approached them and told young Master Luke House that the head of the family was calling him. Ju did not detain him since his father had business with him, but at the end he said that he would not forget today. MC entered the dark room, where Hemless was waiting for him. He advised him not to tease Juffy too much, and he said that he just got a little angry. Did he call him out of fear of a fight? He turned around and told him that that was not the reason. Noticing that the door was ajar, he asked him to lock it properly. He closed the door, muffling the sounds of the rain, and Hemless's voice immediately rang out in his ear, asking why his son had died. Luca was very nervous. He had not felt him approaching at all. When had he even managed to approach him? He looked into his sad eyes. He did not know how much he knew, but if he lied, he would die. He told him everything, without hiding anything, about how he found a survivor of the Tora gang, got the information, followed the money flows of the fictitious companies listed in the journal, and after he entrusted the investigation to Nicholas, this happened. Hemless fell silent thinking about all this, and MC thought that of course he was not himself right now. As ruthless a military man as he was, his son had died, and the eldest with whom he spent the most time, and the suspicious guy, was to blame for everything. He recalled the moments spent with the instructor, and said that there is no exact evidence yet that Kinoan is the sponsor, only circumstantial evidence. Milas turned to him and said that if he believed that, then Kinoan was the sponsor, and he noted that he trusted him more than he trusted himself. He told him that he had no reason to doubt the abilities of a skilled subordinate and son. After his words, Luca did not know whether to thank him for this trust or to be afraid. He said that he would continue to carry out the task without changing direction, and Himmler warned him that if he investigated further he would be attacked by the one who killed Nicholas. MC reminded him that, unlike his brother, he was a military man, and the man emphasized that he was a simple military man. Therefore, this may be beyond his strength. The enemy saw the access records to the database of the Imperial official Nicolos Ares o pai finisci di Liscepa da Leknisin interressione. Luca was surprised and asked, did the enemy of the Empire take root inside the official circles? And even among high positions, Himmler said that there was nothing strange in this. Such things happened regularly in the long history of the Empire. Each time they cut out the rotten parts, but there is no end in sight. MC clenched his fist in rage and thought, are not the poor from the outer regions, but those who have achieved everything, rebelling against the Empire. Hemlas asked his dead son for forgiveness for his next words, and said that his death meant that they were pretty close to the goal. According to the materials he left, they will find the destination of Kinoan's money. With this information, they will cut out the rotten part inside the Empire. Luca said that he considers himself a debtor to his brother Nicholas, and now it seems there was a way to pay. So Nicholas's funeral ended, and everyone returned to their business. Hemlas did not interrogate Kinoan and decided to finish the case that his son was doing. He decided to just wait for the right moment. Keeping silent, and he returned to the lair, that is to the gang's office, to complete the task. He found the angry Gabriel shaking the snub-nosed man by the collar and shouting, "Is he kidding?" He nervously answered him that he just decided to unwind a little during the break. Just a little. His words, "only me," made the man angrier, and then he turned around and threw him at Luca's feet with all his might. He looked down at the guy, and he, reaching out his hand to him, asked him for help, but he immediately kicked him in the face, throwing him aside. Gabriel ran up to him and asked him discontentedly why he had not been in touch all this time. While he was gone, this had happened. When he found out that he was at the funeral, he calmed down and awkwardly expressed his condolences, after which, Luca asked what had happened while he was gone. He scratched the back of his head, trying to find the words, and then said that he had definitely been here last night, but today Ken Noma had disappeared. His face immediately showed all his displeasure, and he asked how this had happened. Hadn't they been guarding him in turns? He told him that he thought so too, but in the morning when he came, the bald one was nowhere to be found, and this idiot was sleeping after his entertainment. When the conversation turned to him, the snub-nosed one backed away, and only one look from Luca was enough to scare him badly. He did not do anything with him, and went to the second floor, opened the door to Ken's room, and saw a broken window. He came closer and looked at the hole, after which he swore nervously and thought that these idiots turned out to be even more trash than he thought. They could not even look after one half dead. Gabriel asked, "Could someone have taken him?" He answered him that it was unlikely. There was no place around where they could sneak in unnoticed, and if they had entered through the main entrance, they would not have climbed out through the window. Gabriel thought about it and asked, "Did he try to contact the bald one?" He tried, but the guy did not answer. Then Luca told him to ask Lavian Rose to assign people to search for the bald guy and Kenoma. He would contact Alf himself. He asked, did he think Lavon Rose would agree to help them? He said that he would just need to entertain Martin on a little. That old woman seemed to have quite an appetite. The guy got really indignant at this, and exclaimed, "Did he really look that desperate?" Luca reminded him that it was he who brought those idiots, and was responsible for security. If he could solve the issue of responsibility like this, he would get off cheaply in the end, would not he? Gabriel could not even think about Martin a little and refused. Then Luca said that if he really did not want to, he would not force him. They would try only with Alf's help. The guy grabbed his head and screamed loudly, saying that he would do anything. He would entertain that woman. He stepped aside displeased, and while he was talking to Martina, he contacted Ao, and told him about Ken's disappearance. The man sighed heavily and said that he did not want to make any claims, but if he was going to rescue him, he should have warned him in advance. He mentally noted that he still had claims, and said that when he found Ken he should contact him immediately. Alf said that he probably considered him a sworn enemy. In any case, as soon as he found him, he would immediately let him know. Luca warned him just in case not to think of dealing with him himself, and he said that he would owe him a favor later. The call ended, and Luca thought that debts were piling up from all sides. After that, they left the room, and the snub-nosed man, seeing them coming down, fell to his knees and folded his hands in prayer, asking for their forgiveness. Luca looked at him with a gloomy expression, and thought that initially he did not expect much, but this even exceeded his expectations. Gabriel asked what they were going to do with him, and Luca, putting his thumb on his tear-stained eye, said that this was the last chance he would forgive him, only this time. Next time, he would not limit himself to just one eye. He pressed harder, and the guy screamed loudly in pain, and Luca mentally told him to be angry at him as much as he wanted. Hatred is easily suppressed by fear. Gabriel called out to him, and said that Levi Rose found a bald man but only dead. He looked down in annoyance, and said that he understood everything. After that, they went to the scene of the crime. His body was lying in an alley, and there were black footprints of bare feet around. Grace pointed to the corpse, and said that there was a stab wound on the neck. The carotid artery was clearly cut. This is the work of a professional who knows how to handle a knife. Gabriel suspected that it was Ken Noma, and Luca thought that he was really good with a knife, but he was in a disabled state. He asked if there were any witnesses, and the girl said that there was a recording from a nearby security camera aimed at the alley. She turned on the recording, and a hologram of Ken appeared in front of them. He headed into the alley, and the bald guy ran after him. Now that it was confirmed that it was indeed Ken's doing, Gabriel got angry and said that this idiot does not appreciate their mercy. Luca sighed heavily, and re-entered the alley to examine everything more closely. On the ground were Ken's bare feet, and the bald guy's boots. A fight ensued. The bald guy was pinned against the wall. He was grabbed by the shoulder, and was unable to break free, and then Ken waved his hand, and stabbed him. He looked at the black marks on the wall, and then at the corpse. It had the same dirt on it. He cursed quietly and thought that the bald man had done his duty. He thought that he was just a worthless worker, but he did not give up the task entrusted to him halfway, and went to the end. Did he really, with his pathetic insight, take the side of him he saw for his entire essence? After Nicholas was again indebted to someone, this time the bald man, or rather Orgo, left him in debt, he turned to Gabriel and said that if Orgo had a family or a lover, let him take care of them generously, and if problems arose, let him help solve them. They looked at the hologram of Ken, who after killing Orgo headed for the exit of the alley, and Gabriel noted that the effect of his rehabilitation was simply amazing. Who would have thought that a man who could not even stand up would recover so much that he could definitely swing a blade? He told him that this was not a rehabilitation effect, and added in his mind that it was impossible to recover like that after a couple of sessions. But Ken was definitely in a non-working state. Was he hiding something from them? His thoughts were interrupted by Grace, who informed him that the corpse of a man in mind-numbing substances had been found nearby. The cause of death was blood loss due to a cut carotid artery. It was probably the work of the same criminal. He thought that it seemed that when they collected all the information, something would become clear. ALF called him, and immediately his anxious and frightened voice was heard asking him to come here quickly. Kenma attacked them. His men were now shooting back at him. Listening to the man's anxious voice and the shots in the background, he wondered if Ken had any allies left whom he could call for help. Or was he alone in the Colosseum? He realized that he could think about this on the way and hurried to call a taxi. Immediately after this, there was a rumble behind the nearby buildings, and then a taxi landed in front of them, raising a cloud of dust. The doors opened, and Luca got into the car. Saying that they were going to the Colosseum right away, they needed to find out what Ken Noma was hiding.